Chapter 307. The cliff of the Dragon Cliff was a little difficult to climb. Soren had no choice but to go up first and throw down a rope. Soon, the elite pirates climbed up the ice cliff and looked at the dragon's lair with eager eyes. Soren counted the number of people, and then led them into the dragon's lair. What appeared in front of them was a pile of shining gold treasures. Although it wasn't as exaggerated as the entire dragon's lair, it was still visually stunning, especially the scattered gold sand and gold nuggets. So much gold. A one-eyed pirate with an eye patch looked at it and couldn't help but gulp and said, "So much gold, so many gems. I'm afraid this is enough for us to do dozens of jobs, right?" The other pirates had similar expressions. However, some of the leaders looked calmer, but they still felt a little dazzled. Only a young man was calmer. He took out a monocle from his shirt pocket and looked up and down. Then he murmured as if he was calculating. The gold and silver should be around 100,000 kindler, and the gems and diamonds should be around 50,000 kindler. I'm not sure about the other things, but we should have made a lot of money this time. Our brothers didn't die in vain. It took more than 200 years for a white dragon to reach adulthood, so the wealth in front of them was the treasure it had accumulated over 200 years. Because it had never attacked a city or kingdom, the number of treasures didn't seem too shocking. If it was a dragon that had attacked a city or extorted a kingdom, the treasure it had might be a bit like the dragon in The Lord of the Rings. That would be a real mountain of gold and a sea of silver. Maybe it was because of his experience. Soren was a lot calmer when he saw such a mountain of gold in front of him. He glanced at the treasure in front of him and said in a deep voice, "Move it all to the ship. You should remember my rules. When the time comes, you will be rewarded according to your contributions. If anyone dares to hide it, I don't need to tell you what will happen. Come, the three of you move the gold out first. One-eyed pirate, the five of you divide the silver into a pile and carry it down with a cloth. Later, when someone comes with a box, use the box to carry it all back. This time, everyone will be greatly rewarded." Soren quickly finished his work. Then he let the young pirate with single-rimmed glasses come over, and the two of them separately sorted the jewels and diamonds. These were all valuable spoils of war. Even if Soren strictly forbade people from keeping them, there was a chance that someone would sneak in a few pieces. So it was better for him to deal with them himself. There were more ordinary gems such as rubies, sapphires, agates, jadites, and so on. There were about 100 of them. The value of these gems was relatively low, probably because this world was rich in minerals. Most of these gems were worth between 100 kindler and 500 kindler. Finally, there were about 50 diamonds that the white dragon liked to collect. These diamonds were all very valuable. Soren glanced at them and found that they were all worth more than a few hundred kindler. There was one diamond that was almost the size of a fingernail. It was a crystal clear blue diamond that seemed to have been polished. Soren held the beautiful blue diamond in his hand and estimated that it weighed about 50 grams. If this weight was in his previous world, it would probably be a rare treasure. Even in this world, it was a very rare thing. Only the top nobles of the royal family could have it. Looks like it's worth a lot. Soren played with the blue diamond in his hand. The craftsmanship on it was very high, and he didn't know where the white dragon got it. Because Soren didn't have the ability to appraise it, he couldn't determine its value. But he was sure that it was more expensive than all the other diamonds added together. Because of its high value, it wasn't easy to sell it. Even if the royal family wanted to buy it, they would have to consider their financial resources. Conservatively speaking, its value should be more than 30,000 kindler. Soren glanced at it and put it away. After that, he put away the rest of the jewels and diamonds. Then he looked around for extraordinary equipment as his spoils of war. Unfortunately, Soren didn't find anything. Because this was an overseas area, the dragons that lived here rarely encountered adventurers. Naturally, it was difficult to collect rare equipment of high value. These days, the more frequently a dragon was challenged, the more valuable its loot would be. For example, the white dragon, which was killed by Soren in an instant, didn't have many rare equipment. Among the 5 dragon species, the red dragon was the strongest and had the most treasures. Basically, there were legendary equipment in the dragon nest. This was something that other dragon species couldn't compare to. About half an hour later, Soren emptied the dragon nest. The pirates who stayed on the ship had already arrived. The next thing he needed to do was to transport the corpse of the white dragon. But when he was about to go out, the young pirate next to him seemed to have found something. He came over with 2 gray stones in his hand and said respectfully, "Your Excellency, I found this in the corner, but I don't know what it is. But it seems to be something useful." "What is this?" Soren reached out and took the 2 gray stones. He glanced at them and couldn't help but tremble. He then looked at the young pirate next to him and praised. "Well done. What's your name?" The young pirate looked a little excited. He bowed and said, "My name is Narcos. They like to call me treasure-seeking mouse." Treasure-seeking talent? Soren was stunned for a moment. He then looked at him from head to toe and said, "Yes, I'll remember you. Someone will arrange for you when we go back." There were some strange talents in this world. Many of these abilities were innate, just like some people who were born with an unexpected intuition for treasure-seeking. There were also some people who had extraordinary talent in searching, eavesdropping, and perception. These people were born with 1 or 2 talents. Many of them were not combat abilities, but if they were not used properly, they would be very useful. Soren remembered that there was a goblin who was quite amazing. He was born with a legendary talent for treasure-seeking. It seemed that there was nothing valuable that could be hidden from him. Soren left the dragon cliff with his men. On the way, he kept playing with the 2 gray stones in his hand. He was more familiar with these things, but he still needed to use some slaughter EXP to identify them. Then, a faint light appeared. Item type: Soul Stone +1 item grade. Rare grade 1. Item description: This is a special stone that stores soul energy. It is a defective product of soul trapping or other soul binding spells. The soul energy stored in this kind of soul stone is limited. It can be used as a substitute for many special materials, or as an equivalent alchemy tool. In the Bottor Inferno and the Bottomless Abyss, soul stones are often used as a currency for transactions. This is because gold, silver, and jewelry do not have much meaning to the demons. Only souls are what they desire the most. Requirements: none. Effect 1. Extract energy from the soul stone. Receive 3,000 to 5,000. Slaughter Express Effect 2. Use it as a currency for transactions with demons, or as a substitute for summoning contracts. 2 soul stones. Both were grade 1 rare items. Soren did not know where the white dragon got it. From what he knew, soul stones were very rare in the material plane. They were only used as currency in the Bottor Inferno and the Bottomless Abyss. Gold, silver, and jewelry did not have much meaning to demons and demons, especially to demons. Gold was just a boring collection, and silver was something that they hated. Silver was called Poison Stinger. In the Bottor Inferno, demons would be burned when they touched it, just like humans touching sulfuric acid. The thing that demons desired the most was souls. That was why the souls of the Bottor Inferno were the most valuable currency. However, this kind of currency was quite rare, because they had to find a way to steal it from the hands of the Grim Reaper. A complete soul was quite valuable. Unfortunately, there were many demons in the Bottor Inferno that were not strong enough, so the soul stone was used as a substitute. This was an incomplete soul energy. It was once jokingly called the demon's currency. It could be used to trade with demons or as a sacrifice to summon demons. If it was someone like Soren who could absorb soul energy and convert it into slaughter EXP, he could also directly absorb the energy from the soul stone to increase his strength. That was why many people liked to collect soul stones in the past, because it could allow a person to quickly make a comeback. There was energy in the soul stone. However, low-grade demons could not absorb it. It was more often offered to middle-grade demons and above. Then the higher-grade demons would bestow energy to raise the strength of their subordinates by 1 or 2 grades. Therefore, even in the Bottor Inferno, the soul stone was a rare item. Basically, only middle-grade demons could collect it. Their strength was about the same as legendary professions in the material plane, although it was only a grade 1 rare item. However, the rarity and value of the soul stone was similar to that of legendary items, and its circulation was basically limited to the Bottor Inferno. Souls are the currency. This was the most common language in hell. The most wasteful way to use the soul stone was to directly absorb its energy. Although Soren did not know how to use the soul stone, he also knew a way to maximize its value. That was to use the soul stone to summon a demon, and then invite a group of happy friends to come and watch it in advance. As for whether he would kill the demon or use it for something else, that would depend on his own will. The biggest flaw of this method was that it could not be used too many times. Therefore, if Soren had a summoning circle in his hand, he could directly use the soul stone to summon low-grade demons. Chapter 308. This thing was very useful. Soren carefully put away the soul stone. Although a half-baked mage like him could not use it, Gloria, a true northern witch, could. It was very useful for Soren, whether it was used to trade with demons or to summon low and intermediate demons to watch. Moreover, intermediate demons began to have divinity. Demons of this level could provide a lot of slaughter EXP, which was enough for Soren to level up. The things in the dragon's nest were all transported to the pirate ship. However, Soren was in a bit of a dilemma when dealing with the adult white dragon's corpse. Strictly speaking, the dragon's corpse was the most useful thing because it could produce rare-grade equipment. Seeing how Soren had not collected a set of rare-grade equipment after so long, it could be seen how rare it was to find a set of rare-grade equipment. The skin of an adult white dragon could be made into a Grade 1 rare dragon leather armor. If it was enchanted, it could be made into a Grade 2 rare dragon leather armor. The best part of the dragon's skin could even be made into a Grade 3 rare dragon leather armor, or even legendary dragon leather armor. Even if Soren did not wear the leather armor, he could still use it to equip his core subordinates. Then there was the dragon's blood, bones, meat, and so on. Basically, the whole body of a pure-blooded dragon was a treasure. Even if there were many parts of it that were poisonous, there were corresponding ways to neutralize it. The white dragon's flesh was poisonous. Many parts of it belonged to the Great Cold, and it could be fatal if eaten carelessly. Many of the epic heroes who dared to eat the dragon's flesh directly had shockingly high constitution, which was 24 or 25 points. Therefore, even if they ate the poisonous wyvern, it would not be a problem. Soren did not dare to eat the white dragon's flesh. If he could not eat it, his subordinates could not eat it either. Therefore, he could only think of a way to transport it back. However, it was also troublesome because the white dragon's corpse was about 20 tons. This weight was equivalent to a large truck, and it was basically impossible to transport it back by manpower. Therefore, Soren could only cut it open and transport it back. However, cutting it open was also a problem. It would reduce the dragon's value, and even if it was cut into a ton of pieces, it would still be cut into 20 pieces. One could imagine. The leather on a dragon's body was almost completely separated. The greatest value of the dragon skin armor was that it was a complete piece of dragon skin, or even a dragon scale armor that covered the entire body. Therefore, cutting it open was definitely not worth the loss. In the end, Soren had no choice but to skin it himself. He peeled off the relatively intact parts of the white dragon's corpse in front of him, then discarded a part of the flesh and collected the more precious parts at the same time. It was difficult to preserve dragon blood because it was easy to solidify. Soren only stored a portion of the best dragon blood near the heart, which was used as an alchemy material. Then there was the ordinary dragon's blood, which directly filled 6 large vats. In the end, all of them solidified into large blood clots. This alchemy was not very useful, but it could be used as a material for dragon's blood ink to copy scrolls. He had plenty of mages anyway. Vivian would need it often in the future, and Soren would need some for himself as well. So he took everything he could with him. The dragon bones were transported to the ship in their entirety, and Soren kept the vertebrae intact. This was very useful, and could even be used to build a legendary battleship. Using the dragon bones as the dragon bones of the battleship, naval battles in the future would be unstoppable. Although the dragon wings were a little broken, Soren still carefully peeled them off with his curved sword, and even stacked them to the side. Since the dragon bones were used as the dragon bones of the battleship, the dragon wings would naturally be used as the sails of the ship. If he was going to do it, he would do it all. Soren cut up a pile of various pieces of flesh and bones, and transported them to the battleship. When he finally finished, it was almost dark. The valuable items were all transported. In the end, all that was left were large chunks of meat and a complete dragon head. Put everything that can be put on board. Soren stretched his sore wrist. To be honest, it was not easy to skin the dragon. He had to go all out to cut it open, and in the end, he was exhausted as if he had just fought a war of attrition. The meat could not be eaten at the moment, but the pharmacists and priests in the city knew how to remove the poison, so it could be sold to others at a high price. Anyway, Soren was not that curious about the dragon meat. He had eaten it many times before, and there was no way to cook it. The dragon meat could only be roasted, and it could not be cooked in water that was about 100 degrees Celsius. This took half a day. Soren finally finished everything, and returned to the battleship with his equally tired subordinates. Half of the people he brought were dead, and the rest could only be buried on the spot. In the end, they had to cut up the dragon's body and transport it from the north of the island to the battleship. Almost everyone was exhausted when they came back, and many of them leaned on the deck and gasped for breath. A long night was fraught with problems. After Soren transported the items back, he set sail and headed straight for the northern estuary. He wanted to go to the northern wizard tower. Although there was a delay, he estimated that he would arrive at the deepwater port the day after tomorrow, and then go along the official road to Gloria's wizard tower. There was no doubt that the gifts this time were quite generous. In addition to the porcelain, spices, and silk brought from the east, there were also the diamonds, dragon bones, dragon blood, and so on that Soren obtained this time. With such a large amount of gifts, it was enough to be used as a betrothal gift for a princess. Soren had always felt that he owed Gloria a favor, and now that he had the chance to repay it, he naturally wanted to find a way to repay it tenfold. The moon was bright and the stars were few. Soren stood on the deck and looked into the distance, playing with a blue diamond in his hand. The diamond reflected a dreamy light under the moonlight, and one could not help but be mesmerized by it. It had to be said that the diamond was really beautiful. Soren had obtained some diamonds as trophies before, but it was the first time he had seen such a beautiful one. He did not know where the white dragon found it, but Soren felt that such a diamond should not be unknown, and it should have a history. Soren played with it for a while, and then put it away. Then he found a piece of wood from the sea that looked like rosewood from the ship. This wood had a faint fragrance, elegant but not strong, and it made people feel refreshed. Soren pulled out his curved sword, and with a serious expression, he made a delicate wooden box. He also used his amazing sword skills to carve exquisite patterns on the wooden box. When one's strength reached his level, basically, Soren was already at the level of a master when it came to carving. After all this, Soren found a piece of smooth and delicate silk, and then spread it out and folded it inside the box. After all this, he picked up the box and looked at it, and finally put the blue diamond inside. Patter. He gently closed the box, and then nodded with satisfaction. Soren had always been a very sincere person, so since he was going to give some gifts to Gloria, naturally he would try his best to do it. The voyage overseas was still very boring. It was not until the afternoon of the second day that he approached the location of the deepwater port. There were already people waiting here. Soren docked the warship at the port, and then arranged for people to transport the things there. In fact, there were a lot of things to be transported. In the end, even if Soren did not want to, he still alarmed other people in the port. Because of a dragon's head. Such a big dragon would definitely need to hire a carriage. Soren had already arranged a caravan, and porcelain, spices, and silk from the east had been transported there. Now he had to transport another part of the gifts. It was difficult to hide this from the people of the deepwater port, so when others knew about the arrival of the throat cutter, and even knew that he had killed the adult white dragon that had previously harassed the nearby area, the whole deepwater port could not help but boil. Many people felt uneasy, and did not know if the southern pirates were preparing to invade the north coast. There were also some people who were eager for the profits of overseas trade, or because of other reasons, they tried to get closer to Soren. Unknowingly, the existence of the throat cutter had spread throughout the nearby sea area, and the name seemed to carry a trace of power. It was a very troublesome social interaction. Soren basically rejected all of them, leaving only a small leader to guard the warship. Someone had already brought the news back to Shipwreck Bay, and in about 7 days, a fleet would come over. Soren actually had a lot of things to transport back. The next was a very boring journey. With such a large team, there were basically no monsters in the wilderness that dared to attack, so Soren arrived at Gloria's territory very calmly. For some reason, Soren once again approached here, and when he was about to see Gloria, he inexplicably felt a little nervous. P.S. 2 updates today. Moi. Chapter 309. Nervousness. Soren had this feeling before, but it shouldn't be this time. He didn't know why his palms were sweating, which made him feel a little uncomfortable, but he quickly adjusted himself. The wizard tower in front of him was no different from the one in Soren's memory. This wizard tower wasn't as majestic as the one in the Shadow Plane, and it didn't have a rich history, but it was still an awe-inspiring tower in the north. Because the existence of the wizard tower itself was a symbol of great power. Gloria. After the initial nervousness, Soren thought that he was going to see this woman again, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of joy in his heart. In this world, there were very few people who could make Soren feel a sense of identity, and Gloria just so happened to be one of the few. He couldn't help but feel a little anxious to see her immediately. Soren didn't seem to think that his emotions would change so much in such a short period of time, so when he stepped into the wizard tower he couldn't help but take a deep breath, and then calmly walked in. His acting skills had improved a lot compared to before. The one in charge of welcoming Soren wasn't a human, but a 2-meter-tall clay golem. When it saw Soren coming in, it bowed slightly, and then said in a dull voice, "Sir Soren, the master invites you to the observatory. The rest of you can follow me to the 3rd floor of the wizard tower. The people who came before have been settled there." The inside of the wizard tower was very big. In fact, most of the wizard towers had more floors, and each floor had a lot of space. If it was a legendary wizard who had mastered the half-plane technique, then the space inside the wizard tower might be comparable to a city. So Soren concluded that the wizard tower in the Shadow Plane couldn't be taken down in a short time, because the space inside was estimated to be no smaller than the underground ruins of a city. The pirates behind Soren were in awe of the clay golem in front of them. Even though they were strong enough to defeat it, they couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. After all, this was a magical creation of a wizard. The pirates had a natural sense of awe towards the mysterious and terrifying northern witches. This was the accumulated prestige of the spellcasters over a long period of time, even though they had never seen the northern witches before. The existence of spellcasters had always been superior to other professions. After entering the wizard tower, even Soren's most unruly followers became cautious. Another clay golem stepped forward. It led Soren's subordinates to the stairs on the other side, while the clay golem led Soren to the observatory. Magic golem manufacturing process. Not all golems were at the same level, because the clay golem in front of Soren was clearly much more agile than the one that had just stepped forward. If the previous one was a rigid golem that could only repeat simple commands, then the one in front of Soren was like a highly intelligent mechanical life that followed certain rules and could talk to it. This kind of golem was quite difficult to make. Not only did it require a lot of money, but it also required power that involved the soul domain. There probably weren't many in the entire wizard tower. The clay golem in front of him seemed to have received soul molding. It was like a highly intelligent robot. Soren had always been interested in this kind of alchemy. Unfortunately, the requirements for mastering it were too high. Not only did it require an amazing level of magic and alchemy skills, but it also required a lot of special knowledge by analogy. Soren estimated that he couldn't even make the simplest cleaning golem. This was the difference between a professional wizard and a half-baked wizard. Strictly speaking, Soren should now be a professional rogue and a half-baked spellcaster. Otherwise, a wizard with a profession level of 10 or so should be able to make the simplest clay golem. Soul domain. It gave the puppets the corresponding intelligence, and even directly gave them life. Gloria has touched the realm of a legendary wizard. Soren seemed to suddenly think of something. He couldn't help but tremble, and then a smile appeared on his face. He found that if this was really the case, he was more than 90% sure that he would be able to invite Gloria to the outer islands. Walking up the wizard tower floor by floor, Soren saw a lot of strange things. Some were magic devices that he couldn't understand, and some were all kinds of strange laboratories. This undoubtedly told Soren that his decision to invite Gloria was right. Just the various devices in the wizard tower in front of him had already made him a little dizzy. The wizard tower needed a professional spellcaster to deal with it. Otherwise, Soren wouldn't even know what the general area was, how the laboratories should be distributed, the layout of the elemental pool, and so on. Squeak. When Soren reached the 6th floor, he heard a sound that sounded like a mouse. As he turned around, he immediately saw 3 giant bats that were locked in a cage. These bats were all the size of a wash basin and looked a little scary. Their mouths were full of sharp fangs, and one of them could even spit out the spell rainbow spray. These were the magic bats that wizards were researching. They were a special kind of magical life, and had all kinds of abilities. They were also the most commonly encountered monsters in the wizard tower. They were the standard rookie killers. If they encountered magic bats in the wild, the chances of them dying were quite high. Most wizards were academic researchers. Therefore, Soren wasn't surprised at all that there were some magical creatures locked in here. Starting from the 6th floor, the golem puppets that were responsible for guarding the tower were replaced by steel golems. They were iron lumps that weighed about half a ton. Some of the specially improved steel golems +1 could weigh about 2 tons. The surface of these golems was made of steel, and their hardness was similar to modern steel. They also had alchemy enchantment resistance, and were considered to be quasi-legendary monsters. Under normal circumstances, even a legendary warrior would have to spend a lot of effort to dismantle a steel golem. There was once a legendary monk who described it this way: "Dealing with steel golems always gives me the feeling of dismantling a tank with my bare hands." This sentence was very popular at that time. Unfortunately, later on, this legendary monk encountered the diamond golem +1 and was defeated on the spot. It was also because of this. The diamond golem +1 that had the ability to float was described as a Gundam. Inside Gloria's wizard tower, Soren didn't see the +1 puppet golem. This was a special modified golem that would only appear in ruins such as the Arcane Empire. However, when he approached the top of the wizard tower, a steel golem about 2 meters tall with a somewhat different appearance attracted Soren's attention. The appearance of this steel golem was actually similar to what he saw at the beginning, but it had a very special behavior after seeing Soren. It actually bowed slightly to Soren to show respect. It was a conscious golem. Although it was not a very high level of consciousness, it had exceeded the most basic golem intelligent golem construct. Activated golem. Someone had blessed it with a spell close to the legendary level, turning it into a complete life form. It would gradually begin to have consciousness, although its core command would not change, which was similar to the core structure of the 3 laws of robots. Other things would gradually move closer to intelligent life. This was how the golem construct appeared. Soren didn't expect there to be such a thing in Gloria's wizard tower, but he didn't seem to have seen it when he came last time. If such a steel golem continued to evolve, it could become the Thaling that Soren saw in the Shadow Plane Wizard Tower, a special life form with legendary challenge difficulty. It seems that I didn't make a mistake this time. Soren hadn't seen Gloria yet, but after walking around the wizard tower and looking all the way from below, he was more confident about exploring the wizard tower in the Shadow Plane. However, Soren also knew that Gloria could show him the internal structure of the wizard tower. Otherwise, these steel golems would usually be on standby in special positions. The golems needed the elemental pool of the wizard tower to provide energy, or they could only use some expensive materials to provide energy. In other words, the wizard tower usually operated less than 1/10 of the golems. A door appeared in front of him. When Soren walked to the door, his palms sweated involuntarily, and then he pushed the door directly. A ray of sunlight shone over. Soren first saw the sun in the sky, then the vast land in the distance, a city near the mountains, countless scattered villages, a winding river, and a dense forest further away. These were all Gloria's territory. The wizard tower was like a tall skyscraper, overlooking everything directly. Even the white clouds in the sky seemed to be within reach. This kind of scene was very shocking, and it seemed to make men's blood boil with excitement. High and mighty, a tower that symbolized the power and status of a spellcaster. "You're back," a gentle female voice sounded, coming from Soren's side. When Soren turned to look at the seat on the right side of the observatory, his whole body suddenly trembled, and a stunned expression appeared on his face. In front of him was a large and comfortable recliner covered with soft snow-white fur. Gloria was lazily lying on it, and her face was still as beautiful as it was in his memory. She was the most typical beauty of the northern lands. She had a tall and graceful body, firm and slender thighs, a slender and flexible waist, and full breasts. No matter how one looked at her, she was impeccable. But this wasn't enough to make Soren stunned, because Soren was a man with strong willpower. But at this moment, Gloria seemed to have a strange charm. Even Soren, who had a strong willpower, was shocked, and he felt as if he was under a charm spell, because at this moment, Gloria was wearing a snow-white nightgown. There was a slight slit below the waist, and soft and shiny black stockings could be seen. This was a product of the Underdark, and only rich women could have it. It was woven with the best spider silk, and its value was similar to rare equipment. Stockings. In such an era, in such a world, stockings that were once everywhere seemed to have become very rare. This was Soren's second time seeing a woman wearing stockings. The first time was Gloria's mother, a woman with a seductive face. Soren was afraid of this seductive woman, and also had a trace of hostility in his heart, so he didn't admire her in stockings. But now that Gloria was wearing it, she was unusually beautiful, and seemed to have an irresistible temptation. Especially when she stretched out her black pearl-like toes, wrapped in the smooth and shiny stockings, he had the urge to reach out and touch them. But this wasn't enough. Just this alone wasn't enough to make Soren feel stunned, because Gloria in front of him, in addition to wearing a snow-white nightgown, she also wore a pair of gold-rimmed black-rimmed glasses on her delicate nose. This was a product of alchemy, and had been used for a long time in this world. Even ordinary people would buy relatively cheap single-rimmed glasses. But Gloria's glasses were undoubtedly much more exquisite, and it seemed to be an enchanted rare item. She was holding a thick book with both hands, and the front of the book had complicated runes imprinted on it. Before Soren came in, she was frowning slightly as she read the book. When Soren came in, she closed the book and put it on her lower abdomen. She looked very gentle and charming. At first glance, she gave off the elegant temperament of a lady from a noble family. At this moment, Soren even felt the aura of an oriental beauty from Gloria's body. As if she noticed Soren's burning gaze, Gloria's beautiful face slightly blushed. She delicately shrunk her legs, covered her black stockings with the hem of her nightgown, and then slightly curled up her pearl-like toes. It seemed that she was a little nervous under Soren's gaze, and her delicate face seemed to be a little uneasy. But after all, she was a northern witch. He only saw Gloria gently smile, slowly lifting her white fingers to lift up her long hair, and then teasingly said, "Am I beautiful?" A lock of silky long hair was tucked behind her ear. It was mixed with silver strands, but this silver hair did not affect Gloria's beauty at all. On the contrary, it made her look more charming. Soren had long noticed this silver hair. Although he did not ask Gloria what was going on, he could guess that it was most likely related to himself and Vivian. At the thought of this, Soren's heart seemed to have been touched. Even if he had always been a very hard-hearted person, now there was a trace of emotion in his heart, an inexplicable emotion that was hard to describe. He nodded seriously and said, "I almost thought that I was under a charm spell. You are the most beautiful woman I have ever seen." A trace of blush appeared. Gloria didn't seem to think that Soren would use such a serious tone and say such frivolous words like flirting. However, after listening to it, she enjoyed it very much and was inexplicably happy in her heart. Negotiation +10. P.S. This chapter took me a whole day to write. Sure enough, emotional drama is not my specialty. 4,000 words. Add more tomorrow. Chapter 310. The atmosphere suddenly became a little awkward. Both of their expressions were a little awkward, but it wasn't that kind of awkwardness, but a different kind of awkwardness. When their eyes met, they couldn't help but avoid each other's gaze. Gloria's beautiful face even turned red. An inexplicable feeling was brewing, and both of them seemed to have felt something. This little awkwardness didn't last long, and Soren quickly recovered. He smiled and bent down to take out a beautiful box, then handed it to Gloria. "A gift for you." Soren blinked, which was rare for him. Gloria looked up at him, and the corner of her mouth revealed a quiet smile. Her red lips gently opened and said, "What gift?" Soren shrugged his shoulders and casually sat down on the recliner. Because he was about to sit down, Gloria subconsciously moved a little to the side. By the time she reacted, Soren had already sat down next to her. Although the recliner was relatively wide, the two people sitting on it were naturally very close to each other. It was easy to smell the man's scent, which made her face reveal a trace of shyness. However, she did not show any obvious signs of anger. Soren smelled the faint fragrance at the tip of his nose and said naturally, "Open it and take a look." Gloria's delicate body showed signs of tension. Especially when Soren sat next to her and talked, there was a natural masculine scent coming from him. Soren's breathing entered her ears, and she could feel his breath blowing on her long hair, which made her even more nervous. Even though she was a knowledgeable northern witch and controlled a large territory under her feet, Gloria's back couldn't help but tense up, and goosebumps appeared on her earlobes. She was very nervous. Soren didn't do anything else. He sat down and waited with a smile, waiting for Gloria to open the gift, and waiting for her to relax. After all, northern witches weren't ordinary women. Even though she had never been so close to a man before, she quickly adjusted herself. Gloria turned her head and looked at Soren with a somewhat reproachful look. It seemed that she was blaming him for suddenly sitting down and startling her, but there was no anger on her face, and she didn't get up from the recliner. The distance between the two was less than half a centimeter, and the thin pajamas couldn't resist the heat coming from beside her. Gloria's cheeks slightly flushed, more obvious than before, like the sunset on the horizon. She gently lifted the delicate box in front of her, couldn't help but take a deep breath, and then slowly opened it. A dazzling light. The brilliance of the diamond was refracted the moment it was opened. Even the knowledgeable northern witches were attracted by the beautiful blue diamond in front of them at this moment. Although Soren didn't have a high enough appraisal ability to judge the specific value of this diamond, he still had many years of experience. Even he felt that something extraordinary was naturally quite rare. Gloria was actually prepared in her heart, but when she saw the huge shining blue diamond in front of her, her eyes couldn't help but blur. Sometimes women were very similar to dragons. Even Vivian was no exception to this. Soren had seen the little girl count the gemstones she had collected more than once. "It's so beautiful." Gloria picked up the blue diamond in front of her with her white fingers, and then looked at it under the sun. She looked at it for a while, and then her eyes gradually became clear. Gloria put it back in the delicate box, carefully put it away, and then said softly, "It seems that even the royal family doesn't have many diamonds like this. Did you find it in the dragon's nest?" Soren nodded gently and said, "Yes." Gloria turned to look at Soren beside her. The two people's arms rubbed slightly, and there was a soft and smooth touch. She looked at the man in front of her seriously, as if she was getting to know him again, and murmured, "Sometimes I really can't see through you. You were born in the slums, but you have a lot of knowledge that wizards don't necessarily have. When I first met you, you were just a low-level thief, but now you've completed the feat of slaying a dragon alone. Sometimes I really wonder if you're the one favored by fate." Soren didn't answer this question. The ones favored by fate were a different kind of existence. They were a group of people outside of fate, and their fate was freer than the gods. In the eyes of wizards who were proficient in divination, the ones favored by fate were similar to the Prince of Lies. They were a group of people who, in the story, when the goddess of luck threw a lucky coin, the coin would stand up. Soren wasn't sure if he was such a person. Therefore, this kind of person was quite rare, and he was never a person who liked to be arrogant. Unless he got the legendary card of fate. After Gloria put away the gift, she gently stood up. She tilted her head and looked at Soren playfully, and then said, "Actually, I also prepared a gift for you. Come with me." Soren took a deep breath. as if he was chasing after the delicate fragrance that wafted out when she stood up. His face showed a trace of intoxication. Gloria stared at him with a somewhat reproachful expression, and then raised her white finger to activate a teleportation circle on the right side of the observatory. Teleportation could be done inside the wizard tower. The Northern Witch stood there beautifully, as if she was waiting for Soren to come over. Soren came over. He reached out and held Gloria's hand, the kind where their 5 fingers were interlocked. He could feel the softness of her hand, and the sweat that overflowed from her palm. It turned out that he had been very nervous. At this moment, the two people couldn't help but look at each other, and then the corners of their mouth could not help but show a trace of a smile. Gloria's eyes were soft, and her palm was soft. She didn't want to break free, and naturally let Soren hold her hand, and then gently activated the teleportation circle. The 2 figures disappeared in a white light, and then appeared in a room on the upper floor of the wizard tower. This seemed to be Gloria's bedroom. As an excellent Northern Witch, Gloria's room didn't have the feeling of a woman's boudoir. Most of the things here were books. Soren just glanced around and saw hundreds of books on the bookshelves, tables and chairs. Almost every book was as thick as a brick. The whole room was quite simple and tidy. The floor was covered with a soft carpet, and there were chairs next to the desk. Next to the desk were some small trinkets, which seemed to be alchemy supplies, and then there was a bed on the side. There were almost no decorations. No wonder Vivian learned the good habit of reading books. As if guessing Soren's thoughts, Gloria turned around and rolled her eyes at him, and whispered, "This is just a place to rest after conducting research." She gently raised her finger, and a faint magic light appeared on one of the drawers. This was Gloria removing a magic trap, and then she saw the drawer automatically open. A rather delicate-looking belt appeared and fell directly into her palm. Gloria smiled at Soren, handed the belt to him, and said softly, "I prepared it for you." Legendary equipment. As soon as Soren's fingertips touched the belt in front of him, his whole body couldn't help but tremble. Then he looked up at Gloria in surprise and murmured, "The power of the frost giant." This time it was Gloria's turn to be surprised, and she wondered, "You know it. It has been in the hands of the Witch Council for hundreds of years. I also got it because of some recent things." She would never tell Soren that she got a chance from the Northern Witch Council, because she was promoted to a quasi-legendary witch. They could choose a legendary equipment they wanted from the treasury of the Northern Witch Council. She did not choose other legendary spellcaster equipment, but brought out this 2nd-grade legendary belt, Frost Giant's Strength, from the treasury of the Witch Council. "Yes." Soren nodded gently, reached out and stroked the belt in front of him and whispered, "I've heard of it before." In his memory, this 2nd-grade legendary belt was auctioned at a sky-high price of 270,000 Kindler coins. It was the best legendary belt that could be obtained in the entire material plane. Chapter 311. Frost Giant Strength. It was a legendary belt of strength made from the skin of the Frost Giant King. It allowed the wearer to have the strength of an adult frost giant. It was the best belt of strength in the material plane. Basically, if you wanted better equipment, you could only find it in other planes. There were 2 complete Frost Giant Strength: the Belt of Frost Giant Strength and the Glove of Frost Giant Strength. However, the Glove of Frost Giant Strength was destroyed in a legendary battle. Therefore, a legendary mage fused and enchanted the Belt of Frost Giant Strength, which was preserved, from a Grade 1 legendary item to a Grade 2 legendary item. Since then, there was only 1 Frost Giant Strength left. In the past, the Frost Giant Strength set increased the user's strength by 4 points respectively. Together, it could increase the user's strength by 8 points, reaching a maximum of 22 points. Basically, after equipping this set of legendary items, an ordinary adult man with 10 points of strength would immediately become an unparalleled warrior with 18 points of strength. After the enchantment, the Belt of Frost Giant Strength became a Grade 2 legendary item, increasing the user's strength by 6 points. It was a pity that there was only 1 item left. Gloria quietly looked at Soren and slowly said, "Let's take a look." Soren glanced at her, then untied the belt on his body, and put on the Belt of Frost Giant Strength. At the same time, He took off the ogre's strength bracer on his arm. This kind of rare equipment could only be worn once. After putting on the belt of Frost Giant's strength, the ogre's strength bracer would lose its effect. There were certain requirements for relying on external forces to increase the user's strength. It could be roughly divided into 3 parts. The first was the strength of equipment, the second was the strength of spells, and the third was the explosive power of the user. The first was the ogre's strength bracer, the belt of Frost Giant's strength, and so on. These things could not be stacked, and there were certain restrictions. The second was the strength of spells. For example, Soren started with brute strength, and then Vivian gave him draconic strength. Then the effect of brute strength would be covered by draconic strength, just like how the ogre's strength was covered by draconic strength. As for the last type of strength buff, it was a type of power boost that only appeared on berserkers, barbarians, and other professions. Soren's slaughterer transformation seemed to be a type of potential boost, which was why it could stack with the strength of his equipment and the strength of his spells. Crack! Soren slowly buckled his belt. As soon as he put on this Tier 2 legendary item, his entire body was filled with a warm feeling of power. He tried to pick up a cup next to him, but he did not expect that he would crush it with too much force. After a while, he relied on the coordination ability brought by his agility to control the sudden increase in strength. This was the most valuable transcendent equipment. This was because the power it gave was constant. As long as one wore it, they would always have this power. Item type: Belt of Frost Giant Strength. Item grade: Tier 2 legendary. Item description: This is a legendary item with a long history. It seems to have originated from a defeated Frost Giant king. At first, it was made by a great mage into the Frost Giant's strength gloves and Belt of Frost Giant's strength. However, because of a legendary battle, one of them was destroyed. However, someone still used the destroyed equipment to remodel and enchant this belt, further increasing its power. In this belt there is a text engraved, "The Last King of Frost Giants." Equipment requirements: None. Equipment effect: Increase strength by 6 points, up to a maximum of 22 points. The strength of an adult Frost Giant. Soren flipped the belt over. Sure enough, he saw a text at the interface, "The Last King of Frost Giants." Gloria looked at Soren up and down with satisfaction. She even circled around him. It was not like she was looking at the effect of the belt, but more like she was looking at whether it fit him or not. He had to admit that women were strange creatures. Even if such a legendary equipment did not fit him, he still had to wear it. He wondered how much it could increase his combat power. It fits just right. Gloria nodded with satisfaction, and a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Soren moved a little, and found that it was indeed quite fitting. It basically did not affect his combat power. But when he was about to say something, the whole wizard tower suddenly shook, and then it shook a little. In an instant, both Soren and Gloria reacted quickly. Gloria's figure almost disappeared in an instant, and then she appeared near the window. At the same time, a magic aura appeared on her body. It seemed that she had activated more than 3 protective energy fields. Soren's reaction was not too far away. The legendary curved sword Icing Death instantly appeared in his palm, and then he leaped to the left side of the room, holding the sword with both hands to protect Gloria's side. It had to be said. At this moment, their cooperation was quite good. The wizard tower was still shaking slightly. Whether it was Gloria or Soren, they could not help but look dignified. Because now the whole wizard tower was shaking a little, and dust was trembling from the ceiling. Both of them were quite clear about the defensive ability of the wizard tower. For such a situation to happen, it was definitely a big deal. It's not an enemy attack. A crystal ball appeared in Gloria's palm. She gently touched it, then frowned and said, "It's a vibration from the ground." Earthquake? Soren looked at Gloria in confusion. Both of their expressions were a little strange. Was it really an earthquake? But just when they were puzzled, the wizard tower shook more violently, and then a strong magic aura appeared at the top of the astrology platform. "Her Excellency the Eye of the North is summoning us." Gloria reached out and touched a crystal button on her chest, and then a white light appeared in her palm. Soren and her figure appeared on the top of the astrology platform again. Is it really an earthquake? Soren looked at the city in the distance. He could see that a part of the city wall was cracked. This was definitely a large-scale earthquake. And the intensity of the earthquake was quite high. Houses in the distant city had collapsed, but there were not many casualties in the scattered villages because the houses were made of wood and straw. But the trembling of the earth still frightened many people. Soren could see people gathering together in a panic like ants from afar. Gloria, activate the magic array. A hoarse and old female voice appeared on the astrology platform, and then a hazy shadow appeared. It was a white-haired witch. The most eye-catching thing was her eyes. Almost all of her eyeballs were white. Soren had a certain impression of this existence because she was the strongest witch in the north. The legendary Eye of the North. Hearing the Eye of the North's command, Gloria activated a magic array on the wizard tower without hesitation. Then a beam of light shot into the sky. 1 beam, 2 beams, 3 beams. In the distance, Soren began to see beams of light. These beams of light went straight into the sky and intertwined with each other. It seemed to be a mysterious huge magic array. The light of the silver moon magic lock. An unbelievably huge force erupted. It was still daytime, but there was a full moon in the sky. Under the light of the full moon, all the beams of light formed a magic lock, covering a considerable area in it. This was a legendary magic lock, and also the strongest killing move of the Witch Council. It was a magic lock inherited and preserved from the destroyed ancient Silvermoon City, before the Arcane Empire. Soren remembered that it had killed a weak god incarnate, but it seemed that it had only been activated a few times in hundreds of years. Activate the magic lock. The Eye of the North's expression was quite serious. She looked at the sky with her pale pupils and said in a hoarse voice, "There is an enemy invasion. All members of the Witch Council above Grade 4, follow me to the astral world." Soul projection. Legendary spell. Astral world gate. Legendary spell. A gate with a strange light appeared in the center of the magic circle, and all the wizard towers were included in the protection of the magic lock. Then a shadow of a soul appeared. The soul projection of the Eye of the North was like a female giant in the sky. At first glance, it was probably thousands of meters high, just like the legendary magic transformation. With the appearance of the huge soul projection, rays of magic light also appeared, and other soul shadows began to appear around her. This was the legendary witch who had existed for hundreds of years in the legends. She cast a legendary spell with every move. Before Soren had time to recover from this dazzling change, he saw Gloria next to him also walking to the center of the light beam. It seemed that she intended to project her soul into the astral world. After all, she was still a northern witch, a high-grade member of the Witch Council. Now even the Eye of the North was alarmed. Something big must have happened in the astral world. At this moment, Soren almost didn't think much about it. He reached out and grabbed her arm. He wanted to tell Gloria how dangerous the astral world was, but when he saw Gloria's determined eyes, he could only sigh helplessly. However, when Gloria thought that Soren would let go of his hand and let her go, she didn't expect that Soren actually held her palm. The two people's fingers were interlocked. Under Gloria's surprised and moved expression, Soren stepped into the light beam that connected to the astral world gate. The bodies of the two people froze at this moment. Then 2 souls appeared outside the body, turned into a ray of light, and went straight to the astral world gate. Since she had made up her mind to go to the astral world, Soren could only accompany her. P.S. I need to organize the information. The astral world will be different. That's all for today. Chapter 312. It was a wonderful feeling to have one's soul leave one's body. Although it wasn't the first time Soren tried to project his soul out of his body, it was the first time he tried it in the real world. The strongest feeling was the weightlessness of his soul. Without the shackles of gravity, his soul felt light. However, it wasn't a complete soul that left his body. The moment it touched the light beam, Soren's soul was molded into a soul projection and sent directly to the astral gate. The soul projection was only a part of the soul. It wasn't the weight of a complete soul, so if it died, it wouldn't necessarily cause the body in the real world to die as well. However, it would definitely cause a terrible amount of damage to the soul. If the damage was too great, it could turn the person into an idiot, or even affect the real world, causing the existence of the soul projection to die on the spot. This could be understood simply according to the East. If the soul projection died, it would be like the scattering of a part of the 3 souls and 7 spirits in Eastern mythology. It was possible for the projection to become crazy, or directly become an idiot. It was even possible for the projection to become a vegetable, or die on the spot. Normally, this kind of soul projection would only be used in extremely dangerous places. It could also be used in places where the physical body couldn't reach. This would greatly reduce the cost of death. Their souls were remolded into half-energy bodies. The power of the soul projection was greatly reduced. Soren only kept about 80% of his strength, and all of his equipment below legendary level was left on his body. This was the reason why he didn't like to go to the astral gate. Low-tier rare items couldn't be converted into half-energy. Only legendary equipment and above could be converted into soul projection, and it would be left on the soul projection after death. Therefore, even legendary wizards wouldn't bring their strongest legendary equipment with them when they were in the soul projection state. However, Soren couldn't leave his equipment on his body. All of his legendary equipment would directly affect his combat ability. Going to the astral gate without legendary equipment would be suicide. A brief moment of dizziness. When Soren and Gloria regained their consciousness, they were already in front of the astral gate. At this moment, there were about 12 soul projections gathered around the Eye of the North. When these soul projections noticed Soren's appearance, they couldn't help but show a trace of surprise on their faces. They then looked at Gloria in confusion. When they saw the expression on her face, the other witches couldn't help but smile mischievously. It seemed like Gloria was quite popular, unlike her mother who wasn't likable. All of the witches present were high-grade adepts, and at least a third of them were quasi-legendary adepts. As for witches like Her Excellency Eye of the North, whose profession level was around level 25, it was estimated that there were not many witches like her in the whole world, so she should be the most powerful one among all of them. If that was the case, Soren was actually the weakest among the soul projections, and she was also a half-baked wizard. As for Soren's arrival, the Eye of the North didn't say much. She just glanced at him for a moment, then nodded at Gloria and said with a serious expression, "Prepare to teleport. Everyone focus." The astral gate that had already been opened suddenly enveloped them. Immediately after, it was as if they had entered a rainbow light channel. Countless light spots that could not be seen with the naked eye shuttled back and forth in front of them. Therefore, the only thing that could be seen with the naked eye was many rainbow-like rays of light. Soul projections were the simplest way to cross planes. Many abyss demons and hell devils would use this method to travel to other planes. When a soul projection died, it would only reduce a part of their strength. Most of the time, it wouldn't cause the death of the soul projection. Adepts cherished their own lives very much. Therefore, even in the face of a powerful enemy, the Eye of the North didn't ask the other witches to go to the astral gate with their bodies. The feeling of a soul passing through a membrane came. Or it should be said that it was a bit like a person sinking into the sea. When Soren opened his eyes again, he was already standing on a very barren land. Above this land was a silver river, and there were almost no plants around. The feeling was like standing on the surface of the moon, and looking at the universe. In front of him was a boundless silver river, like the Milky Way where countless stars gathered. Around this seemingly small piece of land, one could see countless star matter, as well as objects that were streaking past at high speed like meteors. It could be just a comet, or it could be the corpse of an ancient god. The astral gate had become a huge garbage dump. In countless years, countless people had entered here and died here. There were also all kinds of existences that entered the astral gate for other reasons. In the end, the astral gate had completely turned into a huge garbage dump. In this garbage dump, you could find the corpse of an ancient god, hidden half-planes, fallen divine kingdoms, and even broken floating fortresses, huge astral warships, and so on. Almost everything you could think of could be found here. Because this was a huge and all-encompassing garbage dump. It was also the most dangerous garbage dump. There was no air in the astral gate, so it was not easy for flesh and blood to survive here. They had to rely on the half-planes floating in the astral gate. Therefore, many travelers who entered the astral gate were soul projections in a semi-energy state, or powerful existences that were directly close to the form of a saint. In this endless astral gate, there was a kind of energy. Wizards called it source substance, and thought it was the most basic structure of the universe. However, Soren still preferred to call it by another name, dark energy. Almost all half-planes must be connected to the astral gate and the ether plane. The half-plane was a very special existence that was difficult to explain in a few words. However, one thing that could be easily understood was that even legendary wizards could not provide the huge amount of energy needed to open up a half-plane. Therefore, all half-planes grew little by little. This was very similar to the divine kingdoms, but the energy for the growth of half-planes only came from two places. One was the astral gate. The other was the ether plane. These two planes had an inexplicable relationship, and the structure of energy was also unknown. However, the astral gate was closer to the outer plane, while the ether plane was closer to the inner plane. Soren was standing on a half-plane. Because there were very few material structures inside the astral gate, there was almost no doubt that most of the material in the astral gate came from other planes. Therefore, it was always called a garbage dump. Even the half-plane under Soren's feet was a huge piece of garbage floating in the endless astral gate. The half-plane was the carrier. Without the support of this half-plane, Soren and the other witches' soul projections would be directly exposed to the source substance of the astral gate, which was the silver torrent above their heads. This was a more troublesome thing, because this torrent of energy generated from the distorted space would have many dangerous astral gate creatures living in it. Even the gods might not know the secrets of the astral gate, but they knew how to use the energy of the astral gate. The original creation of the world was made from the source substance energy. There were many things that Soren was not too clear about. He could not remember much, but he knew that outside the torrent of energy that was like the Milky Way, there was an endless amount of dark energy and something called the crystal wall. The soul entered the astral gate. A lot of data appeared in front of Soren's eyes in an instant. Soul projection completed. Soul entered the astral gate. Soul came into contact with dark matter energy. Soul came into contact with source substance energy. You've received some information about the epic background ability, Astral Traveler. You've received some information about the epic background ability, Plane Explorer. Soul structure completed. Soul projection transformed into dark energy. You've automatically learned the ability, Instant Spell. All spells below level 6 have entered the instant spell state. From the moment they stepped into the astral gate, everyone's spellcasting ability began to skyrocket, as if some kind of shackle had been broken, and they were forcibly breaking free from the shackles of matter. Then they came into contact with the most primitive and essential energy. This energy was everywhere, and it allowed them to automatically learn the ability to instant spell. Although they could still feel the magic net, it was as if they had jumped out of the magic net's effect and did not need the magic net to gather energy. All spellcasters who entered the astral gate automatically learned the ability, Instant Spell. All spells below level 6 could be instantly cast, and legendary spells only needed half the casting time. And this was before they even got close to the sea of source substance. If they got close to the Milky Way, or if they came into contact with the energy escaping from the distorted space, then even legendary spells could be instantly cast. As long as your soul could withstand this energy, the astral gate could give you endless energy, because it was the place closest to the essence of the universe. A world appeared in front of Soren's eyes. It was a huge half-plane. The outer layer was a gray iris that looked like a translucent eggshell. There was a complete world inside, but it did not have the structure of a planet. Instead, it looked more like a continental shelf. This was a half-plane that was born in the astral plane. Using the endless energy of the astral plane as a supply, the land, rocks, mountains, seas, air, plants, and so on grew in the half-plane. In the end, it evolved into a relatively complete half-plane that could support intelligent life. This incomparably huge demiplane flew past at high speed. It was like Halley's Comet that streaked across the sky above Earth, and it quickly disappeared from Soren's sight. The astral gate was almost endless. It was a plane that was almost limitless, but if you kept going up, you would meet a layer of crystal wall. However, before you met the crystal wall, you would see countless kingdoms of gods. If you were lucky, you could even see the legendary Pantheon plane rumble. The ground under Soren's feet shook. This half-plane seemed to have only existed for a short period of time. Soren could see the edge of the land at a glance, and if he jumped from the edge, he would enter the void. Since ancient times, there had never been a lack of unlucky people who were lost in the astral gate and were swept away by the void for hundreds or thousands of years. Therefore, the astral gate was often called the land of exile. This place was connected to all the planes, but you might not be able to find the passage. Without the half-plane to rely on, after being swept into the void, it was like a mortal being washed away by a flood. The half-plane that had been born for no more than a few hundred years was trembling. It was as if something was attacking it. Soren could feel the dignified and worried face of the Eye of the North. Even the most powerful witch in the north was worried. Then, the enemy that appeared was most likely the intelligent life that Soren hated the most. P.S. This chapter took me a whole day to write. I was sorting out the database, so I wrote it very slowly. I had to fill in a lot of things by myself. A lot of brain cells died. From the legendary book onwards, the information provided began to be full of loopholes, and Fu too was a stubborn person. Today, I only have one update. I want to draw a three-dimensional picture of the Crystal Wall universe. If it is not ugly, I will send it for you to have a look. Chapter 313. There were many incomprehensible and dangerous creatures in the astral plane. However, there were only two kinds of creatures that Soren hated. One was the legendary abominations, which were the descendants of the dead gods. They were dangerous creatures full of destructive desires. The other was the Githyankis, a humanoid creature that lived in the astral plane. They were aggressive and warlike, and there were many of them. The possibility of encountering abominations was relatively low because most of these divine monsters were sealed, because they were too dangerous. So, it was not surprising that they were the Githyankis that Soren hated the most. The Githyankis were humanoid creatures that lived in the astral plane. They were born with powerful psionic spells. They used to be slaves of the soul suckers, which was the monster that ate the brains of intelligent creatures like the beholder in the bard stories. So they were absolutely irreconcilable with the soul suckers. Basically, they would fight to the death whenever they met. The Grey Dwarfs had the same characteristics as them. They also hated the soul suckers, and many of them had their minds distorted because of the enslavement of the soul suckers. In the end, they gained powerful psionic powers. It seemed that both races were like this. The slaves of the soul suckers began to master psionic powers later on. Maybe it was because of the sequelae of mind enslavement. Domestication, enslavement, slaughter. Soul suckers. There were two branches of this creature, the Githyankis and the Githsleys. They hated each other as much as they hated the soul suckers. They were so bored that they would fight whenever they met. However, the Githsleys were very rare. They lived in seclusion in some unknown planes. On the contrary, the Githyankis were often encountered, and they were very difficult to deal with. Their highest leader was the queen. They basically had no faith, so they did not have any priests, because they believed that believing in the gods meant betraying the queen. The Githyankis were mainly warriors. Their weapons were the iconic silver swords, and one of their characteristics was to cut the silver thread. When the soul projection traveled between planes, there would be an invisible silver thread connecting his soul and body. If the silver thread was cut, the soul would be forced to return, and at the same time, it would cause a certain amount of damage. However, the damage would not be as high as if the soul projection died directly in the astral plane. This race was very interesting. Soren had always thought that they were a bit like the Protoss in StarCraft. However, their way of rule made Soren feel a bit like the Queen of Blades of the Zerg. The Githyankis were strictly militarized. They roamed the astral world, plundering and opening up new wastelands. They lived in astral world battleships or astral world fortresses. Such huge flying structures were a little like the huge military fortresses of the interstellar era. The Githyanki's were notorious for plundering any creatures that could be plundered in the astral plane. They also liked to capture slaves. They would try to capture any enemy that was not a soul projection. Because the Githyanki's had psionic power like soul suckers, they could use a spell-like ability called mind control. Test of will. Prepare for battle. A voice rang out in everyone's mind. Then, rays of magical light appeared one after another. Almost 10 rays of magical light appeared consecutively. And in the end, even Soren was buffed with 7 or 8 protective spells. In the astral plane, any spellcaster could instantly cast spells below level 6, so the combat power of the wizards here was quite amazing. However, instantly casting spells below level 6 also meant that their battle endurance would sharply decrease, and it was very likely that they would use up all their spell slots in a short while. Group Bull's Strength. Strength +4. Group Cat's Grace. Dexterity +4. Group Fox's Cunning. Intelligence +4. Group Bear's Endurance. Constitution +4. Protection from Evil. Protection from Petrification. Luck. Haste. 10 feet invisibility. More than 10 high-grade northern witches cast spells at the same time. How spectacular the scene was. Standing around Soren were the ruling class of the entire northern region. They represented the highest combat power of the northern region, and the ruling power of the northern region above the secular world. The magic aura in the sky was simply dazzling. The instant cast of spells below the 6th circle made them wrapped in various energy shields in an instant. At the same time, Soren was also affected by a lot of spells. These northern witches were not to be underestimated. They might look frail and delicate, but they could still wield their staffs with ferocity in close combat. Gloria's expression was unprecedentedly dignified. She took out a special staff from her body, which was inlaid with many gems. At the same time, she took out a large stack of spell scrolls with her other hand, and put them in a place that could be accessed at any time. She was not the only one who did this. The other northern witches around her did the same. They held staves that stored more than 10 spells, and prepared a large stack of spell scrolls that they usually copied. Because if the next battle broke out, it was time for them to throw out spell scrolls like crazy. In contrast, Soren looked like a country bumpkin. Although he also had the ability to cast spells instantly, he didn't know many spells. Moreover, spell scrolls easily cost hundreds or thousands of gold coins. If he didn't have the ability to copy spell scrolls himself, it would be like throwing away a desperate gambit. Hundreds of kindler pieces were thrown out at once. 20 kindler pieces weighed about 1 pound, so throwing out a spell scroll was equivalent to throwing out 5 kilograms of gold. Take it. Gloria put 3 spell scrolls into Soren's palm in a row, and then said with a serious expression, "You really shouldn't have come in with me. This is the astral plane. It's difficult for a rogue to play much role here. Be careful later. If something goes wrong, use these spell scrolls." Mages had always been throwing money at people. In just this round, more than a dozen northern witches present burned up tens of thousands of kindler's spell scrolls. Then they saw the space of the half-bit wall vibrate, and then a huge military fortress appeared in their sight. It passed through the silver torrent, and appeared on the edge of the half-bit wall. With a strange psionic brilliance, it broke the independent rules of the half-bit wall, and then squeezed in like a bubble. The half-bit wall had an independent plane law, which eventually formed a iris similar to the atmosphere. Unfortunately, the power of this law was too weak to stop the Githyanki's war fortress at all. One figure after another leaped down from the sky. They jumped directly from a height of hundreds of meters, then used psionic spells to reduce their speed in midair, and then landed on the ground of the half-bit wall. Githyanki's. This was a race that was born with both magic and martial arts, with superb combat skills and powerful psionic power. From the outside, these Githyanki's had obvious human-like characteristics, but they looked very thin. They were about 1.8 meters tall, and weighed about 170 pounds. These people had rough yellow skin, their hair was tied into small braids, the color of their pupils was dim, their ears were pointed, and there were saw-like bones on their backs. These Githyanki's were well equipped, all wearing first-class armor, and their weapons were silver blades. They had superb forging skills and could make many very special weapons and equipment. The enemy moved very fast after landing. Almost any Githyanki's warrior had extraordinary strength and agility, and their explosive ability was far above that of humans. Githyanki's astral creature, grade 3. Challenge rating, 12 personal level. 15 has psionic spells. Highest and lowest attributes, 24, 12 total attribute points, 95 to 105. Special abilities, psionic spells, mind control astral creature. Challenge difficulty, A+. This was the challenge difficulty of adult Githyankis. However, they often lived in groups, so if they encountered a group of Githyankis, the challenge level would increase sharply, and the difficulty might even rise to S+. And Soren had been feeling uneasy after seeing them. Because there were so many Githyankis, it must mean that there was a queen leader, and there was another quite dangerous creature. Red Dragon. Githyankis had a racial characteristic. They could have abilities similar to Dragon Covenant, and this special ability was called Red Dragon Agreement. Red Dragon Agreement. There is a special racial agreement between the Githyankis and the Red Dragon, so that they can sometimes let the Red Dragon temporarily serve the Githyankis like a horse, as long as they pay the corresponding price. When the Githyankis trade with the Red Dragon, they will get a +4 racial bonus in the negotiation check. In a large group, the Githyankis can reach a temporary alliance agreement with the Red Dragon, which can be decided by the Githyankis' governor and queen. A sharp whistling sound was heard. It seemed that what Soren was worried about finally happened. From the sky above the Githyankis' war fortress, the figure of an adult red dragon appeared. It looked at the witches below with cold and evil pupils, then opened its mouth and roared. Then it swooped down from the war fortress. When it was close to 300 meters above the ground, it flapped its dragon wings and soared into the sky. The red dragon hovered in the sky of the half-plane, but it was not in a hurry to attack the witches below. On the contrary, it had been deliberately keeping a distance. It seemed that it intended to let the Githyankis below consume their spells first. A dragon's aura spread out. As the most powerful adult red dragon among the chromatic dragons, its size, strength, and spellcasting ability were far superior to the white dragon that Soren dealt with. It had the combat power of more than 3 adult white dragons. Chapter 3:14. The appearance of the red dragon undoubtedly made many people feel troubled. Even the head of the Northern Witch Council, Her Excellency the Eye of the North, could not help but frown and look at the dragon hovering in the sky. The dragon breath of the red dragon was the most powerful among the 5 color dragons. Its lethality was equivalent to twice that of the frost dragon breath of an adult white dragon. Therefore, the soul projections of all the witches present could only withstand 2 rounds of dragon breath attacks at most. Once the red dragon launched an attack, they had to take it down in 1 round of attacks. Otherwise, the casualties of the northern witches would be very serious. Group Human Immobilization Spell. Cloud of Death. Grease. Web. Finger of Death. Disintegrate. Arbidak is withering. When the Githyankian warriors in front of them approached quickly, the first wave of spell attacks of the northern witches also broke out. As all the northern witches had a profession level of 15 and above, the spells they cast were completely overpowered. The AoE spell froze the 5 rank 3 warriors in the front, followed by the Death Cloud spell, Grease spell, and Spider Web spell. Finger of Death and Disintegrate spell were aimed at the enemies in the front, followed by Arbidaka's Withering spell, which covered the ground in front of them. The first wave of Githyankian warriors was completely annihilated. They didn't even reach 50 meters in front of the northern witches, and fell under the spell attacks. High-grade spellcasters. Starting from profession level 10, the combat ability of spellcasters began to increase sharply. The higher the level, the more amazing it was. The Northern Territory was equivalent to a large kingdom, but there were only a dozen high-grade witches who were close to legendary. It was not difficult for them to work together to cast spells against an army, so the Githyankian warriors could not kill them. Soren waited quietly. The battle so far was just an appetizer. The Githyankian psionic warlocks, psionic warriors, and zealots had not appeared so far. The ordinary warriors rushing over in front of them were just testing the combat strength of the northern witches. There were many low-grade psionic warriors among the Githyankians. The combat strength of an adult Githyankian could reach grade 3. Enemy is approaching. Soren's ears suddenly moved, and he whispered to Gloria beside him. It's psionic stalker. A flash of magic appeared. Suddenly, Soren's curved sword Icing Death appeared in his palm, and then he pounced on the corpse like a cheetah. His figure was as fast as a ghost, accompanied by a cold light, followed by the continuous sound of parrying and blocking. Finally, with a muffled sound, Soren's figure kicked the corpse in the chest and flew back nearly 6 meters. Then a stream of blood spurted out from the broken neck in front of him. The headless corpse flew upside down and fell to the ground with a bang. Annoying guy. Soren paused for a moment after landing, then shook his head and said in a deep voice, "Damn psionic ability." A row of data appeared. Shadow Strike successfully activated. Successfully activated sword form beheading. You've dealt 116 beheading damage to the target. Target's fortitude failed. Target dead. Extracting soul energy. You've gained 5600 slaughter EXP. The slaughter EXP given by the Githyankians was still so high, but their psionic spells were still so disgusting. Even with Soren's will, it was still very uncomfortable when affected by their psionic spells. Soren's combat strength was amazing under the buff of all attributes. If he wasn't in the soul projection state now, he could probably surpass his peak combat strength. However, with so many northern witches around, and the legendary Eye of the North, Soren still had a lot of concerns in his heart. For example, he didn't dare to transform into slaughter form at this time because he was worried that the northern witches would be interested in the Son of Slaughter. If a near-legendary spellcaster was interested in studying it, it would definitely not be a good thing. There are other psionic lurkers nearby. Soren's perception of rogues was very strong. As long as it was not a legendary rogue, he had a strong anti-detection ability. Detect invisibility. Hearing Soren's words, Gloria and the other witches around her immediately moved. With a flash of magic, 5 or 6 enemies immediately appeared within 100 meters. Spellcasters had strong magic abilities, but their tenacity, reflexes, and will were difficult to surpass melee professions. If Soren wasn't here, they might have to wait until the enemy was close enough, or they triggered a protective energy field when attacking them before they could find these rogues. Be careful. This time it was Her Excellency Eye of the North who spoke. She frowned and looked ahead, then raised her hand and threw out a spell. Dimensional Anchor. A force blocked the surrounding space, and then a thin Githyanki appeared out of thin air in front of them. It seemed to hit something and paused for a moment. Then it disappeared in an instant and reappeared 300 meters away. This was the psionic warlock of the Githyanki. There were not many wizards in this race, but there were many advanced psionic professions that were very difficult to deal with. Psionic abilities had many spell-like abilities, and they were relatively difficult to deal with. Soren used to hate fighting with psionic enemies the most. Clap, clap, clap. A burst of strange applause suddenly sounded. With the sound of clapping, all the nearby Githyanki retreated. Even the red dragon hovering in the sky, waiting for an opportunity to move, also retreated a little. Then they saw a crack in the astral fortress in front of them, like a gate opening from the middle. A group of fully armed Githyanki warriors with silver swords appeared. In the middle of them was a female creature with a pointed face and luxurious clothes. She was the empress of this group of Githyanki. In the eyes of these astral world natives, she was the supreme existence because worshipping the empress meant that they could not believe in the gods. Believing in the gods was betraying the empress. In every Githyanki group, there was such an empress, and her status was even higher than that of the drows. They were like the Queen of Blades, having almost absolute dominion over the group. The bloodline of the empress was sacred in the eyes of the Githyanki. There were less than 5 such rulers in the entire astral world, and half of them were in the form of liches. The one in front of them did not seem to be a lich. Then this proved that she was still very young, and belonged to the new empress, Eye of the North. The empress of the Githyanki stood on the ground. The red dragon hovering in the sky roared. then slowly landed in front of her and lowered its head quite humbly. The Empress with a pointed face stretched out her slender fingers and stroked the head of the red dragon. Then she looked up and said in a determined voice, "I said I would come back. Have you thought about it? Even now, you're still unwilling to return that thing to us? You should know that if we don't get it back, we'll never give up." Following her words, Yi Zichen's voice fell. The psionic warriors standing on her left and right all pulled out the silver blades behind them in unison, as if they were a whole. The long-term military life made the Githyanki full of discipline. These enemies in front of them were all psionic warriors. They belonged to advanced professions, and almost all of them were high-grade professions. In addition to being comparable to purebred warriors, these people also had a lot of spell-like psionic abilities. They were quite difficult to deal with. Standing behind them was a group of spellcasters in wizard robes. Although the Githyanki did not have many wizards, psionic warlocks could make up for the gap in this respect, and they also had many special advanced professions. For example, there were special professions such as psionic transmitter, fanatic, creator, observer, manipulator, and so on. Roar. The red dragon roared and rose into the air. The psionic warlock's figure floated in the air. The psionic warriors approached with silver blades in their hands. Hundreds of Githyanki warriors surrounded them. Just like what their empress had said, if they didn't get back what they wanted, they wouldn't give up. Even if it was a group of dangerous high-grade witches in front of them. What was it? Hearing the words of the Githyanki empress in front of them, whether it was Soren or the other northern witches, they all looked at the Eye of the North in front of them with doubts. It seemed that not only Soren was curious, but the other northern witches also didn't know what was in the hands of the Eye of the North. So much so that this group of Githyanki would not hesitate to jump from the astral world, to directly attack the North to recapture it. What could make them willing to pay such a high price? They dared to challenge one of the few witch forces in the material plane, a council with more than half of the legendary witches. It wouldn't be much easier than challenging the gods. The Eye of the North in front of them did not answer. She just frowned and looked at the Githyanki empress in front of her, as if she was thinking about something serious. But Soren seemed to remember something. He suddenly trembled, glanced at the Eye of the North in front of him, and then murmured in Gloria's ear, "Silver sword of Githyanki. If it's really it, things will be troublesome." Gloria seemed to be startled when she heard the words, and then replied softly, "Isn't that artifact already destroyed?" Soren shook his head when he heard the words. It was not an easy task to completely destroy a +10 celestial artifact. Chapter 315. The Silver Sword of Gith. Any profession with more than 150 points of knowledge would more or less hear of its name, as well as its many legends. Because it was quite famous in history, and it appeared many times one after another, so in many epic legends, there would be the figure of the Silver Sword of Gith. It was just that most of the time, there were fragments of it. Many people had recast these fragments since ancient times, so there were many +6, +7, +8 silver swords of Gith in the legends. It was a very powerful artifact. Even if it had been recast many times, the Silver Sword of Gith was still a very powerful artifact. Because Soren's legendary curved sword was only +2. It was a sacred object of the Githyankis, and it was also the most powerful artifact that helped them defeat the Psychic Flayer Empire and regain their freedom. The Silver Sword of Gith had a sacred meaning for the astral world race. It was also one of the most powerful artifacts that Soren knew in the world. Because the Silver Sword of Gith in its peak state was a +12 artifact. Even if it was repeatedly destroyed and recast, it was restored to a +10 artifact at most. The strongest state of the Holy Avenger was only +7. This weapon ended an ancient empire, which was the terrible Psychic Flayer Empire in the legends. There were ancient stories that classified Psychic Flayers as creatures from other universes. This kind of monster that looked a bit like an octopus with 2 pairs of large and small tentacles, and was good at enslaving other races and eating the brains of other intelligent creatures as food, was believed by a small number of scholars to be from other crystal wall universes. They came in the age of the ancient gods, and once ruled a large territory in the multiverse, and eventually gradually weakened into dangerous monsters in the Underdark. That era, there were countless legendary spellcasters among the psychic flayers. But such a powerful psychic flayer empire that almost ruled the astral world and other planes was overthrown by the Githyanki with the help of the artifact. How powerful this artifact was could be imagined. Soren knew very little about the Silver Sword of Gith. The only thing he knew was that it had appeared in the time of troubles. Unfortunately, it was only a +6 Silver Sword of Gith. In the end, it killed a saint who was incarnated by a weak divine power. That was just a fragment of the reforged Silver Sword of Gith. The weapons of the Githyanki were very special. They had a very superb and wonderful forging process. It seemed that their top weapons could be reshaped, and even if they were destroyed, they could be restored. Soren guessed that the only thing that could make them not give up was the Silver Sword of Gith. For the silence of the Eye of the North, the Queen of Gith looked angry. She opened her mouth and made a sharp sound. It was not a common language, but a mysterious language that even Gloria could not understand. Then she saw the warriors of Gith standing around her. They pulled out the silver swords at their waists. These strange weapons were completely different from the enemies in front of them, because they left a deep impression on people. After these silver swords were pulled out and thrown into the battle, their bodies turned into a silver fluid, constantly changing shape in the flow and flickering of the swords. Silver Blade +3. These guys' warriors were all equipped with weapons above Transcendent Rank 3. This kind of weapon was extremely dangerous. Not only did it have the ability to cut off the silver thread connected to the soul projection, but it also had the characteristic of beheading. To put it simply, this kind of weapon was very special. As long as one could use it normally, even if one did not master the sword form, beheading, one could use the advantage of the weapon to attack with the effect of beheading. Soren wanted to build a scimitar-style silver blade of Gith back then. It was for the sake of the beheading characteristic of the silver blade above the +3 level. Unfortunately, these Githyanki were too difficult to deal with. They were extremely resistant to their weapons falling into the hands of other creatures, so Soren could only go to the Underdark to build fine gold weapons. The Githyanki would do whatever it took to take back the silver blades that fell into the hands of others. Unless the target was too strong, they would give up on taking back the weapons. Perhaps they were also afraid that someone would figure out the secret of forging the silver blade of Gith. The main show is about to begin. When he saw a row of Gith warriors with +3 silver blades of Gith, all of whom were grade 4 or above, entering the battlefield, even Soren couldn't help but feel a little nervous. These guys were all psionic warriors, and they could use low-level psionic spells. Their combat power was not comparable to those at the beginning. The simplest number could describe their combat power. In their hands, they were holding +3 silver blades of Gith worth 49,000 Kindler, and they were wearing +3 armor of Gith worth 27,000 Kindler. As for other equipment, Soren didn't know, but it seemed that all of them were extraordinary level items. Kill them all. Take back the holy artifact. The Queen of Gith pulled out a long and narrow silver sword. This silver sword was as mysterious as flowing liquid. It was difficult for people who were not proficient in different weapons to use it. However, in the hands of the Queen of Gith, this conservative estimate of +5 silver blade of Gith was as flexible as a whip. The flowing silver sword looked a bit like a soft sword that was impossible to guard against, but it could become a sharp and hard beheading sword when needed. The shape of the silver blade of Gith could be changed, but it required psionic power to cooperate. Note, therefore, it is difficult for other races to use the silver blade of Gith. Be careful. Soren looked at the enemy who was getting closer and closer in front of him and said in a deep voice, "Pay attention to the silver blades of the Gith warriors. They can change their shape and cut off the silver wire connecting your body." The +3 silver blade of Gith was a combination of soft sword, long sword, heavy sword, and beheading sword. At that time, many melee professions coveted this weapon, but in the end, only a few could bring back the finished product from the astral plane. And after getting the weapon, it was easy to be chased by the Githyanki across the plane. Dang. 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 Soren didn't dare to be 50 meters away from the witch line. He didn't dare to be distracted to observe other people in this level of battle, because the Gith warrior in front of him, who was about grade 4, gave him considerable psychological pressure. The Gith warrior didn't have such a strong mind control ability, but he had special psionic spells. For example, the pain that appeared on Soren's body just now was the psionic spell of the psionic warrior, which directly affected the pain on the spiritual level. Pain Strike. Level 1 psionic spell. The moment Soren was touched by the enemy, he suffered 6 points of mental damage. There was no wound on his body, but it was painful as if someone had cut open his stomach. Dang. The silver blade flowed like liquid, and it emitted dazzling light when it was waved. The enemy's fighting skills were quite brilliant. With the change of the weapon's shape, Soren almost felt a little difficult to fight back. Because a moment ago, it was still a slashing attack with a heavy sword, and the next moment, the silver blade became a long and narrow sword, and it could also turn slightly, as if it was holding a soft sword and shaking it out to attack. Soren's arm was stained with a little bit of silver because of this. With his current 29 points of dexterity, there was no way to completely avoid the attack. My enemy's strength. Level 2 psionic spell. It seemed that he also felt the advantage of Soren's attributes. After finding that the enemy in front of him was quite difficult to deal with, the Gith warrior suddenly stretched out his hand and grabbed forward, and a psionic spell burst out. A row of data quickly emerged. Attacked by psionic spells. Affected by absorption effect. Test of fortitude. Test of fortitude failed. You temporarily lost 2 points of strength. Strength will be transferred to the enemy within 15 minutes. Damn it. Soren's face changed slightly. He held his curved sword and twisted it violently. Then his figure rose into the air and turned into a cold light. Sword form spinning strike. Shadow strike. Soren and the Gith warriors who were fighting turned into afterimages. On the other side, the battle of the northern witches also became quite fierce. In the face of enemies who far outnumbered them, the witches did not blindly cast spells to carry out a blanket attack. Instead, they cast summoning spells one after another. The Gith Yankees were born with psionic power. When their strength reached a certain level, even warriors could use spells such as Anywhere Door, Levitation, Blink, and other spells to teleport a short distance, so the blanket spells did not have a good effect on them. Except for spells above level 7. The rest were only suitable for bullying low-grade warriors. Level 3 Summon Monster. Summon Wind Elemental, Elder. Summon Earth Elemental, Elder. Summon Fire Elemental, Elder. Summon Neon Mist. Summon Demons. Summon Demons. A series of magic auras emerged, accompanied by portals. When this woman went crazy, she simply didn't care about her life. Those who summoned elementals were still okay, but those who dared to summon demons and demons, even Soren couldn't help but frown. Fortunately, they released the Protect from Evil spell in advance. These demons did not care who summoned them, and they would even attack the spellcaster when they went crazy. The elementals summoned by the witches were quite powerful. In the front was an Earth Elemental Elder with a monster level of about 21. Then the Wind Elemental Elder surrounded it, and the Fire Elemental Elder was waiting to move. More than a dozen high-grade witches summoned at the same time, and in an instant, an army of monsters was formed. Scattered around were more than 30 monsters controlled by the level 3 Summon Monster spell, and a group of elementals blocked the enemy from approaching. The only thing that was more annoying was the 2 demons. For some reason, Soren had a strong feeling of wanting to kill them when he saw them. Chapter 316. ZZZ. Soren's figure kept retreating, and at the same time, he suddenly reached out and tore off the outside half of his sleeve, pulling the distance to more than 15 meters. Just now his spinning strike hit the opponent's body, but it seemed to have hit an invisible energy barrier, and was abruptly isolated a centimeter away. This was the psionic armor of the Gith warrior, which could withstand a certain amount of damage and could cover any armor. It meant that Soren had broken the psionic armor, but he also had to break the Gith armor +3, which was equivalent to a plate armor. The guy in front of him was like an iron can. For the first time, Soren had such a strong feeling of not knowing where to start. Maybe he really came here too early. The astral plane should be a place to explore after reaching the legendary level. This kind of enemy who challenged across planes had too many strange means. However, what really made Soren feel dangerous was not the enemy's defensive ability, but the Gith warrior in front of him actually opened his mouth and spat out a dragon's breath. Black Dragon's Breath. Level 3 Psionic Spell. This sudden Black Dragon's Breath made Soren unable to defend himself at all. If it weren't for his amazing dexterity, he would have been hit directly in the head. Even so, it caused nearly 18 points of strong acid damage to him, and a layer of skin on his left arm was corroded. This was not a complete version of the Black Dragon's Breath. Even the Draken's and Dragon Disciples' breath were not as good as it. However, it was still a psionic replica of the Dragon's Breath attack. The acid effect of the Black Dragon's Breath was simply as big as 2 heads for Soren. How many strange means does this guy have? Soren was a little nervous. The Gith warrior in front of him was quite difficult to deal with. He felt like he was dealing with an enemy who practiced both magic and martial arts. This was the astral plane. Not only the people who entered here could cast spells instantly, but the people who lived here could also cast spells instantly. That was why Soren did not dare to be too far away from the witches. He was afraid that he would be killed by a psionic warlock directly. After all, spells were unpredictable, and even legendary warriors as strong as dragons did not like to take Finger of Death or disintegrate head-on. The psionic warrior in front of him was also an instant spellcaster. As a special advanced warrior profession, his spellcasting level was not high. It was basically impossible for him to have spells above the 6th circle, so most of his psionic spells were instant cast. However, because his intelligence wasn't high, he didn't know many spells. Instant cast. Soren also had the ability to cast instant spells, but he had no intention of using it, because he was waiting for an opportunity. In other words, he was creating an opportunity for himself, an opportunity to kill the enemy in one strike. From the beginning to the end, he did not use any spells. He fought like a purebred rogue, and he was the kind of rogue that looked very professional and brilliant at first glance. Therefore, in the eyes of the Gith warrior, there was more than a 60% chance that he would think that Soren did not have the ability to cast spells. Because of several combat opportunities, if Soren knew any spells, he could slightly reverse the situation. Soren was hit twice, but he couldn't even break the opponent's psionic defense. Dang. Dang. The Gith warrior did not give Soren a chance to open up the distance, and the battle on the side had begun to stir. Some high-grade Gith professions broke through the defense line of the elemental army and closed the distance to within 50 meters of the witches. The distance here was quite dangerous for the witches, but it was also dangerous for them. Only 3 to 5 disintegrate and Finger of Death were shot out in succession, and 3 Gith warriors were killed under the spell attack. Group Human Immobilization. Gloria's voice came from behind Soren. When her spell was over, a witch immediately controlled a giant earth elemental to smash it. However, the earth elemental attack did not kill the enemy, because of the psionic warrior's psionic shield, and also because they had a strong defensive ability and vitality as a warrior. The Eye of the North blocked the space near the witches, and the Gith's Blink and Anywhere Door spells were all ineffective, which made them unable to use space jump to rush to the witches. After all, this half-bit wall was the territory of the northern witches, and the Gith had an innate disadvantage in the rules of the half-bit wall. However, the situation was not so optimistic because the northern witches were only a dozen strong, but the enemy in front of them was a group of Gith. It was estimated that the enemy still had thousands of combatants, as well as a red dragon that had not yet fought. Dispel spell. Disintegrate. Greater Dispel Magic Wall. Spell Protection Barrier. Continuous spells appeared, some of which even Soren could not distinguish. These spells came from the northern witches and psionic warlocks. Although the Gith did not have many powerful wizards, they had a large number of psionic warlocks. They might have a gap in the number of spells, but they could still threaten the existence of the northern witches by relying on their numbers. At the very least, they were still trying to dispel the northern witches' energy defensive force fields, even though their spellcasting levels were lower than the witches. Once the energy shield was removed, most of the witches present would not be able to withstand 2 attacks from the psionic warrior. Clang. Soren twisted his waist and stepped away from the enemy's attack, but he did not expect that the silver blade in the enemy's hand would turn into a silver soft sword in the next moment. With a flick of the opponent's wrist, the sword directly pierced into Soren's waist. Psionic energy could change the shape of the Gith silver blade, and the consumption was equivalent to a level 1 psionic spell. In battle, this was the attack that Soren was most afraid of. The blade flowed like a silver liquid. This +3 silver blade that cost nearly 50,000 Kindler pierced through Soren's shield, and blood immediately gushed out. Good chance. The Gith warrior in front of him seemed to find that this was a good opportunity to directly end the enemy's life. The whole person suddenly rushed forward to assassinate. The Gith silver blade turned into a huge beheading sword under the psionic energy, and a cold light directly cut through Soren's head. Sword form beheading. Soren did not expect that after fighting so many times, this time he would be attacked by the sword form beheading. However, this was the best opportunity for him, because the sword form beheading was one of the moves that Soren was most familiar with. He knew where the weakness of this move was, and he knew very well that when the sword form beheading was launched, it meant that the enemy had exhausted all his strength. Arcane Missile *3. Arcane Missile Empower Spell *3. Theoretically speaking, Soren was indeed forced into a corner by the enemy's continuous attacks. That was to say, he had no room to dodge at all, and he could not avoid the changed shape of the Gith silver blade. Therefore, in the eyes of the Gith warrior, the only thing that Soren could do was to resist, which meant that he would be continuously attacked. The beheading characteristic of the Gith silver blade gave it a terrible continuous lethality. Imagination was very beautiful, but the reality was quite cruel. In fact, Soren only had one trump card to turn the tables. That was the most basic level 1 spell that wizards mastered, Arcane Missile. This spell should have been very difficult to threaten the Gith warrior in front of him, but if it was in the astral plane, it would be different, because there was instant cast here. Due to the limited number of spells he had mastered, as a half-baked wizard, Soren had memorized a lot of arcane missiles. Originally he had used the ability Empower Spell to memorize all the level 2 spells into level 3 spells. So now all the level 2 spell slots had been replaced with the enhanced version of Arcane Missile. Therefore, at the moment when Soren launched a counterattack, there were a total of 15 ordinary arcane missiles and 15 enhanced arcane missiles with 50% lethality. All 30 arcane missiles hit the enemy's abdomen. The psionic shield of the Gith warrior in front of him was almost broken in an instant, and then the arcane missiles hit the opponent's armor. The continuous close-range explosions hit the weakest point of the armor, and he could not help but fly upside down. Soren's explosion at this moment was completely beyond the enemy's expectation. He felt like he was hit by 30 bullets at the same time at close range, and he suddenly felt very uncomfortable. The astral plane was the stage of spellcasters. Instant cast greatly enhanced their combat power, but it also reduced their endurance. Shang. Soren instant cast all the arcane missiles in one breath, and then slashed his curved sword at the opponent's neck in an instant. Sword form beheading. An eye for an eye. Soren's eyes were fierce, and in the fountain of blood, he swung his sword and cut off the head of the high-grade Gith warrior in front of him. Plop! A headless body fell to the ground. A series of data appeared in front of Soren's eyes. Activated sword form beheading. You've dealt 126 beheading damage to the target. Beheading successful. Target dead. Extracting soul energy. You've gained 8150 slaughter EXP. Battle experience. You've gained part of the information of the ability, proficient spellcasting, in the battle. You've gained part of the information of the ability, combat spellcasting, in the battle. Soren did not look at the data that appeared. After killing the enemy in front of him, he first took a breath, and then quickly picked up the silver sword of Gith +3. The silver sword seemed very heavy, because in the hands of non-Gith Yankees, others who use it must accept a alien weapon punishment. However, Soren just frowned slightly. After holding the hilt of the silver sword, he shook it gently. Then he saw the silver light flowing, and the silver sword in his hand turned into the most basic form of a long sword. At the same time, the heavy and sluggish feeling gradually disappeared. Omnipotent hands, legendary skill. Blood dripped down the palm of his hand. Soren held the legendary curved sword in one hand, and the silver sword of Gith +3 in the other hand, standing in place with a cold expression. Roar. A dull dragon's roar sounded. The red dragon hovering in the sky finally felt that it was time. It roared and swooped down toward the enemy below. At the same time, it opened its mouth and spat out a hot red dragon's breath. The temperature rose sharply. Under the breath of the most powerful adult red dragon of the 5 colors, the nearby temperature seemed to rise a lot. Chapter 3:17. Omnipotent hands. In theory, this allowed Soren to use any equipment and weapons. So when he picked up the silver sword of Gith, it was only a moment of discomfort, and then he mastered the skill of using it very flexibly. Unfortunately, this kind of weapon must be mastered to fully exert its effect. So when Soren picked it up, the silver sword was the most basic form of a long sword, and he couldn't use psionic power to change the shape of the silver sword of Gith. When Soren held it, it was like a silver blade that emitted light, and when the Githyankies used it, it was like a flowing silver liquid. However, even so, its lethality was still very amazing. Item type: Silver Sword of Gith +3. Item grade: Rare, grade 3. Item description: This is a weapon forged with special skills and enchantment craftsmanship. Only the Githyankies who live in the astral world can forge this kind of special equipment. When the silver sword of Gith is pulled out, it is like a flowing silver liquid, and it needs the corresponding psionic power to perfectly exert its effect. The silver sword of Gith has far more lethality than the rare weapons of the same level, but to use it, one must master the ability, Strange Weapon. Please note that this weapon is very powerful, but it is also very dangerous because any outsider holding the silver sword of Gith may be located by the Githyankies, and then they will do everything to get it back. Equipment requirements: Xenogenic Weapon Specialty Equipment Effect. Astral Weapon Beheading Characteristic: Silver Line Cut, Form Change +3 Sharpness, +3 Penetration, +3 Toughness, +1 Armor Break. Weapon Special Effect. Astral Weapon. Astral Weapon uses special materials and can cause normal damage to any enemy, so no enemy can be immune to the attack of Astral Weapon. Weapon Special Effect. Beheading Characteristic. This weapon has a natural beheading characteristic, and it was forged to be more suitable for beheading attacks. Without mastering the beheading characteristic, any beheading attack with this weapon is equivalent to mastering the basic effect of the beheading characteristic. If you have the beheading characteristic, it will make the weapon more lethal. Weapon Special Effect. Silver Line Cut. The silver sword of the Githyankies can cut the silver line connected to the soul, forcing the enemy to return to the body and suffer a certain amount of damage. Please note that only soul projections have the silver thread. Living beings with physical bodies in the astral world do not have the silver thread. Weapon Characteristics. Transformation. The silver blade of Gith can change its shape. When it enters the battle, the blade emits a silver stream of light. With psionic power, it can change into the shape of a long sword, a heavy sword, a beheading sword, etc. There are certain limitations to this form change. At most, it can only change a part of its form. A rank 3 extraordinary weapon. But in terms of weapon lethality, the silver blade of Gith was definitely a legendary level equipment. Its attack power and armor-piercing ability were not as good as the legendary curved sword Icing Death, but the Gith silver blade had quite a lot of characteristics, and it also had the characteristics of cutting the silver line in the astral world and beheading attacks. This weapon was much stronger than Soren's Scimitar +1. Since Soren had the talent Greater Dual Wielding, it was only natural that he needed to wield 2 weapons in order to maximize his combat prowess. With his omnipotent hands, he did not suffer too much punishment when using the Gith silver blade. On the contrary, he seemed to be quite proficient in it. Boom! The sound of a violent explosion came from afar. As more and more Githyankies rushed to the front of the northern witches, the witches also began to cast lethal evocation spells. They raised the staffs in their hands, and with a series of spells, fireballs, icicles, acid arrows, and so on, which had been stored in them, also attacked the Githyankies' warriors in front of them one after another. The casualties of the enemy began to increase, but the situation of the northern witches was also a bit dangerous because after the distance was narrowed to a certain extent, the Githyanki could already attack their energy protection field. Roar! There was a dull roar. Solon looked up at the sky and couldn't help but curse. He then ran back as if his life depended on it. Red Dragon. This was the most powerful and cunning creature among the 5-colored dragons. As expected, it chose Soren as its target. It was ready to burn this little human to death first. The bird that sticks out gets shot. The bird that sticks out may not only be the strongest and the most conspicuous, but it may also be the weakest and the easiest to deal with. The damn red dragon was such a creature. As the largest, strongest, and fiercest creature among the chromatic dragons, although the red dragon had a rather arrogant character, it liked to deal with the weakest enemies first in battle. They liked to defeat their enemies one by one, kill the weakest enemies first, and then kill the target one by one, and finally leave the enemy alone. Therefore, when dealing with the red dragon, the weakest person was the most dangerous. If the red dragon couldn't see which one was the weakest, it would attack the one that was the easiest to deal with. All of the northern witches present were high-grade northern witches, so Sauron was undoubtedly the weakest, and the easiest to deal with. Therefore, the red dragon locked onto him as its first target. Its huge body swooped down, but it did not directly attack Soren with its claws. Instead, it took a deep breath in the air, and then opened its mouth to spit out a scorching dragon's breath. Evade sight. Shadow jump. Soren's figure suddenly disappeared. He could barely tank the white dragon's breath, but he definitely wouldn't dare to tank the red dragon's breath. This was because the red dragon's breath was the most powerful among the chromatic dragons. If one didn't have any constitution or fire resistance, the red dragon's breath could deal about 120 fire damage. Under normal circumstances, a level 1 warrior's HP was about 15, which meant that the place where it breathed would be directly cleared out like a plow. This was also why the red dragon had appeared the most in epics and legends since ancient times, and also the reason why it represented the most danger. The surging heat wave chased after him. Soren had no choice but to use Shadow Jump, and then appeared behind an earth elemental in front of him. The red dragon's huge body chased after him from behind. Although it was a little surprised by the cunning enemy's escape, as a dragon, it did not care at all. Because it was an adult red dragon, which meant that it was strong and had amazing strength. And it also meant that it could continuously use dragon's breath. The scorching hot dragon's breath directly cleared out a burn mark on the ground. The earth elemental that Soren had used Shadow Jump was enveloped by the dragon's breath, and it only lasted for 2 seconds before it turned into a pile of half-crystallized fragments. Red dragon fire. The hottest kind of fire in the mortal world. Careful! Gloria's scream came from the front, and then a fire protection buff was cast on Soren. At this time, Soren no longer had the energy to look around. Instead, he awkwardly rolled and dodged, and then jumped as far as possible to the right as possible. The dragon's breath came from behind him. The speed on the ground would never be faster than the speed of flying. Soren felt a burning breath coming from behind, and then a dragon's breath enveloped him in a sea of fire. He still could not avoid it. The red dragon's breath covered nearly twice the area of other dragons, and the sea of fire they spat out could last for half a minute. In short, when the red dragon launched its dragon's breath, it could fly all the way from one side of the town to the other side, and then spit out a sea of fire in a straight line. The largest distance Soren had ever seen was a wall of fire about 30 meters wide and 600 meters long. The red dragon's huge body gave it an even more amazing lung capacity. The scorching dragon's breath enveloped Soren, and for a moment, he felt a burning sensation all over his body. Although the fire protection cast by the witch absorbed hundreds of damage from the dragon's breath, Soren's HP was still decreasing at a rate of 20 to 30 points. His extraordinary physique gave him a certain degree of toughness and immunity, but Soren still couldn't withstand the dragon's breath for a long time. He felt as if he had entered a furnace, and his flesh and blood were about to be burnt. However, just when Soren felt that he was about to enter a state of serious injury, the legendary curved sword in his hand suddenly burst out a dazzling light. A cold force poured into Soren's body. It offset the scorching dragon's breath that enveloped him, and at the same time reduced the damage he suffered. The blade of icing death burst out a dazzling light, and this silver light was more obvious and dazzling than the silver sword of Gith. It was as eye-catching as a torch, and the light on it could not be extinguished at all. The scorching dragon's breath enveloped Soren's surroundings, but the temperature of icing death dropped below zero. It transmitted a cold force to Soren's body, constantly offsetting the damage of the red dragon's breath, and even emitted a magic aura to extinguish the surrounding flames. It woke up. As a legendary curved sword, the moment it woke up, Soren felt a will, which was as simple as an animal's. This will was telling Soren that it had woken up. It was also activating the ability it had in the past. The cold breath escaped, and Soren's fire damage was getting lower and lower. The nearby flames that were burning because of the dragon's breath were gradually extinguished. The curved sword, icing death. For some reason that Soren did not know, it woke up the moment it suffered the red dragon's breath. When it woke up, the ability that it had lost for some reason in the past began to recover. As a curved sword in the epic legend, its ability was definitely not only very sharp and added a little cold damage. Chapter 318. The huge body of the red dragon roared through the air. The overconfident character of the red dragon did not even check whether Soren was dead or not. In the red dragon's knowledge, even a grade 4 warrior would find it difficult to survive the dragon's breath, let alone Soren, who was just a rogue who did not seem to have thick skin. Rogues were the weakest melee professions. Even if they advanced into the realm of legends, they would still be in a state of near death from the red dragon's dragon breath. Soren's injury was actually not that serious. The scorching dragon breath reduced his HP by more than 1/3 and brought him hundreds of damage. However, when the dazzling light appeared on the curved sword icing death, the damage he suffered began to be greatly reduced. The curved sword had once helped a powerful legendary figure fight against the Baylor. As a higher demon in the bottomless abyss, any creature that approached it would be fatally burned. Therefore, in other words, the burning damage of the Baylor's flames was not much worse than the dragon breath of the red dragon. It could resist the flames of the Baylor's body, and naturally, it could also resist the dragon breath of the red dragon. Soren's figure stood in the fire. The raging flames were burning around him, but the speed of his HP reduction had slowed down to single digits. This level of fire damage was not fatal. At least it gave him the ability to resist the dragon breath once or twice. He would not be in a state of near death from the dragon breath. However, the injuries on his body were still very troublesome. Soren glanced at the red dragon that circled in the air, and came back again. There was a cold light in his eyes, as well as a strong murderous intent. Level up the profession of shadow dancer. For so long, Soren had been restraining his desire to level up his profession in order to have the ability to turn the tables when necessary. He knew very well that he was best at the fighting style of a rogue. As a wizard, he was simply an unqualified dabbler. Therefore, even if he had the slaughter EXP to level up his wizard profession, Soren still stored it there. This was because if Soren encountered a battle that was beyond his capabilities, 1 or 2 wizard levels would be useless. On the contrary, 1 or 2 rogue levels would greatly increase Soren's combat prowess. Wizards really needed to accumulate experience. It would take at least 20 years for a native wizard to take shape. Soren had only been a part-time wizard for less than 3 months. In 3 months he had walked the path that other magi had taken 3 years to complete. However, he was not a god after all. There was no way he could complete the 30-year journey of other adepts in 3 months. Even if he had a relatively high sorcerer rank, it still wouldn't work. A row of data appeared before his eyes. The shadow dancer profession has been upgraded to level 4. Receive 31 DX 25 plus, INT 21 to 10, asterisk 0. 5. Skill points, HP increased by 14, profession HP 8 plus, con 22 to 10, asterisk 0. 5. Mastered the shadow dancer's innate ability Shadow Leap. Promoted to a class 4 professional. Obtained an additional specialty point. The shadow dancer profession has been upgraded to level 5. Receive 31 DX 25 plus, INT 21 to 10, asterisk 0. 5 skill points, HP increased by 14, profession HP 8+, con 22 to 10 *0, 5. Mastered the Shadow Dancer's innate ability, roll dodge. Received an additional free attribute point. Received an specialty point. The total rogue profession level is 12. Received an additional weapon point. All the slaughter EXP was consumed like flowing water, but Soren's rogue level had increased in a straight line. His total rogue level had reached 12. Not only did he get an additional free attribute point, and specialty point, and an additional weapon point. At the same time, after his total profession level had reached class 4, Soren also got an additional specialty point. Therefore, after he had consecutively upgraded 2 profession levels, his strength could be said to have increased explosively. Choose the ability Danger Sense. Soren's figure flew out of the sea of fire. When he upgraded the rogue's profession level, the first ability he chose was Danger Sense. This was the most powerful superpower evasion ability. If it wasn't for the fact that he didn't have enough experience before, he would have chosen it very early on. Because Danger Sense was a superpower evasion ability, it didn't require too much judgment at all. He could directly get the Sixth Sense buff from the perception aspect. Instinctive Evasion Special Ability. From now on, you will have a strong instinctive evasion ability. When you are caught off guard, or when you are attacked by an invisible enemy, you can retain the reflexive evasion ability brought by your agility. And from now on, you will have a weak Sixth Sense. You can feel the attack launched against you in advance. This prediction ability is affected by the perception bonus. Note: the higher the perception, the stronger the ability to predict attacks. As he mastered the special ability, Intuition, Soren's body suddenly moved. Then, without looking back, he directly blocked an arrow from behind with his curved sword. With a crisp clang, Soren's figure disappeared into the shadows. He had entered stealth mode. This was the power of Danger Sense. He could rely on his intuition to predict. Although Soren's perception wasn't very high, the bonus of 16 points of perception was equivalent to at least 3 points of evasion. Consumed 1 weapon point to learn the ability Grandmaster, Curved Sword. Soren's eyes were cold. He locked his eyes on the red dragon in the sky. At the same time, he was completely invisible and followed the red dragon's flight path. He was waiting for the red dragon to land because the dragon's breath couldn't be sustained for a long time. When the first round of dragon's breath was over, the red dragon would try to dive down to attack the enemy. Then it would launch a round of fierce dragon wing attack, and at the same time, sweep its tail as the final killing move. It wasn't the first time Soren dealt with dragons. Their biological habits were very similar. As long as someone attracted their attention, Soren could find a chance to sneak attack the opponent. But before that, he still needed to improve his lethality. The ability Danger Sense had greatly increased his survivability, so the next thing he needed to improve was his combat ability. Soren was ready to get his first legendary combat ability at this moment. Consumed 1 weapon point to learn the ability, Legendary Curved Sword. As the last weapon point was consumed, the legendary curved sword in Soren's hand, Icing Death, seemed to have sensed something and made a cheerful sound. It was like the pleasant sound of the blade being flicked. As a legendary curved sword with a simple mind, it seemed to feel that its master's ability when using it was comparable to those epic and legendary figures. Curved Sword Legendary. You are already a legendary master who uses curved swords. There are few people in the world who are better at using curved swords than you. Your ability to control this weapon is comparable to the legendary Sword Saint. It's not an exaggeration to say that you are extraordinary. I'm afraid that in the whole world, only a few epic figures, or some gods who like to use curved swords, can compete with your ability to control this weapon. This weapon has become a part of your body. You can use it at any time to cause more damage. Accuracy +5, damage +5, attack speed +3, critical strike multiplier +1, fatal strike +1. It was a very wonderful state. When Soren upgraded his ability to Curved Sword, Legendary, he seemed to have entered a wonderful state for a moment. He could feel the simple consciousness of the legendary curved sword, Icing Death. He could feel the touch of the air on the blade. It was as if his skin nerves had extended to the curved sword. The air was blowing on the blade of the curved sword, but he felt as if the air was blowing on his skin. It was a very wonderful feeling. It was as if the curved sword had become a part of his body. He could clearly feel the air when the curved sword was waving, the trembling of the blade when blocking the enemy's attack, and how small the deviation of the next attack would be, and how much impact it would have when hitting the enemy. Because even the air resistance in contact with the curved sword was in Soren's perception. It was wonderful. Soren actually had a feeling of one with the sword. Chapter 319. The figure of the red dragon roared past. When a round of dragon's breath was over, its huge body began to dive down. The northern witches began to aim spells at the red dragon in the sky, but there were few spells that could cause fatal damage to it. Adult red dragons had strong resistance to spells. Basically, spells below level 3 had little effect on them. Sometimes, even the protection of the dragon scales could not be broken. Adult red dragons had 10 points of spell reduction. Its dragon body was immune to any spell attack with less than 10 points of damage. At the same time, it was also immune to any fire damage. Fireball. Fireballs the size of washbasins fell from the sky. However, they did not come from other spellcasters, but directly from the mouth of the red dragon. As the most powerful dragon in the chromatic dragon, the adult red dragon had a spellcaster level of 7 to 9, which meant that it was roughly equivalent to a level 8 dragon disciple. The speed at which dragons learn spells was relatively slow. In fact, very few dragons were very eager to learn, so their spells were all learned on their own. A studious dragon was quite terrible. This kind of dragon was also 1 in 100 among the dragons, because it meant that they had to deal with human-like creatures. Rumble. There was a violent explosion. The first wave of dragon breath had yet to break the defensive formation of the northern witches, but the second wave of fireball spells had forcefully cleared out the monsters summoned by the northern witches. Dragon spells. Although there were not as many types as wizards, the number of times it was used was not small at all. The red dragon did not use those low-grade control spells, because it was basically impossible to threaten the high-grade northern witches. All the spells it used were area of effect spells, the purpose of which was to clean up the summoned creatures. It was very cunning and knew how to use tactics. It even knew how to choose weak enemies to attack. So when it found a chance to attack the northern witches' formation after cleaning up the summoned monsters, the red dragon immediately flapped its huge dragon wings and swooped down. Dragon Wing Strike. No spell was better than the power of the dragon itself. The adult red dragon's strength was the highest among all the dragons. It could reach 33 points of strength without any extra bloodline talent. This power was enough to flatten most of the creatures in the material plane. Therefore, as long as a person was hit by the dragon's wings, most of them would die on the spot, have their bodies broken, or be knocked unconscious. The northern witches were no different. That was why the northern witches had all activated the teleportation spells they had prepared when they sensed the crimson dragon diving down from the sky, as well as the dragon's wing strike that followed closely behind. Bang! The Earth Elemental Elder was sent flying nearly 30 meters away. They were both legendary creatures, but the Elder Earth Elemental was like a child in front of the Crimson Dragon. The Crimson Dragon completely crushed the Elder Earth Elemental in both size and power. The dragon wing attack stunned the Elder Earth Elemental, and cracks appeared on half of its body. The other summoned creatures nearby were all sent flying. It was as if the area was cleared by the red dragon. Even the berserk mad demon's spine had been broken by the dragon's wings. Now half of his body was twisted and struggling on the ground. This was the power of a dragon. There was almost no chance of winning in a head-on confrontation. The northern witches all avoided the crimson dragon's wing strike. In fact, in the astral plane where spells below level 6 could be cast instantly, the crimson dragon did not expect to hit these powerful high-grade northern witches with its wing strike. An instantaneous teleportation spell, whether it was blink anywhere door, space jump, or other similar abilities, could all avoid the crimson dragon's wing strike. However, the crimson dragon's purpose had been achieved. After the northern witches launched teleportation spells to avoid the dragon's wing strike, their formation was completely broken. How could they maintain their formation after teleportation? The dragon's wing strike directly knocked away the summoned creatures within 30 meters, and the violent impact cleared other creatures within 50 meters. How could there be any defense line? They had to face more than just this crimson dragon. Therefore, when the summoned creatures summoned by the northern witches to block the enemy's approach, and also used as cannon fodder to block spells, were all sent flying by the red dragon, the psionic warlocks of the Githyanki seized the opportunity. They seized the opportunity to directly hit the northern witches. Dispel magic. Disintegrate. Greater dispel magic wall. The spellcasting ability of the psionic warlocks was not as good as these professional northern witches. In fact, any spellcasting class was not as good as professional wizards. However, when these psionic warlocks were obsessed with using spells to remove the energy protection field of the northern witches, the situation of the battle began to gradually change. First of all, the protective field of a northern witch was completely broken, and then a psionic warrior rushed in front of her, waving the silver sword of Githyanki's and slashing directly at her. Then there was the protective energy field triggered by accident, as well as the protective spells triggered by the items on her body. Dispel magic. Disintegrate. The second round of spell attacks came, and the psionic warrior who rushed over was killed by a spell, but the last protective field of the northern witch was also broken. Then a distorted figure emerged, and a Githyanki's appeared near her, then waved a silver sword and stabbed into her body from the back. After exhausting all the protective spells, the northern witch in front of her was as fragile as a straw. In an instant, her heart was pierced by the enemy, and her neck was broken at the same time. Without protection, the wizards were harvested one by one. The dead northern witch gradually dissipated, and her body was restored to spiritual energy and disappeared. As for whether her body would wake up or not, it was a hard thing to say, because when the soul projection died, one must go through a mandatory test of fortitude, will, and spirit. If one failed, one's strength may be reduced, and the body left behind may directly become a corpse. If one encountered an enemy in the astral plane who knew how to attack the soul, the possibility of the body becoming a corpse was as high as 90%. That was why Soren did not like to come to the astral plane, because it was too dangerous. The first death of the northern witch made the Githyanki's excited because they knew that the seemingly powerful senior witches in front of them were not invincible. The battle was still going on. However, others could no longer see Soren's figure because he had put all his skill points into sneak, and then his whole person completely entered the state of stealth. As long as no one cast detect stealth near him, then basically no one could rely on the detection ability to find Soren's trace. He was waiting for an opportunity. Not only was he waiting for the dragon to launch an attack, but he was also waiting for the witches to further consume the dragon's vitality. There were few spells that could kill a dragon in an instant. Even legendary spells were difficult to break through the adult dragon's top-level fortitude, but this did not mean that spells could not hurt it. In fact, when the red dragon flew over from the sky, it was already in a state of minor injury. The flapping of its wings destroyed the formation of the summoned creatures and killed all the low-level summoned creatures. Only the higher-level elemental creatures remained nearby. The red dragon was not in a hurry to deal with the witches, because it knew that the witches were quite dangerous. If it was too impulsive, legendary spells would be waiting for it. The cunning red dragon did not like to use its life to resist legendary spells. Dragon Tail Sweep. The red dragon was cleaning up the nearby elementals. These summoned elementals were not its opponents, but killing them could greatly increase the pressure on the northern witches, because the Githyanki's could already attack them. Soren's figure was approaching little by little, when the red dragon, which was huge like a mountain of flesh in front of him, had just launched a dragon tail sweep. His figure suddenly flew out. Soren's target was the red dragon's abdomen, where he could directly attack the internal organs of the dragon. However, if he wanted to hit the dragon's heart, he could only rely on the dragon-slaying spear because the red dragon's body was too wide, and ordinary weapons could not reach the heart at all. In front of Soren were solid dark red dragon scales. When he approached the red dragon's body, the huge monster seemed to feel something. It waved its dragon wings and wanted to slap away the possible enemy. However, Soren dodged with a vigorous twist and directly avoided the powerful dragon wings. Then he clenched his curved sword and stabbed the scales of the red dragon's abdomen. Poochie! It was a completely different feeling. Soren easily pierced the red dragon's body, as if it had no defensive dragon scales at all. Then he found that when he attacked just now, he just subconsciously stabbed the gap between the red dragon's scales. The dragon's scales were not a complete hole. They were solid scales, and each scale had a small gap. It was useless to pierce through them from the front, but he could attack the part where the dragon's scales were connected by following the slope. This was something that Soren could not do in the past, because he did not have such superb skills to be able to maintain such amazing accuracy at the moment of launching an explosive attack. But he seemed to have done it now. Soren not only did it, but when he clenched his curved sword and stabbed it through the gap between the dragon's scales, he also felt the touch of the sword. He broke through the tough dragon skin and pierced into the muscle layer of the red dragon. After piercing through the muscle layer, the curved sword he clenched seemed to have become his fingers. The touch from the blade let him know that it was close to the muscle ligament. A living creature's body was made up of pieces of muscle. Muscle also had a strong defensive ability, but at the place where each piece of muscle was connected, its defensive ability was quite weak. Butcherding dissects an ox. This was the only analogy that Soren could think of. Butcherding was most familiar with cows, but Soren was most familiar with his sword. Curved sword legendary. Critical strike multiplier +1, critical strike +1. Chapter 320. The blade cut through the tendons, and Soren actually felt very smooth. It felt like he was chopping firewood with a knife. He used to cut horizontally, which required a lot of strength. But now he was chopping vertically, using both the force of gravity and the path of the wood itself. This knife was supposed to be 3 inches deep into the red dragon's body before it lost its strength. But now, Soren had stabbed nearly a foot deep, and at the same time, he had opened up a nearly 3-inch wound. To put it simply, Soren had almost cut off a piece of flesh that weighed about 100 pounds from the red dragon's abdomen. It was just one cut. The red dragon let out a painful roar, which was even more painful than when it was hit by a round of spells from the northern witches. Spirit spells could not control the will of the dragon, and damage spells could not break the protection of the dragon's scales. Since the destruction of the Arcane Empire, people had mentioned the elemental tide more than once, and they had cited a large number of changes in pureblood dragons to prove the impact of the elemental tide on other creatures. The lifespan of dragons could be as long as thousands of years. Some of the dragons who had lived for quite a long time could clearly see the greater impact of time on their power. This theory eventually pointed to the peak of the elemental tide about 300 to 500 years later. Some people suspected that this would lead to the rise of the Dragon Island. The witches' formation was completely messed up. They did not come with their real bodies, so they only retained about 80% of their strength. Both the casting level and the strength of the spells were much lower than the strength of the real body. A wizard's projection could retain about 70% of their strength. Although the soul projection's combat power was stronger, it could only retain about 80%. It was said that the Arcane Empire used to have a powerful spell called Simulacrum, which could retain more than 90% of the combat power. But this spell had been lost for a long time. After the destruction of the Arcane Empire, many spells were lost, especially those from other planes. For a half-baked wizard like Soren, the reduction in strength was not obvious because he did not have many spell slots to begin with. All he could do was throw out arcane missiles once and for all. Moreover, the soul projection of the rogue class did not reduce attributes. It only slightly affected basic skills in various aspects. Therefore, entering the astral plane had the least impact on him. He retained most of his attribute points in his soul projection state, and it just so happened that Soren's battle power was largely supported by his attribute points. A whistling gust of wind came from behind. When Soren cut through the dragon's scales and dealt quite a bit of damage to the red dragon, its long and narrow tail was raised in the air and whipped towards him. Soren didn't dare to take the attack head-on, so he quickly pulled out his scimitar and retreated. When he pulled out his scimitar, a large amount of dragon blood spurted out from his wound. The boiling dragon blood dripped onto Soren's body. The red dragon's blood was hotter than the white dragon's. It was like boiling water, and Soren was slightly scalded. This kind of injury would not affect Soren's battle power, but it made his body tremble slightly. He could only rely on his strong dexterity and flexibility to twist his body in half to dodge the attack. He then flew up and landed a kick on the side of the red dragon. Because the tail was raised, he saw a huge chrysanthemum. He had to admit that the excretory organs of a giant dragon were not much different from other creatures. However, this should be one of the few places that was not protected by dragon scales. The giant dragon's excrement was a very useful tool in the wild. It could repel other wild monsters, so they would not dare to approach and attack adventurers. Since there was giant dragon's excrement, they also had excretory organs. For any creature, this place was considered a critical spot. Usually, it was protected by the dragon's tail, so there was basically no chance to attack it. However, when the red dragon swept its tail at Soren's body, it created a hole in his defense that lasted for about a second and a half. Soren, who had never talked about any honorable means, immediately stabbed into the enemy after seeing that the enemy had exposed the area without the protection of dragon scales. When he subconsciously stabbed into the enemy's body with his curved sword, he realized that the position he attacked was quite special. Damn it! This red dragon was actually a female. The enemy's gender did not affect Soren's battle sense. When the red dragon let out an earth-shattering roar, and turned its head to spit dragon's breath at him, Soren had already retreated into the shadows and activated the Shadow Dancer's new ability, Shadow Leap. This was a common ability for rogues, but Shadow Dancers mastered it earlier. If it was a purebred rogue, it might be around the level of a quasi-legendary. This was a very important prerequisite skill, and it was the most important escape and pursuit skill for rogues. It was a little different from Shadow Jump. Shadow Leap supernatural ability. As the rogue's connection with the shadow plane becomes closer and closer, they begin to master the mysterious Shadow Leap ability. They can shuttle and jump in the shadows, just like the wizard's Anywhere Door spell. This Shadow Leap ability does not require them to enter stealth. As long as they are in the shadows, rogues can perform Shadow Leap. This jump distance is up to 100 meters, but it can be divided into any number of times. Before mastering a special advanced ability, the limit of Shadow Leap in a day is 100 meters. Note: this ability can be used 10 times, each jump a distance of 10 meters. It can also be used once, each jump a distance of 100 meters. This was the legendary Shadow Leap. It was a more flexible and useful ability than Shadow Jump. It did not require them to enter stealth. They only needed to be in the shadows. Then they could launch a jump ability similar to Anywhere Door, and be immune to spells such as Epidemic Dimensional Anchor. However, this supernatural ability had a weakness, its limit was 100 meters. Unless they mastered a very special ability, they could only jump a distance of 100 meters at most. From this point of view, Shadow Leap was completely inferior to the legendary skill, Shadow Step, because the latter had greater freedom and greater lethality. In fact, Soren had been considering whether to upgrade the profession level of rogues or wizards. One was the current combat power, the other was the future combat potential. Boom! The fierce flame was like an explosion. Soren only jumped about 15 meters. Shadow Leap could only be used in the shadows that he could see. Only those above the legendary level could feel the invisible shadows. Soren's thin figure disappeared in the shadows, and then reappeared in the shadows. In a flash, he completely avoided the dragon's breath. In fact, the gap between rogues and wizards was gradually narrowing since they entered the higher grade. Otherwise, they would not be second only to the Sword Saint, and have the ability to assassinate wizards. Soren relied on many supernatural abilities to deal with wizards in the past. The changes on the battlefield were ever-changing. The situation of the northern witches seemed to be a bit bad. The tactic of the Githyanki's was to constantly remove magic, and then rely on the psionic warriors to attack the enemy. This caused a lot of trouble for the northern witches. If they did not continuously buff their defensive energy field, they would be easily exposed to the attack range of the psionic warriors. However, Once they continuously buffed their defensive spells, they would fall into a passive situation of a war of attrition, because there would always be a moment when the spell slots would be used up. The fragile body of wizards was doomed to be difficult to support for a long time without the buff of the at-force field, because the ones attacking them were all advanced warriors from the astral plane. Dang. A strange figure appeared out of thin air, then waved the Gith silver blade, and slashed at a northern witch who had exhausted her defensive spells. Wizards could only remember 1/3 of the defensive spells at most, so when her defensive spells were used up, she could only counterattack by throwing a large number of control spells, killing a lot of Githyankies in front of her. However, without the protection of the energy field, her existence was quite fragile, and became the target of many psionic warriors. The Gith silver blade was flowing with silver cold light, and it directly pierced the heart of the northern witch. Dang dang dang. Then something unexpected happened. The northern witch, who had almost exhausted all her defensive spells, suddenly seemed to trigger some kind of unexpected spell, and then she waved her staff to block the psionic warrior in front of her. Strength, agility, reflexes. No matter from which point of view, it was almost impossible for the northern witch to block the attack of an advanced warrior. But she did block it. Tansen's polymorph. The psionic warrior in front of her seemed to realize something, but it was a little late. The northern witch, who looked very delicate in front of him, directly swung her staff and broke one of his arms on the spot. Then the staff hit his head horizontally. The scene was simply horrible. At a glance, it could be judged that the strength of the witch had reached about 20 points because she almost smashed the opponent's skull. Everyone who saw this could not help but frown. At the same time, Soren, who saw this scene by accident, was surprised. Tansen's polymorph. Soren rolled away from the range of the dragon breath and murmured, "I didn't expect there to be a combat wizard who is proficient in polymorph among the northern witches." Combat wizard. A spellcaster of a special school. They mainly focused on polymorph spells. For example, at a lower level, they could learn polymorph, which could transform into animals, spiders, pterosaurs, and other creatures. At a higher level, they could learn Tansen's polymorph, which was close to the combat power of a warrior of the same level. In the future, they could also learn a variety of special polymorph spells, as well as legendary spells that could transform into giants, golems, demons, and other creatures. This was a very rare school of wizards. Especially after the destruction of the Arcane Empire, there were fewer and fewer wizards who mastered high-grade polymorph spells. Tansen's polymorph level 6 spell. Strength, dexterity, and constitution increased to 20 points, natural armor +4, strong reflex +5, automatic mastery of military weapons, vitality equivalent to a warrior of the same level, loss of spellcasting ability during the spell. P.S. I only got home at 10:30, barely wrote a chapter. Tomorrow at 3 o'clock. Chapter 321. Shadow Leap. Soren's curved sword seemed to have caused considerable physical damage and unimaginable psychological damage to the red dragon, so the red dragon in front of him seemed to be about to go berserk. There seemed to be a trace of fire in the red dragon's pupils. The red dragon became violent, waving its tail and sweeping around. A large amount of dragon blood oozed out from the position near the excretory organ. The strong dragon wings set off gusts of wind, blowing sand and stones around. Not only were the nearby elemental summons hit, but even the Githyankies who were too close were affected by the berserk red dragon. Evade sight. Soren's figure once again disappeared into the shadows. Leveling up the Shadow Dancer increased the number of times he could evade sight. As long as he kept a certain distance, it would be difficult to lock his position even if someone wanted to use detection invisibility. Unless someone cast the sixth circle, Eye of Detection, which was an area of effect detection spell. However, the red dragon obviously didn't have such a high level of casting. Soren had been quietly watching the berserk red dragon, while waiting for the next opportunity to attack. Fighting against a dragon must not be rushed because any creature could not withstand a heavy blow from them. The situation of the northern witches seemed to be a bit bad, because the spell slots of the high-grade witches were about to be used up, and the spell slots of the wizards were never that abundant. Even legendary wizards had to be careful when using spells. Therefore, the human wave tactic was the most effective tactic for wizards. Unless the wizard intended to use teleportation to escape, sooner or later, they would run out of spell slots. In the past, such a powerful blade master was also a wizard, but in the end his spell slots were used up. In the end, a group of people exhausted him to death. The casualties of the Githyanki's were close to 100. One of the northern witches seemed to have died, and another was in a bit of a dangerous situation. Fortunately, Gloria was fine. She had been staying near the Eye of the North, and basically, the psionic warriors could not threaten her for the time being. However, if this dragged on, the situation would be a little bad. No one knew what the Eye of the North was thinking. Even at this time, she still hadn't started preparing a legendary spell. A high-grade witch like Gloria could only cast level 8 spells in her soul projection state. Moreover, she would only have 1 or 2 spell slots at most. Perhaps it could cause quite a bit of damage to the enemy, but it was absolutely impossible to turn the situation around. The only one who could turn the situation around was the Eye of the North, and an elderly witch with a lot of white hair. She was also a legendary witch with a profession level of 21. Bang! A violent muffled sound came from behind. The sound was like a meatball being shot out. Then everyone found that a middle-aged witch who was besieged by the Githyanki's suddenly began to swell violently, and then her body underwent tremendous changes in an instant. Her height had increased to nearly 7 meters, and her whole body was covered with strong muscles. Her heavy chest was like a pair of big meatballs. Clear and heavy footprints appeared on the ground. The middle-aged witch, who had turned into a giant in an instant, roared and punched down, smashing a Githyanki's into a meat patty. Frost Giant Transformation. Level 9 spell. Heavy footsteps sounded on the battlefield. The female frost giant, who was nearly 2 stories tall, slowly stood up. Her body seemed to be surrounded by cold air, and her strong muscles were full of explosive power. Although it seemed a bit unsightly to be naked, no one could ignore the terrible power in her body. That was the breath of a legendary creature. Frost giants were legendary creatures comparable to dragons. They were humanoid creatures close to the peak of power on the earth. This time, it was not only Soren who was surprised. Even the other witches nearby, including Gloria in the battle, showed a shocked expression and murmured, "Has Witch Paisley cracked the spell scroll of the legendary transformation spell? It seems that she has successfully advanced into a legendary battle wizard." A wizard? Of course, it was not a group of people who only knew how to cast spells. There were also quite different and violent spells among the wizards. Battle wizards who could transform were the best among them. They could transform into beasts, monsters, insects, golems, dragons, demons, devils, and so on. If there was a battle, in addition to the original spells, they could also transform into various creatures according to the environment to deal with the enemy and special geographical environment. The Frost Giant transformation in front of them was a level 9 spell, which belonged to legendary creatures. However, the complete version seemed to have more than one kind of transformation. No. Eye of the North also looked at the middle-aged witch who had transformed into a huge female frost giant. She frowned slightly and thought for a moment, then said in a deep voice, "Not good." She didn't completely crack the transformation spell. The complete transformation spell should be able to transform into other legendary creatures every minute. It seems that she can only transform into a frost giant. It seems that she can't control herself. Naturally, the spells of wizards were also very dangerous. Among them, the most representative was the transformation spell. The low-grade transformation spell had a test of death every time it changed. It could cause irreparable damage or lead to death in the process of transformation. Therefore, any shape-shifting battle wizard that appeared were basically high-grade spellcasters. At that time, their shape-shifting spells would be much safer. The middle-aged witch who had transformed into a frost giant did not seem to have cast the complete spell because the complete version of the transformation spell seemed to be able to transform into quasi-legendary creatures such as steel golems, 6-armed snake demons, horned devils, and so on. Roar! Eye of the North's judgment was not wrong. The female frost giant's eyes began to show an uncontrollable look. Her expression gradually became frantic, and even the summoned creatures nearby began to attack. It had to be said that the 7-meter-tall frost giant was really lethal. The behemoth in front of them killed 7 or 8 summoned elementals in one breath. At the same time, it also cleaned up the nearby Githyankis. With the combat power of the adult frost giant, even if it did not have any advanced profession, it was enough to cause crushing damage to many people present just by relying on eating and sleeping to grow up. The female frost giant violently attacked all around, trampling a Githyankis who had no time to dodge into a meat patty. Then she saw the adult red dragon in front of her, who was also a little violent. As a result, without the slightest hesitation, she let out a low roar and directly threw herself at him. Boom! An invisible wave of air spread in all directions. When the female frost giant rushed over, the red dragon also noticed the huge enemy in front of it. So it did not hesitate to launch a dragon wing attack. It directly flapped its powerful dragon wings, trying to get rid of the enemy in front of it. But a very surprising scene happened. The female frost giant suddenly opened her arms and grabbed the strong dragon wings of the red dragon. At the same time, she arched her body to bear all the power of the dragon. Ding ding ding. The female frost giant took 3 steps back in a row, but she was not sent flying by the dragon's wings, nor was she knocked into a coma. The opposing superhuman strength caused the surrounding sand and stones to tremble. Then, at the moment of the collision, the two forces that were close to the limit of the material plane directly caused the ground under their feet to tremble. Then cracks that could be seen with the naked eye appeared. The frost giant was not the hill giant that was likely to be encountered in the wilderness. According to the comparison of the combat power of the two sides, a frost giant could fight at least 10 hill giants. The gap between them was as obvious as that between the red dragon and the white dragon. In terms of size, the adult red dragon undoubtedly had the advantage, so even if the strength of the two sides was not much different, the female frost giant obviously showed signs of being suppressed. But the next scene was a bit unbelievable. The female frost giant grabbed the dragon wings of the red dragon with both hands, then turned around and threw it over her shoulder. With a height of more than 7 meters, it was not difficult for her to use such a move on the adult red dragon. Then everyone saw the huge red dragon, which weighed dozens of tons, was directly thrown out by her. As a wizard, she was also proficient in close combat. Bang! The red dragon's huge body smashed into the ground, creating a crater. When two creatures of the same size fought, there was no obvious crushing effect. The female frost giant was not afraid of the red dragon at all. This time, she successfully took the initiative to counterattack, then turned around and rushed over, raising her millstone-sized fist and smashing the red dragon's head. Good chance. Soren, who had been wandering around the periphery, would not let go of such a good opportunity. When the red dragon's body was thrown out, he was already quickly approaching. So when the female frost giant raised her millstone-sized fist and smashed the red dragon's head, Soren held his curved sword tightly and stabbed into the red dragon's leg joint. The difference in size in a battle was very obvious. Soren's attack on the red dragon was like using an embroidery needle to stab a certain part of an adult's body. Even if the wound was bleeding, it was limited. So Soren's piercing attack was painful, but the damage was not necessarily fatal. On the contrary, the huge frost giant's fist hit the red dragon's head, and immediately, it was like an adult fighting with a fist on the red dragon's eye socket. In an instant, the whole eye socket was swollen and bruised, and even the eye socket was directly smashed open. Ouch! 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 The red dragon was hit by the frost giant's fist, and was directly smashed to the ground. This was also because there were no frost giant weapons on the battlefield. If the frost giant was given a full set of plate armor, and a weapon that weighed more than a ton, she would be unbeatable in a crowd. Perhaps this adult red dragon might not be able to withstand a few hits, but there was certainly no condition for that battle now. Most of the time, wizards won because they were well prepared, and they died because they were not well prepared. Sudden encounters. Some battles were difficult to be perfect. Chapter 322. Sword form spinning strike. Sword form, horizontal slash. Shadow strike. What should Soren do when the red dragon was pinned to the ground by the frost giant? Without a doubt, he must take advantage of this time to cause as much damage to the enemy as possible, and then drag the red dragon into a state of serious injury. The vitality of the dragon was quite amazing. Although it had been fighting for a long time, in fact, it was just approaching the state of serious injury. However, Soren did not get close to the upper body of the red dragon because he believed that the most powerful red dragon would not be so weak. It would not be unable to fight back after a round of attacks from the frost giant. Besides, its big head could bite people. Roar! Shrill screams sounded at the same time. There was an adult red dragon that was seriously injured by Soren, and there was also a female frost giant that was attacked. Her arm was directly bitten by the red dragon. Even though the frost giants had strong natural armor, their bones and skin were almost bitten off. The bite force of the dragon was quite amazing. In fact, because of their many abilities in other aspects, it was easy to ignore the bite force of the dragon. However, Soren naturally remembered how fatal the bite of the dragon was because one of his arms was bitten off in the past. In the end, he could only ask a high-grade priest to cast limb restoration. The attack of the female frost giant was finally interrupted. The red dragon opened its mouth and bit the female frost giant tightly. At the same time, it struggled to turn over its huge dragon body and get up. With their huge size, the battle scene was a bit like the battle of the dinosaurs in the Jurassic era, and it was the battle between the Tyrannosaurus Rex and the Spinosaurus. When the two sides fought, the earth shook and the mountains shook. If Soren was accidentally stepped on by any one of them, he could be seriously injured or even killed on the spot. Because Soren could not bear dozens of tons of weight. Poochie! A large amount of dragon blood flowed out. Soren's expression was serious as he waved his curved sword and pierced it. At the same time, he carefully avoided the sweeping tail of the dragon and the twisting body of the red dragon. Without a specialized dragon-slaying weapon, it would definitely be inconvenient to fight against a giant dragon. Whether it was the dragon-slaying sword or the dragon-slaying spear, they were all specially designed legendary equipment that could effectively attack the vital organs of a giant dragon. Unlike Soren's attack, it was difficult for him to damage the dragon's internal organs due to the length of his weapon. However, he wasn't completely helpless. Soren swung his scimitar and sliced open the scales of the red dragon. Then he cut into the enemy's body through the muscle tissue and severed the red dragon's tendons. A row of data appeared. Battle experience. You comprehended something during the battle. Grasped partial information of the combat skill sword form. Tendon break. Battle experience. You comprehended something during the battle. Grasped some information about the combat skill sword form, split. 2 consecutive data prompts appeared. However, Soren didn't have time to look at it at this time because he relied on his powerful curved sword, legendary ability to successfully pierce the red dragon's body, cut off the dragon tendons very accurately, and cut the blood vessels of the red dragon's legs. He couldn't do this kind of attack in the past because he didn't have such accuracy when he attacked in the past. However, now that he had the legendary curved sword, his attacks on the enemy became more accurate and deadly. Sword form, tendon break. Combat skill. Through special combat skills, you can sever the tendons of the enemy's hands and feet in battle. It can greatly reduce the combat ability of ordinary enemies. It is also very effective against some supernatural creatures. The enemy must undergo a mandatory constitution test. Otherwise, they may be paralyzed, disabled, and other negative statuses. Sword form split. Combat skill. Through special combat skills, you can sever the enemy's blood vessels in battle. This will cause the enemy's bleeding status to worsen, and they may die from excessive blood loss in a short period of time. Boiling dragon blood splattered all over the ground. Soren's whole body was covered in blood. When he severed the red dragon's tendons, he also severed one of its arteries. Although supernatural creatures with strong vitality wouldn't die quickly because of this, it would worsen their bleeding status. Soren's dragon blood spurted out because he accurately hit the arteries. He clenched his curved sword and exerted force along the muscles of the red dragon's leg. In just a few seconds, he cut off more than 300 pounds of dragon meat. The scene was a little horrifying. Soren's sword cut through pieces of flesh and blood. In the end, the bones of the red dragon's leg could be seen. It was as if it was almost skinned alive by Soren. The frost giant seemed to have recovered a little from the red dragon's attack. As a northern witch who was close to the legendary level, she decisively chose to cut off her arm that was bitten by the red dragon. Then she used her other remaining arm to choke the red dragon's neck. At the same time, she turned over and rode on the red dragon's neck. This was the weak point of its strength. When the red dragon's long and narrow neck was pressed down, it wouldn't be easy for it to turn over. It was as if she had grasped the weak spot of a snake. Soren seemed to have entered a very wonderful state. It couldn't be said that he had a breakthrough, but he did have a lot of improvement in his combat skills. A row of data prompts appeared again. Combat experience. You have gained enlightenment in the battle. You have mastered part of the combat skill sword form, tendon break. Combat experience. You have gained enlightenment in the battle. You have mastered part of the combat skill sword form split. Combat experience. You have gained enlightenment in the battle. You have successfully mastered the combat skill sword form, spinning strike. Bang! The thick and long dragon tail whipped over with a whistling wind, and then directly wrapped around the frost giant's neck with amazing flexibility, and then pulled her down on the spot. The red dragon roared angrily, and a pair of dragon wings flapped out on the spot. At the same time, it turned over and tried to get up. The challenge rating of an adult frost giant was the same as that of a young dragon, so sometimes in the wild, frost giants could be encountered fighting with dragons, but most of them were white dragons that belonged to the same cold region. It was not rare for giants and dragons to fight. Therefore, the red dragon's brain also had inherited the combat skills of dealing with giants. After it shook off the frost giant, it took a deep breath, and then suddenly opened its mouth and spat out a scorching dragon breath. The power of frost filled the air. The scorching flames were raging. The attributes of the frost giant and the red dragon were opposite. When they collided, even the elemental power in the air fluctuated violently. The red dragon struggled to stand up. But suddenly, its body shook again, and its huge body staggered and almost fell to the ground. At this time, the others realized that more than 500 pounds of flesh and blood had been cut off from the right thigh of the red dragon. Half of the dragon's leg was exposed to the white bones. The whole battle lasted less than a minute. The red dragon felt the pain of being attacked, but it never thought that the enemy would cause it so much damage. Soren was dismembering the red dragon. Although he wasn't able to deliver a fatal blow, he dismembered one of the red dragon's legs and used the sword form, spinning strike, twice on the dragon's wings. Roar! Roar! Bang! The red dragon flapped its huge dragon wings, trying to regain its balance. Unfortunately, half of its leg was a skeleton. Clang! The curved sword in Soren's hand slashed across the air. As his figure moved around the red dragon, the wounds on its leg increased. Large pieces of flesh and blood were cut off, and the sturdy dragon scales seemed to have lost their function. They were accurately cut open by Soren again and again. Some wounds only needed to be torn open, and the next thing to do was to make the wound bigger. Therefore, when Soren's second round of attacks ended, large pieces of white bones could be seen on the red dragon's leg. Most creatures that relied on wings to fly would kick their legs before they took off. Therefore, the legendary experts could reduce the force of a bird's kick and make it unable to fly out of the palm of their hands. Although the red dragon could barely stand, it was quite difficult for it to fly again. Its body was a little shaky. A lot of blood loss, Soren's damage, and the frost giant's attacks had gradually dragged it to the brink of death. Chapter 323. The red dragon was in a state of near death. Soren's attacks became more and more cautious. He even opened up a distance, and then disappeared into the shadows again. Only the frost giant and the red dragon continued to fight each other. Soren needed to get the last hit. Only when he ended the red dragon's life could he gain a lot of slaughter EXP. The red dragon gave the highest slaughter EXP among all the dragon species. It was estimated to be about twice as much as an adult white dragon. It was enough for Soren to level up his wizard profession by about 2 levels, or to level up his shadow dancer profession by 1 level. The slaughter EXP from slaying a dragon was quite amazing. The red dragon's breath gradually weakened, and the frost giant's condition was not very good. The nearby Githyanki's tried to help the red dragon, but they were all blocked by Gloria. The northern witches obviously realized that if they killed the red dragon first, the pressure they had to bear would be reduced a lot. At least, they would not have to worry about the dangerous red dragon's wings. The northern witches who had activated Tansen's transformation even stood in front of the red dragon and waved their staffs like high-grade warriors. When a wizard reached this level, they were not afraid of close combat. Although she had lost the ability to cast spells, there were other witches nearby who gave her protection spells. For a moment, she blocked 3 to 5 Githyanki's by herself. The opportunity Soren had been waiting for finally appeared. When the red dragon's head showed an obvious flaw, Soren's figure flew out. He directly jumped a distance of nearly 50 meters in the shadows and instantly appeared under the shadow of the red dragon's neck. He then jumped and stabbed the red dragon's huge eyeball with his sword. With a splash of blood and penetrating the red dragon's eyeball, Soren's curved sword directly sank into the red dragon's brain. The red dragon's huge body trembled for a moment, and then it shook its head violently. Soren was sure that he had stabbed into the red dragon's head, and he might have even hurt its brain. However, the fact that the red dragon did not die under such circumstances could only mean one thing. Its incomparably powerful vitality allowed it to survive the judgment of death. Damn it! Soren didn't expect the enemy's vitality to be so tenacious. His body swayed in the air with the dragon's head, and he didn't have the strength to pull out his curved sword icing death. So he could only let go of his hands and let his body fall. At the same time, he held the silver sword of Gith +3 with both hands at the moment of falling. Then he jumped up when he touched the ground, holding the sword with both hands and slashing at the neck of the red dragon. Clang! The silver blade of Gith was stuck in the neck of the red dragon. Without transforming into a slaughterer, Soren's sword form, Behead, couldn't cut off the neck of the red dragon. Large amounts of boiling dragon blood spilled out. This attack seemed to have severely injured the red dragon again. Even though there was still no judgment of death, the red dragon's life force was gradually fading. Its struggling body became weaker and weaker, and finally, it fell to the ground with a thud, its head falling limply to the ground. The boiling dragon blood spilled all over Soren's body. The dragon blood, which was far hotter than the white dragon's, seemed to be roasting him. Soren could even feel his skin cracking, as if he had fallen into magma. Activated sword form Behead. You've dealt 42 points of critical damage to the target. Behead failed. You've successfully killed an adult red dragon. Extracting the target's soul energy. You've gained 118,000 slaughter EXP. A hot breath flowed in Soren's body. Close to 120,000 slaughter EXP gave him the ability to level up his profession again, but he didn't have the energy to do so for the time being because he did feel like he had fallen into magma. He was hot. It was so hot that he felt like he was being roasted on a fire. This burning pain was a little unbearable even for Soren's will. He couldn't help but groan in pain, and his whole body was trembling on the ground. There was a flame burning on his body. It was a real flame, a flame ignited by the blood of the red dragon. A flame from the heart of the red dragon. Soren's whole body seemed to be burning, and his HP was constantly decreasing. If he continued to progress like this, he might directly be burned to a crisp. The dragon blood baptism seemed to be close to failure. With Soren's vitality and will, there were signs that he couldn't withstand the blood baptism of the red dragon. Finally, he seemed to remember something. Soren almost staggered a little as he rushed to the dragon's head, and then pulled out his curved sword, icing death. A cold breath filled the air. The flame on Soren's body seemed to have awakened icing death as consciousness, and it began to automatically extinguish any nearby flames. The fire of the red dragon on Soren's body gradually subsided. His whole body was almost burned beyond recognition, and his skin was scorched. He didn't know if it was considered to have completed the dragon blood baptism. After all, this was only his soul projection state. A row of data appeared. You've accepted the dragon blood baptism ceremony. You've gained part of your ability. You've inherited part of the dragon's ability. Baptism successful. You've gained additional background ability, Dragon Blood Baptism LV2. Dragon Blood Baptism LV2 special ability. You've successfully killed an adult red dragon. After completing this dragon slaying feat, you've undergone a second dragon blood baptism. This baptism has strengthened your body and allowed you to inherit part of the red dragon's ability. The dragon blood has made you stronger. You've inherited part of the strongest red dragon among the pentashade dragons. At the same time, because of the effect of the red dragon's blood, you've permanently gained 10 points of fire resistance. Innate armor +1, toughness +2, fire resistance +10. Note: because of the dragon blood baptism in the soul projection state, part of the dragon's ability cannot be obtained. Finally, the red dragon was killed. Soren slowly stood up. He now looked like he had suffered a level 10 burn, and was basically completely unrecognizable. However, his aura was quite amazing. Just now, after successfully slaying the dragon, his spirit had reached its peak state. It felt like a hidden sword for 10 years, unsheathed in one day feeling. His completely burned face didn't affect his aura at all. On the contrary, it made him more dangerous and deadly. This aura, if it was during normal times, it would make people feel dangerous and repulsed. But now in Gloria's eyes, it represented a sense of security. It made her feel that as long as Soren didn't fall, she would be safe. Just like the time when she encountered the believers of the god of hunting, Soren gave her the same feeling now. But this time, it was stronger and hotter. At this moment, she couldn't help but tremble. It was an indescribable feeling. She was wet. Chapter 324. What is a real man? It's not sex, it's fighting. Soren bathed in the dragon's blood and stood up. Even though he had not yet entered the realm of legends, he gave people a sense of oppression, which made the other Giths nearby step back a lot. Especially those Giths who met Soren's gaze. There was even a rare trace of fear on their faces. It was a fear that was not produced even when they were facing the Northern Witch's deadly spell, but when they met Soren's gaze, it was revealed. Fearful gaze divinity. At the right place, at the right time, the hidden bonus from the outside world made Soren's fearful gaze reach its peak effect. The enemy seemed to be afraid. They could not help but show panic on their faces. They retreated a lot of distance in succession, and then gradually recovered. This was not a spell. Therefore, the difficulty of immunity was even greater, because Soren was now exerting a strong psychological pressure on them. Soren, who was covered in blood, looked ferocious. The hot blood of the red dragon had completely disfigured him, so at this moment, he looked like a demon coming out of the abyss. His expression was very calm, but his eyes were full of killing desire and oppression. The minor divinity further strengthened Soren's pressure on any non-divine creatures, so much so that even the Eye of the North looked at him in surprise. Divinity. The Eye of the North glanced at Soren with all his white eyes, then slowly turned his head and said to Gloria beside him, "Protect me. I want to prepare the last part of the spell ritual." A powerful spiritual power burst out. Gloria nodded silently, then activated several pieces of equipment in succession. At the same time, she added defensive means such as protective energy field, elemental energy protection, spell reversal, and so on. At the same time, she took out a rather delicate ring. After activating the runes engraved on it, the gem inlaid on the ring gradually dimmed, and then another protective force field that Soren did not know covered the two of them. This kind of protection could almost be said to be watertight, and even legendary professions could not break it in a short time. The Eye of the North seemed to be chanting a spell, but there was no sound coming out of her mouth. Soren, who was ready to rush forward, froze for a moment. Then he seemed to remember something. He turned around and rushed to Gloria's position. If in the astral plane, where spells below level 6 could be cast instantly, even a legendary witch with a profession level of close to level 25 would need to chant a spell, then there was no doubt that the spell she cast was above level 9, and it was very likely to be a legendary spell of a higher level. Because the destruction of the Arcane Kingdom led to the disappearance of some legendary spells, the boundary between level 9 spells and legendary spells was relatively blurred. Silent spell cast. The metamagic ability that wizards could master allowed them to increase the level of their spells by 1 level, and then silently release them. This was a more difficult ability to master than Strengthened Spell, but it was slightly easier than Instant Cast. The Eye of the North in front of him did not just master the metamagic ability, Silent Spell. According to Soren's judgment, the reason why this legendary witch did not have any special performance until now was because she had been using Silent Spell to cast a spell that was close to the legendary level. This required a very powerful metamagic ability, because if it was a legendary spell, the ability, Silent Spell, was not enough. Conservatively speaking, she would have to master the metamagic ability, Silent Spell Release, and the legendary metamagic ability, Silent Spell Release, Circle 1 to Silent Spell Release, Circle 9. When she had this legendary metamagic ability, she could cast any spell silently, and it would not increase the spell level by 1. Level 8 spells also had level 8 spell slots, and it would not increase to level 9 spell slots because of the use of Silent Spell. From this point of view, the Eye of the North's silent spell skills were close to the peak of the material plane, because even at this moment, Soren did not feel the slightest trace of her casting a legendary spell. The elemental energy around seemed to have been neutralized. The enemy had been attacking the Northern Witch for so long, but they still thought that the legendary witch had been holding back, but no one thought that she had been casting a spell for more than 10 minutes. And this spell seemed to have not been completed until now. It was basically impossible to make Soren believe that she was not casting a legendary spell. A wizard's ability. Soren's figure was quickly approaching Gloria, and at the same time he silently said in his heart, from spell control, combat casting, empower spell, maximize spell, spell penetration, silent spell, fixed spell, instant spell, and so on, and then all the way to the 9th level of the legendary metamagic ability. The path of a spellcaster is really difficult. I don't even have enough time to learn spells of the same level. I don't know when I'll have time to practice these metamagic abilities. Spellcasters sometimes competed with metamagic abilities. Not to mention the most terrifying instant spell. A legendary spell like the Eye of the North could be cast silently. If it was used to ambush people, it would definitely be successful in every endeavor. There was no sign of casting a spell at all. There was no need to chant a spell, and there was no need to focus on casting a spell. The enemy could only be aware of it at the moment when the spell was completed. Sure enough, the longer a spellcaster lived, the more terrible they were. Even if the profession level did not increase, the metamagic ability that was mastered over a long period of time could make people shudder. Buzz. The whole half-plane seemed to shake. When Soren approached Gloria, the Eye of the North also seemed to have completed this legendary spell. She raised her staff and pointed at the endless starry sky, and then her whole body leaned on Gloria's shoulder a little dispirited. At this time, the Githyanki's realized that something was wrong. A group of people rushed over under the command of the Githyanki's queen. The queen's combat power was not weak. It was estimated that she was a legendary profession, but she did not participate in the frontal battle from beginning to end. Perhaps the higher the status, the easier it was for people to be afraid of death. Buzz. The half-plane shook again. However, Soren did not see any abnormality, as if the legendary spell had just failed. There was no terrible attack. The Githyankis were still surrounding them and attacking. The situation on the battlefield was still not very favorable to them. But this situation only lasted for about 10 seconds. 10 seconds later, a faint light appeared in the sky, and then a huge comet crossed the sky, and then approached their position at an amazing speed. Be careful. A white light appeared in the pupil of the Eye of the North, and the body of the soul projection gradually grew larger. It seemed that she had launched some special spell. With a wave of her hand, a light curtain shrouded the others, including Soren, who was fighting beside her, and turned them all into a form similar to a spirit. This was another form of soul. The spell cast by the Eye of the North was a bit like the level 9 spell Spirit World Travel, but it was very different from Soren's memory. This was because the casting speed of this spell was rather fast, and it also covered a relatively large area. Almost all of the surviving witches were enveloped within it. The next moment, the The telepathic voice of the Eye of the North was transmitted to the minds of all the witches. She said in a deep voice, "All transform into soul state. Everyone, follow me back to the material plane." Comet. Legendary spell. Soren's body, which had been unrecognizable, quickly turned into a spirit form. The terrible burns on his face gradually disappeared, and the severely burned and cracked skin all disappeared. The whole person turned into the original soul state, which was not much different from Soren's original body in the material plane. If there was any difference, it would be that Soren's soul had an extra red color. This red color looked very much like the evil aura that appeared when detecting factions, but it was the power of the red dragon from the dragon blood baptism. Time freeze. Soren's soul rose and was sent back to the material plane by the half-plane. At the moment his soul returned to the material plane, he saw a comet about 150 meters in diameter hitting the half-plane. Then, a terrible energy burst out like a shock wave, and the terrible impact made the half-plane seem to open a ring. The dust clouds covered the entire sky of the half-plane, and the dazzling light was so strong that even the soul could not bear it. The flames covered more than 50 kilometers, and the scorching heat spread throughout the half-plane. It was like detonating an atomic bomb. Everything was ruthlessly destroyed. Under the impact of the comet, the military fortress of the Githyanki was instantly crushed like a piece of tofu. Even the space of the half-plane showed signs of collapse. Legendary spell. Although it was not the first time Soren saw it, everything in front of him was still so shocking. Note 1. From July 16 to 22, 1994, a comet named Shoemaker-Levy 9 broke into 21 pieces, the largest of which was about 4 kilometers wide, and hit Jupiter at a speed of 60 kilometers per second. The first piece of comet Shoemaker-Levy 9, containing rocks and ice, fell into Jupiter's atmosphere at 2015 Greenwich Mean Time on July 16 at a speed of 210,000 kilometers per hour, releasing energy equivalent to 200 billion tons of TNT. After the impact, multiple fireballs were produced that stretched for nearly 1,000 kilometers, emitting strong light. Through astronomical telescopes, people saw a wide cloud of dust rising on the surface of Jupiter. The hot gas rushed to a height of 1,000 kilometers, and left an impact mark on Jupiter the size of the Earth. Scientists determined that in the period before the collision of the Wisdom Tree, the strong electromagnetic waves emitted by Jupiter were 9 times stronger than usual, and the temperature at the splash point of the impact instantly rose to tens of thousands of degrees Celsius. Note 2. Comet is one of the few legendary spells that can directly destroy a plane. Chapter 325. Well, there have been a lot of forbidden words recently, and the chapter review was inexplicably blocked. The third update will be postponed to tomorrow. Legendary spell. Though there were many legendary spells that the adepts had mastered, the comet spell was always the most shocking and oppressive one. To any enemy, a magus who had mastered the comet spell was a terrifying existence. The military fortress of the Githyanki was destroyed under the impact of comet. This steel fortress built with magic energy machinery was shattered by comet in an instant. The terrible high temperature melted everything. The impact was only the beginning of the energy explosion, and the chain reaction that followed would last for a long time. Very few creatures could survive the attack of comet. Even the incarnation of the gods could be killed directly. The only way to deal with comet was to escape across the plane. Under normal circumstances, any defensive spell in the same plane would be broken in an instant. The Githyanki suffered heavy losses. Soren could not estimate the casualties of the enemy, but he knew that this group of Githyanki was almost completely finished. Even if there were survivors under the attack of comet, it was only those who were lucky enough to master the ability to teleport across the plane. As for others who could only open any door for short-distance teleportation, basically all of them died under the impact of comet. Even the military fortress built by the group would be destroyed. This group of Githyanki was almost equivalent to being exterminated, because it was impossible to build such a fortress without hundreds of years. The remaining fish that escaped the net could no longer threaten the Northern Witch Council. All the souls returned to the material plane. After the half-plane withstood the impact of comet, The power of its own law began to repair the damage of the half-plane. Above this half-plane, where the Githyanki's military fortress broke through, there was a place similar to the ozone layer hole. With the convergence of the power of the law, the hole broken by the Githyankis gradually healed, but the surrounding space seemed to be distorted, and there was another force connected to the material plane. A shadow emerged under the starry sky. His whole body was shrouded in dark smoke, and he stood in the darkness of the sky-like void. This was not his real body, but a very advanced projection. He looked at the half-plane in front of him, frowned slightly, and then murmured, "Sure enough, it's better to let this group of idiot Githyankis test the depth of the Northern Witch Council." After this old woman came back from the abyss, she could still hold on for hundreds of years. She can't be easy to deal with. A legendary witch. Sure enough, even the gods are a little afraid of her existence. But why did she insist on keeping that thing? Is she also interested in the power of the evil god? It's not easy to deal with them. But this half-plane seems to be a breakthrough point. In order to support the growth of this semi-plane, they actually connected the semi-plane to the northern lands of the material plane. What a crazy behavior. Aren't they worried about plane collisions? What? There's still one alive. The dark shadow appeared in the half-plane. He looked at the distorted space in front of him and said strangely, "It turns out that she hid in a different dimension space. What a lucky guy." Pata. Queen Githyanki's, dressed in gorgeous clothes, fell out of the distorted space. She stared blankly at the unrecognizable land, and opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something. But at this time, a strange light appeared in the eyes of the dark shadow, and then he saw that Queen Githyanki's eyes gradually became blank, as if she was controlled by some kind of spell. A useful chess piece. The dark shadow floated in the air. He raised his hand and waved to cover Queen Githyanki's in front of him in an energy shield. Then he silently looked at the half-plane in front of him and murmured, "Although it's quite dangerous, but the person who came up with this method is definitely a genius. To be able to grow a half-plane to such an extent in just 100 years, it's really a speed that even the gods are amazed." Material plane? He leaned over and picked up a handful of soil on the ground and said in a low voice, "Is this soil from the material plane? What method did the northern witches use to connect this half-plane to the energy supply of the material plane? Maybe I should sneak into them and spy on them." The pitch-black shadow dissipated. The whole half-plane gradually returned to calm. Although this new half-plane was not small in size, there was almost no life in it. It was just growing day by day, growing dozens of square meters of space every day. It may seem difficult to notice, but after a year, 10 years, and 100 years of accumulation, it was a quite large new space. There was soil and air here, but something was still missing. It had not yet begun to breathe life, but it was really a little unusual. Everything seemed to be over for the time being. This half-plane, which still looked very young in the astral world, was shrouded in a layer of iris. The new law power protected this space, and then it was like other planes, floating in this almost endless sea of astral world. This was the accumulation of the Northern Witch Council for hundreds of years. Perhaps it was not as good as the divine kingdom that the gods had been operating for thousands of years, but it was undeniable that it had great potential for growth. Material plane. Soren's soul appeared outside the astral world portal. Before he could react, the portal was closed by the Eye of the North. At the same time, all the souls fell like meteors and flew to their bodies in the Wizard Tower. A moment of trance. When Soren opened his eyes again, he had returned to Gloria's Wizard Tower. But before he could speak, Soren's body had begun to turn red, his body temperature gradually rose, and he felt a burning pain all over his body. His face was very red, and his skin was like a cooked lobster. A force rushed from his body to his whole body, and then gradually merged into his body. This was the power from the soul. The soul projection brought back a part of the power of the red dragon. The power of the dragon's blood baptism took effect when the soul projection returned to the body. At the same time, it made Soren feel a weakened version of the pain again. This was an incomplete dragon's blood baptism. The power brought back by Soren's soul projection was only a part of it. The other part would probably need to kill another red dragon. Obviously, This was more difficult in a short period of time. The burning breath dissipated. Soren gradually melted the power of the dragon's blood baptism. When he recovered from the trance state of the soul projection returning to the body, the shadow of the Eye of the North appeared on the astrology platform. This time she was looking at Soren in front of her. The Eye of the North looked at him deeply, and then slowly said, "Gloria. Bring him here. He should be rewarded for his actions this time." Chapter 326. P.S. If you want to hear more of your voices and receive more of your suggestions, search for the WeChat public account Kdred, and follow it to give more support to Lord of the Abyss. The light of a portal appeared. Gloria glanced at Soren gently, then nodded gently and said, "Come with me." The two got up and walked into the portal. When entering the portal, Soren frowned slightly. The scene just now made him think of a lot of things. First of all, the wizard towers of the Northern Witch Council were all connected together. This was a huge maze with great power. Then, although Gloria was the owner of this wizard tower, the Eye of the North also seemed to have control of this wizard tower, and may have a higher control authority than Gloria. This could be seen from the fact that she just casually opened the portal of the wizard tower. In other words, this wizard tower still belonged to the Witch Council, but it was managed by Gloria. And it seemed that the Eye of the North had a strong control over the Witch Council, and she also had a strong prestige in Gloria's heart. As a veteran legendary witch who had been in charge of the North for hundreds of years, the Eye of the North's status and influence were quite amazing. If he could get her favor, it was basically equivalent to winning over the Witch Council, which was very important for Soren, who currently lacked strong allies. Another pirate king, Ashrod, was backed by the Naga Siren royal family, and the sea priest did everything for the Church of the Sea Goddess. Soren needed forces outside the south coast as his allies, and it would not affect his strength in the outer islands. Although it was just a very insignificant matter, Soren judged a lot of things and thought of another reason to invite Gloria. The Wizard Tower of the Witch Council. Although it was managed by Gloria, it was not her personal property after all. The two of them stepped into the teleportation array. Sure enough, as Soren expected, the wizard towers in the north were connected together, and they were basically connected by portals. When Soren came over, many members of the Northern Witch Council had gathered here. All of them were beautiful women, and it was difficult to judge their age from their appearance. Although there were high-grade male wizards in the Northern Witch Council, all the ones who were eligible to enter the council were women. The status of high-grade male wizards was similar to that of guests, but they could not reach the core of power. In the face of Soren's arrival, the other northern witches were curious, but there was no hostility. Many of them smiled and nodded at him and Gloria, and the witches greeted each other with a slight nod. The atmosphere was quite harmonious, and there was no sense of open strife or veiled strife like in other organizations. This meant that under the management of the Eye of the North, the members of the Northern Witch Council were quite united. This unity would immediately transform into a strong fighting force once they encountered other places. Therefore, when Soren saw the Eye of the North being looked at with respect by many witches, his evaluation of her in his heart could not help but improve a lot. She was worthy of being a veteran legendary witch who had stood for hundreds of years. Not only was she powerful, but she was also first class in the way she controlled the council. This kind of wisdom was worthy of respect. But Soren preferred the feeling of being in awe rather than respect. So he could never be loved and respected by others like the Eye of the North, but he liked to be worshipped and respected by his subordinates. It was hard to say which was better, but it was much more difficult to win respect than to win awe. Soren still likes simple and crude things. Sit down. The Eye of the North looked slightly old. In fact, it was inevitable that she would grow old at her age. She looked at the other witches with her white pupils, and then tapped the ground with her staff. When her eyes fell on Soren, the Eye of the North paused for a moment, and then said, "Be quiet. I know what you all want to know in your hearts. I'll tell you what happened now, and let you know why the Githyanki's attacked us." A silver-white brilliance emerged. A blade fragment about the size of a dagger appeared out of thin air in the palm of the Eye of the North. When the silver-white blade fragment appeared, everyone present felt a force in their hearts. Then they couldn't help showing a trace of surprise. They looked at each other and communicated secretly. Everything was inseparable from the word artifact. Soren and Gloria looked at each other. Although neither of them spoke, they could guess the meaning in each other's eyes. That was everything was for the artifact. The artifact had incredible power. Although there were many artifacts in history, it was quite rare for them to fall into the hands of mortals. Looking at the equipment on Soren's body, it was clear that although he had fought for so long, the limit of his contact was only legendary items. The artifact was out of his reach, and at the same time, it was also quite fatal, because the artifact could be located by magic. In front of them was an artifact, or a fragment of a powerful artifact. Even if it was just a fragment, they could feel the power contained in it. And Soren also felt a strange aura. It seemed to come from an evil god. Among the people present, he was the only one who had this feeling, because the others were surprised. Only Soren couldn't help but frown. His expression was a little uneasy, a little disgusted, and a little repulsed. The artifact was naturally inextricably related to the gods, but the silver sword of Githyansk didn't seem to be related to many gods. In Soren's memory, it seemed to have more interactions with some evil gods. They're here for this. The Eye of the North looked at the others present, then raised her hand and cast an isolation light. She said to the others, "About 150 years ago, this thing fell into our hands, so I've been keeping it since then. There are still some fragments like this scattered in many places, but the two largest ones are kept by us and the Wizard City. For so many years, we've been secretly studying its secrets." The silver sword of Githyansk was forged in a very ancient era. The kingdom of soul-suckers was another era of arcane prosperity that was not inferior to the Silver Age. So we've been trying to study some secrets from it, and the special divine power it contains. Unfortunately, our research progress is very slow, and some of the ancient knowledge has been lost. For more than 100 years, we've only completed 1.5 research projects. The Eye of the North made a gesture behind her. Then they saw two witches with the same old face come out. They glanced at the other witches who were obviously much younger, and took out 2 pieces of special silver-white metal. The members of the Witch Council were elected once every 50 years. If they couldn't advance to the legendary level, they could only retire behind the scenes. The legendary witches could continue to be re-elected. "Look." The Eye of the North raised her hand and touched the silver-white metal, then slowly said, "This is the first project we cracked, the secret of the silver sword of Githyansk. The silver metal can change shape and has a special memory ability. What you see with the naked eye is a silver flowing liquid, but in fact, its real side is a kind of powerful memory metal that can repair itself." Legend. The high-level golems of the Arcane Empire could repair themselves. No matter how serious the damage was, they could not be completely destroyed, and they could change their shape on their own. Many great arcanists could transform them into a kind of weapon called advanced magic armor to protect themselves. We have always thought that the material of advanced magic armor has an inseparable relationship with these astral metals. The Eye of the North raised her hand and waved on the silver-white metal. Then they saw a faint aura emerge, and the silver-white metal changed its shape automatically. First, it turned into the shape of a silver sword of Githyansk, then it turned into a beheading sword, then it turned into a pair of gloves, and finally it even structured into a toy model of about 20 centimeters high that was similar to the appearance of a steel golem. Such a change gave a strong impact to many of the witches present, and they could not help but be stunned one by one. Even Soren was a little stunned. So high-end. In the past, he also came into contact with the relics left by the Arcane Empire, but it was the first time he saw such a high-end thing. Although we have cracked some of the secrets. The Eye of the North glanced at the others, closed her eyes and thought for a moment, then continued. For example, its ability to change shape, the recovery ability of the memory metal, and the fusion of elemental energy, etc. But we have no way to use it in other places. At most, we can only imitate the silver sword of Githyansk, which is undoubtedly not of much use to us. We lack the most core part of the knowledge. So this topic has entered a dead zone 30 years ago, and has been sealed in the cutting-edge laboratory of the Witch Council. There was a short silence. The Eye of the North glanced at Soren and continued. As for the other half of the topic, it belongs to the study of divine power. The silver sword of Githyansk once killed 3 evil gods, 2 of which were true gods with divinity, and 1 of which was a slightly weaker demigod. So this artifact fragment has always had residual divine power, and we tried to use it to crack some of the secrets. There are many secrets in this topic that can't be told to you. When you reach the realm of legends, you can come to me to learn new knowledge. From today onwards, if any of you are interested in the research of the first topic, I will also open your access to this topic in the library. If there is no problem, everyone else can leave. Gloria. And your friend stay. I have something to say to you. P.S. Today's update. There are 2 more. My novel Lord of the Abyss will have more fresh content on the official WeChat platform, and there will be a 100% lucky draw gift for everyone. Open WeChat now, click the plus sign on the upper right to add friend. Search for the public account Dread, and follow it. Hurry up. Chapter 327. P.S. If you want to hear more of your voices and receive more of your suggestions, search for the official WeChat account Dread, and follow it. Give more support to Lord of the Abyss. The northern witches carefully left the room one by one. Before leaving, they couldn't help but curiously look at Soren, and their eyes seemed to be very interested. Someone who could make Her Excellency the Eye of the North ask to stay should not be an ordinary person. Faced with the gaze of so many senior witches, even Soren felt a little pressure. After all, they were almost equivalent to more than 80% of the top fighting force in the north. Any one of these women had the strength, identity, and status of a city lord. Sit down. The Eye of the North glanced at Gloria, and then her eyes fell on Soren. She slowly said, "Thank you for your help this time. The Witch Council is merciless to their enemies, but they are never stingy to their friends. If you hadn't killed the Red Dragon, I'm afraid we wouldn't have won the battle so easily. So I'm going to give you a reward in return for your help." A faint light of magic appeared. A shadow similar to a treasure trove appeared in the palm of the Eye of the North, and at the same time, 3 items appeared. She looked at Soren in front of her and slowly said, "Choose one of them, or you can choose this red dragon's soul. When you killed it, I had a soul-trapping crystal with me that automatically imprisoned part of its soul. To some extent, it also has a strong power, but your spellcasting ability is too low. I'm afraid you can't use its power." A dark red crystal appeared. This was an extremely rare crystal that could only be found at the edge of the Bator Inferno. It was a legendary item, and its effect was to automatically cast a spell similar to soul trapping on some powerful enemies after killing them. It could imprison the enemy's complete soul, or part of it. This kind of crystal rarely appeared in the material plane. Since the Eye of the North had such a crystal, Soren was basically sure that she had been to the Bator Inferno. Red Dragon Soul? Soren glanced at the dark red crystal, but he didn't show much interest in it. The power of the soul was very strong. However, the soul binding technique could only bind a part of it, and it required a special ability to mobilize it. Otherwise, this kind of crystal could only be considered a top-grade soul stone, which could be used to trade souls with devils. Soren did not have the ability to touch the soul realm yet, so he could only absorb the red dragon's soul and convert it into Slaughter EXP. It might be tens of thousands of Slaughter EXP, but he had other ways to accumulate Slaughter EXP. There was no need to waste such a precious opportunity. So he looked at the other rewards that the Eye of the North had shown him. 3 pieces of legendary equipment. Unfortunately, Soren could only choose one of them. The first legendary equipment was a cape. The Eye of the North didn't seem to have any intention of explaining the uses of the equipment to Soren. He simply let him choose one from the pile. This was a test of one's eyesight. Soren couldn't tell what the first item was, but he was sure that it was a legendary item. It should be between Legendary Tier 1 and Legendary Tier 2. The second item was a ring. There were lifelike dragon patterns engraved on it, and it didn't seem to be an ordinary gem. It looked more like the eyeball of some creature. There was a strong magic aura on it, so it should be a powerful legendary accessory. Soren couldn't see the real thing, so he couldn't use Slaughter EXP to identify it. He could only look at the third item. Suddenly, Soren's whole body shook. He turned his head and looked at the Eye of the North in front of him. He bowed slightly and said, "Your Excellency, I choose the last item. The boots should be what I need the most." The Eye of the North smiled and nodded. She slowly said, "You have good taste. It seems that you are an experienced rogue. And you have good knowledge." She turned to Gloria and ordered, "Gloria, go and take out the boots of wind. I have temporarily unlocked the authority of the treasury." Gloria glanced at Soren, then bowed and left. Soren seemed to be thinking about something. The Eye of the North asked Gloria to get something, obviously to send her away. Could it be that she had something to say to him alone? Gloria walked out of the room. The Eye of the North stared deeply at Soren. An invisible pressure made Soren's whole body tense, but he didn't feel any obvious hostility. After a while, the pressure subsided, and the Eye of the North's white pupil emitted a faint light. She sighed and said, "I can see people outside of fate. Maybe this is why Gloria chose you." People outside of fate? Soren couldn't help but be stunned. It seemed that he still didn't know how to react. The Eye of the North stared at his expression and said slowly, "You should have heard the story about the goddess of fate flipping a coin. You are the kind of person who will make the coin stand up when it hits the ground." So that's what she meant. Soren showed a thoughtful expression, but he didn't know what to say. He didn't know prophecy magic, and he didn't know anything about fate. Soren couldn't see what the Eye of the North could see. "I met someone like you when I was young." The Eye of the North seemed to remember something, and her expression became gentle. She said slowly, "There are only 1 or 2 people like you every 100 years, and all of you are restless. It seems that anything related to you will eventually deviate from the original path. It can be a good thing, a ray of hope, but it can also be a terrible thing, a fire of destruction." The old woman in front of him seemed to be lost in her memories. Her white pupil looked at the sky, and she seemed to be reminiscing. She whispered, "Unfortunately, he still chose a path that deviated from our path. Young man, I don't know what you will choose in the end, but I already feel that something terrible is about to happen. The stars that represent the gods are dim, and this is definitely not a good thing. Young man, people like you have a lot of freedom in their fate, even more so than the gods. I hope you can make a good choice." The Eye of the North sighed, as if she had met someone who would make the coin of fate stand up. She slowly sat down, and she didn't want to say anything else. She just fell into deep thought. Since her life was so long, she naturally had a lot of memories. Wizards who could become legendary were rarely impractical. Most of them had experienced many battles, and their footprints were even involved in many planes. Light footsteps were heard. Gloria's figure quickly came in from outside. She was holding a pair of exquisite leather boots with special runes on them. This was the reward that Soren had chosen. It was a legendary level 2 equipment, and it was also a very famous legendary equipment. Item type, Boots of Gale +2 item grade. Legendary grade 2. Item description. This is a pair of boots with legendary stories. They appeared in many stories because they were the pride of many legendary professions. In fact, there were many such legendary boots, but their number was getting fewer and fewer. But no matter what, it was a dream item for many professions, whether it was for battle or escape. Requirements: none. Equipment effect: permanent haste. Equipment special effect: haste. This equipment has the effect of haste. Anyone who wears it will automatically receive the haste spell buff. Their movement speed will be greatly increased, and at the same time, their attack speed will be increased by a little. This spell effect cannot be removed by dispel magic, unless someone destroys this equipment, such as disintegrate, Mordenkainen's disintegrate, and so on. A legendary equipment. A legendary equipment that wasn't very high grade, but was quite useful. Permanent haste. It was called Boots of Haste by adventurers. It was a piece of equipment that could only be found by chance, and it was also a necessary item for a top rogue. Eye of the North seemed a little tired. After she handed the equipment to Soren, she waved her hand and motioned them to leave. When Soren and Gloria bowed slightly and left, She looked at Soren in front of her, then smiled at Gloria and said, "He's not bad." Then, Eye of the North closed her eyes, as if she wanted to be alone. My novel Abyss Ruler will have more new content on the official WeChat platform, and there's a 100% chance of a lucky draw for everyone. Open WeChat now, click the plus sign on the top right to add friend. Search for the public account Dread and follow. Hurry up! Chapter 328. P.S. If you want to hear more of your voices and receive more of your suggestions, search for the WeChat public account Dread and follow it to give more support to Lord of the Abyss. He's not bad. This sentence seemed to have another layer of meaning, but there was no doubt that this represented the Eye of the North's affirmation of Soren. Although Soren was relatively silent from the beginning to the end, and almost didn't say much, but at that time, he was able to follow Gloria to the astral plane without hesitation, which had already proved a lot of things. Some things were not said, but done. As a legendary witch who had experienced countless storms, the Eye of the North had seen many men who were good at flattery, but she appreciated the kind of men who proved themselves with their actions the most. No matter how much they said, they couldn't compare to what they did for her. Perhaps stupid women would be easily blinded by words, but women like her would see more. So when Gloria heard this, a slight blush appeared on her face, and then she turned her head and glanced at Soren. At first, she actually had a vague impression of Soren. He was just an interesting rogue and a brother who loved his sister. Since she met Soren in Amber City, she didn't pay much attention to this man. She just felt that he was a little special. Compared to other rogues, he obviously knew more. What really attracted her attention was Vivian. That little girl was the key to her attention. But, as time passed little by little, Soren attracted her more and more things. She didn't expect a rogue to have such rich knowledge, and she didn't expect him to grow so quickly. Soren's speed of improvement was completely beyond her expectations, which made her very interested and secretly observed him. On the other hand, she envied the relationship between Soren and Vivian. As a northern witch, she rarely experienced family affection, so Vivian awakened her deep maternal instinct to some extent. In fact, before meeting the believers of the god of hunting, Soren was just an interesting person to her. As a noble northern witch, it was impossible for her to fall in love with a man so easily. But all this changed when they encountered the believers of the god of hunting. Under such circumstances, Soren did not hesitate to choose to fight for a chance of survival for them, even if it was possible for him to die in the hands of the hunters. Death. People were very tense when facing death, and it was easy for them to affect others at this time. At that moment, Gloria saw the courage to face death in Soren's eyes. At that moment, Soren gave her a completely different impression. The figure of this man grew taller and taller, and finally stopped at the scene where he was drenched in blood as he rushed towards the hunters. He faced death directly in order to let them leave safely. Although it was more for the sake of the cute little girl, Gloria, as one of them, would remember everything in her heart. She would remember the courage and protection of that moment. Time passed just like that. Gloria remembered this man. She even thought of him and worried about his safety. For this reason, she didn't hesitate to use the divination spell that she had to pay a price for. Some emotions seemed to be brewing. Although they spent less time together since they reunited, and he seemed to have been busy for Vivian, Gloria had deeply remembered this man, and even felt happy to see him again. Sometimes, she even thought that if he was half as good to her as he was to Vivian, then it might be good to marry him. After all, as a noble and powerful northern witch, there were not many men she could choose. Ordinary people were not worthy of her at all, and there were only a few legendary figures whose strength and status were similar to hers. She didn't want to be like her mother and find a random man to have children with. Although Gloria knew that her father was also a powerful wizard, in fact, she rarely saw him because her mother only wanted to have better offspring with him. Sometimes wizards were so rational and cold. As a northern witch, Gloria knew that she must not be impulsive, because spellcasters needed to be calm and precise. But when facing this man, she always seemed to have an impulse in her heart. So, when she saw Soren again, she subconsciously dressed up a little. If nothing else happened, some emotions should continue to be transitioned. They might accumulate at a certain moment, or they might return to calmness over time. But a little accident happened. When the attack of the Githyanki spread to the material plane, and Soren did not hesitate to choose to go to the astral world with her. The accumulated emotions in Gloria's heart broke out. Although she didn't seem to have changed much on the surface, no one knew that her heart was trembling. Because this time he didn't do it for Vivian, but for himself. Inside the wizard tower, after Soren came back, he was arranged to a big room by Gloria. A cross-plane battle not only tired his body, but also Soren's high-strung nerves. So when he returned to the room, he was ready to take a little rest. But to his surprise, this big room seemed to be decorated a little too well. It looked like Gloria's boudoir. The floor was covered with a soft velvet carpet, and the walls were covered with exquisite relief paintings. There was a dressing table near the window on the opposite side, which looked like some kind of expensive purple wood. The whole room was filled with a faint fragrance, which was exactly the same as Gloria's. The soft bed was enough for 10 people to lie on. Soren remembered that Vivian seemed to have mentioned that Gloria's bed was very big, because she liked to sleep like this. The discovery in front of him made Soren's heart beat faster, and at the same time he felt that his mouth was dry. His whole body was hot, his skin was slightly red, and even his breathing seemed to have become a little faster. Click. Soren gently opened the wardrobe. Sure enough, there were soft and tight female pajamas, and there was a witch's robe next to it. In the corner of the wardrobe, there was a female belt. There was no doubt that this was Gloria's room, because everything Soren saw told him that Gloria usually slept in this room. Heavy footsteps sounded. Soren took a step back and closed the wardrobe. When he came to the door, the steel golem's dull voice sounded from outside. "Your Excellency, Master asked me to take you to a bath. Please come with me." Hearing the voice outside the door, Soren suddenly felt that his body was sticky. Just now his whole body was hot, and it seemed that he had sweated a lot. He didn't know if it was because of the side effect of the dragon blood baptism, or some other reason. Soren felt that his current condition was not quite right. According to Chinese medicine, it should be hyperactive. Maybe it was really because of the dragon blood baptism. Too much was as bad as too little. 30% of the medicinal properties would become toxic. My novel Lord of the Abyss will have more fresh content on the official WeChat platform. And there's also a 100% chance of a lucky draw gift for everyone. Open WeChat now, click the plus sign on the top right to add friend, search for the public account Kdred, and follow. Hurry up. Chapter 329. Soren followed the iron golem to a room on the other floor of the wizard tower. This room had a special doorknob, and it seemed to be a private place. It seemed to have been set up with a magic barrier. The iron golem didn't enter the room. Instead, it took out something that looked like a ruby crystal from its palm, and gently tapped on the rune on the door. A faint red light appeared, and the sound of a magic lock being opened came from behind the door. Then everything inside appeared in front of Soren. It was a spacious bathroom, but it was definitely not a simple bathroom. Soren smelled a very special fragrance as soon as he entered. It smelled a little like Gloria's fragrance, but it was more like sandalwood. Soren walked in and saw a lit incense burner. It was an incense burner with a carved base inlaid with agate jade, and runes engraved with golden threads. The simple magic circle allowed the incense from the east to burn slowly, and at the same time, spread the calming scent throughout the room. There was a bed on the opposite side of the room. There was something that looked like a square cushion on top of it, and there were many books beside it. There were also some delicate objects that Soren didn't quite understand. There was another door on the side. He could hear the faint sound of running water. Soren walked in and immediately saw a large bathtub. However, this wasn't the most important part. The most eye-catching thing was that there was a large magic circle under the bathtub. Soren couldn't identify this magic circle with his knowledge, but he could feel the elemental aura it contained. This bathtub was definitely not simple. The room in front of him should be Gloria's secret meditation room, because there were many tools that could help wizards enter the state of meditation. Splash! 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 Soren reached his hand into the bathtub and immediately felt a surge of energy. It was the gathering of elemental energy, and it wasn't very explosive. On the contrary, it was very gentle. Elemental pool? Soren closed his eyes and tried to sense it. Unfortunately, his perception was too low, and it was difficult for him to find anything without extraordinary perception. However, Soren's experience told him that this pool was somehow connected to the elemental pool, which was the core of the wizard tower. It also reminded Soren of the pool of blue water in the sea temple. Almost every time he was cast on, he would wake up naked in that blue water. That was something similar to the elemental pool in the sea temple. Even the sea temple's holy water was continuously produced from it. However, Soren seemed to have bathed in it twice. Hopefully, the people who drank the holy water later on wouldn't mind this. Soren wasn't worried that Gloria would harm him, so he took off his clothes and entered the pool naked. A cool and refreshing aura seeped into his body. Soren heaved a sigh of relief, as if all his tiredness had been washed away. The power of the water element. Soren could feel that the water element in the pool had become much more active, and a faint magic aura appeared on the side wall of the pool, as if a special magic circle had been activated. This cool aura lasted for about 15 minutes, and then it began to turn into another more agile force, which seeped into his body little by little along the pool water. The power of the wind element. Soren closed his eyes and felt the operation of the elemental pool. A special energy emerged, and then gradually seeped into his body. Water, fire, earth, and air. The power of the four elements emerged one by one. When Soren experienced the whole process, nearly an hour had passed. Then a data prompt appeared. You've received a special energy buff. You've experienced the basic baptism of the elemental pool. You've automatically mastered the ability, minor magic resistance. Your body has acquired the characteristics of a minor magic creature. Minor magic resistance gifted ability. For some reason, your body has acquired the characteristics of a magic creature, which increases your magic resistance. When facing any magic, you'll gain an additional resistance bonus of 1. This resistance bonus can be used on the magic immunity test, and it can also be converted into a damage reduction effect when receiving a magic attack. This ability cannot be improved through conventional means. As your magic resistance increases, you'll gain a stronger resistance bonus. Soren stood up in surprise. He looked at his newly acquired ability and couldn't help but reveal a surprised expression. Magic resistance. This was one of the most difficult talents to obtain. Unlike the resistance to cold, fire, poison, and so on, magic resistance was difficult to obtain through conventional means. Moreover, the ability to resist magic could increase the immunity, and when accumulated to a certain extent, it could directly immunize some low-level magic. Soren had seen legendary equipment that increased magic resistance before, but it was the first time he saw a way to directly increase a talent. It seemed that Gloria had just activated something extraordinary for him. Magic creature. In other words, it referred to a real supernatural creature. The legendary monk's divine transcendence allowed him to be completely immune to any non-rare weapon attack, which meant that he had completely transformed into a magic creature. At the level of a legendary monk, he was basically completely out of the range of mortals. It seemed that the energy had been exhausted. The magic aura in the whole pool gradually dissipated. Soren stood up and took a look, then changed his clothes and walked out. Legendary wizards had mastered some methods to transform their bodies. The simplest method was to pay a price and use the wish spell to increase one's attributes, then use various kinds of energy to strengthen one's body. Living body strengthening was a very high-end part. Basically, only wizards in the Arcane Empire could do it. Currently, the experts in body strengthening were the liches. Ordinary liches could increase their physical and magic resistance to nearly 50%. If it was a demigod lich, then their resistance would be even stronger. After all, they were already dead creatures. Even if their bodies were destroyed, it didn't matter. At most, they could just create a new body. In contrast, the other wizards obviously didn't have it so easy. It seemed that Gloria had also studied the arcane empire. Soren walked out of the pool, and then walked towards the room where he first started. Beside the corridor, there were many unactivated steel golems. Under normal circumstances, they were in a state of hibernation. They would only be activated when there was an emergency, because the energy pool of the wizard tower couldn't keep them running for a long time. The knowledge that all wizards dreamed of was the secrets of energy during the arcane empire. It was enough to keep the floating city running, and it was the key for the arcanists to fight against the gods. Even a half-baked wizard like Soren knew that energy was the key to high-end combat power. Back in the room, when Soren opened the door, he paused for a moment, then walked towards the big bed as if nothing had happened. There was one more person in the room. Gloria was wearing snow-white pajamas. At the moment, she was reading a book with a soft pillow behind her back. Her white and slender thighs were crossed together. Through the gaps of her pajamas, one could see her white jade-like skin. Her toes were round and smooth. In this era, there were very few women like her. Even her toes were like pearls. This required a very superior princess-like living environment. The northern witch was very calm about Soren's arrival. At least she looked very calm because she was steadily turning the pages of the book with her fingers. She didn't even look up at Soren. The pajamas were tied with a white belt, so there wasn't much scenery. However, one could see her full breasts stretching out the collar. As a tall northern woman, Gloria's breasts and buttocks were much fuller than other women. She also seemed to have just taken a bath. There was a very refreshing fragrance on her body, and her silky long hair casually draped over her shoulders. Soren naturally sat on the big bed. After taking a bath, he changed into a set of loose clothes. After sitting on the bed, he directly lay on his side next to Gloria. He reached out and took a big soft pillow and put it on his back as well. Gloria naturally knew that Soren was leaning over, but she was still reading a book and seemed to be very serious. Only her breathing was a little hurried when Soren leaned over. Soren looked at the woman in front of him who was fatally attractive and seductive. He couldn't help but smile playfully. He didn't say anything. He just leaned close to Gloria and pretended to read something on the book. In fact, it was very profound magic knowledge. Soren was just a half-baked wizard, so he couldn't understand it. However, it didn't matter if he couldn't understand it. Soren's goal was to deliberately move closer to the woman in front of him, so that she could feel his breath. His hot breath blew on her ear, and her delicate skin seemed to have tiny goosebumps. This process only lasted for a minute or two. After reading for a while, Soren seemed to feel dizzy, so he pretended to stretch his body. Then he raised his arm and naturally put it through Gloria's back. The woman beside him trembled slightly, but she didn't reject him. Then, Soren's arm went from her back to Gloria's slender waist. This posture made her lean towards Soren's shoulder. She didn't say anything. She turned her head and glanced at Soren playfully. Then she returned her gaze to the book. Gloria's expression was still calm, but her cheeks were a little red. "It's nothing." Soren opened his mouth. His voice sounded a little drowsy. He closed his eyes and said, "Continue reading your book. It's more comfortable to hug like this." His warm palm pressed against her belly button. Soren closed his eyes as if he was sleeping, but his fingertips were gently moving across Gloria's smooth belly. He could feel her body trembling slightly, so the playful smile on his face became more and more obvious. At the same time, he inadvertently drew a circle around her belly button. Phew! Gloria's breathing quickened, but her expression was still calm. She didn't even look at Soren. Her eyes were still on the thick book, but she seemed to be a little absent-minded. His fingertips moved up, little by little. It wasn't a sudden attack. Soren's finger moved along her belly button. He could feel her skin tighten slightly. Gloria could clearly feel his fingertips approaching her chest, so the moment they were about to touch, she couldn't help but take a deep breath. Then Soren stretched out his hand and grabbed a soft, supple lump. The silky texture was warm and smooth like jade. He loved it so much that he couldn't put it down. He suddenly remembered that he hadn't been so close to a woman for a long time. He held it with his hand and squeezed it. Soren knew that this wasn't a very comfortable technique for women, so he gently pinched a bit of red. His index finger and thumb moved slightly, and his pinky finger moved across the plump and delicate edge. There was a slight tremor. Soren's fingers left afterimages in a small area. In the next moment, Gloria's breathing was completely disrupted. Her delicate body that was half leaning in Soren's arms tensed up, as if she had been electrocuted. The pages of her book fell apart. Soren's eyes were still closed. His action made Gloria relax a little, because it was easy to feel nervous when being stared at like this. So when Soren's fingers stopped, she quickly adjusted her breathing and flipped the book back to its original page. Then she couldn't help but cross her legs and change her posture. It was a subconscious action, but it made Soren's smile even more strange. "Come closer." Soren opened his eyes slightly. His hand was still holding the left breast. He casually said, "It's more convenient this way." With a little force, Gloria's delicate body leaned over and completely leaned into his arms. What was more convenient? In fact, both of them knew what was going to happen next. But this kind of thing couldn't be rushed, especially since it was their first time. Maybe if Soren used a simple and rough method, Gloria, who had completely accepted him in her heart, wouldn't resist, but Soren wouldn't do such a thing. From the beginning, Soren had the upper hand. It was as if he was progressing step by step. He was also observing, pleasing, and playing with her. His palms changed the plump and fair skin into various shapes. This process lasted for 3 minutes. Soren wasn't in a hurry to do anything. He was just controlling Gloria's body. At the beginning, she was nervous and trembling, but she slowly got used to his touch. This was the first time she was so close to a man. Soren could feel it from her body. When Gloria's body started to get used to Soren's touch, he began to move on to the next part. His fingers gently slid down along her flat stomach. Bit by bit, they went deeper and deeper. The loose straps of her pajamas had already been loosened. Half of Gloria's clothes were faintly discernible. She couldn't read at all. When she felt his fingers getting closer and closer to a certain spot, she subconsciously clamped her slender legs together. Then, she pressed the heavy book against Soren's palm. She was nervous. She had just relaxed, but now she was nervous again. Her skin couldn't help but tighten. It was at this moment. Soren opened his eyes. Then he suddenly reached out and pulled her into his arms. He threw the book down and leaned over to kiss Gloria's lips. Compared to the initial gentleness, Soren's kiss was a little rough. It was almost suffocating. Gloria's response was clumsy and slow. In fact, she could only hug Soren's neck and passively let him invade her. His hot breath and powerful aura didn't give her any room to resist. The kiss didn't stop. After the initial intense invasion, it gradually turned into gentle nibbling and licking. The tip of their tongues touched and intertwined. His breath was so close. Perhaps it wasn't as thrilling as an electric shock, but it made Gloria feel like she was in perfect harmony with him. Kissing was always the closest form of expression. It was even closer to each other's hearts than the last step. Then she started to feel a finger sliding down. But this time, she didn't reject it. She wasn't even that nervous anymore. Maybe it was because she was a little out of breath. The skin that his fingers touched was as smooth and delicate as always. This made Soren a little surprised, because he had already touched a place that was as oily and moist as honey, but he didn't touch any hair. Gloria clamped her legs together the moment he touched her, almost trapping Soren's hand between them. But it didn't matter. Soren's fingertips were wet and moist. Then he ran his fingers along the delicate skin. He could feel Gloria suddenly tremble. She seemed to want to moan, but because he was kissing her lips, she could only make a faint nasal sound. Soren appeared to be very gentle. His fingers moved at a small distance and occasionally trembled at an astonishing frequency. Gloria's whole body tensed up. In fact, from the moment Soren started, she was already in a state of pleasure that she had never felt before. Omnipotent hands. There were probably not many people in the world who had more dexterous fingers than Soren. She finally let out an uncontrollable moan. Gloria leaned on his chest and panted. Her beautiful face was already bright red. Her white forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat. Her 5 fingers were clenched, her legs were trembling, her feet were arched, and even her calves were trembling a little. She had just experienced a feeling that she had never experienced before. This feeling was quite unfamiliar to her, but it was still intoxicating. It's just beginning. Soren withdrew his slippery fingers and smiled playfully. It seems like you're ready. There were no extra movements. A beautiful fusion of soul and flesh was unfolding. It was still early. She still had enough time to enjoy and experience this new and intoxicating feeling. P.S. 5,000 words chapter. I wrote for a whole day. I wanted to write a warm feeling. I don't know if I succeeded. P.S. Some parts of the plot need to be modified. Unable to fill in the word count. Can only paste some information. Sorry. Level 1 Magic Armor Blind Burning Hand Charm Human Ice Palm Colorful Ball Colorful Spray Find Magic Pet Friendly Grease Identification Night Vision Larock Energy Absorption Magic Missile Protection Evil Protection Petrification Shadow Shield Lightning Claw Hypnosis Intimidation Level 2 Agana Spitfire Haze Deafness Detect Evil Detect Invisibility Ghoul Touch Glittering Powder Fear Invisibility Percussion Clear Alignment Luck Melf Acid Arrow Mirror Shadow Law Command Lethargy Weakness Light Resistance Fear Stinking Cloud Strength Sound Spider Web Level 3 Clairvoyance Detect Illusion Berserk Charm Dispel Magic Fireball Fire Arrow Spirit Armor Haste Immobilization Undead Immobilization 10 feet Invisibility Lightning Mayo Minor Meteor Small Spell Deflection Level 1 Summon Monster Undetectable Protection From Cold Damage Protection From Fire Damage Protection From Ranged Weapon Removal Spell Skeleton Trap Slow Spell Penetration Vampires Touch Level 4 Confusion Infection Farsight Emotional Helplessness Enchanted Weapon Poison Curse Fire Shield Blue Fire Shield Red Small Spell Nullification Barrier Ice Storm Advanced Invisibility Odolook Elastic Barrier Small Sequencing Level 2 Summon Monster Removal Curse Transform Others Transform Self Soul Armor Secret Word Spider Breeding Mage Ice Stone Skin Teleport Level 5 Corpse Manipulation Dispel Confusion Death Cloud Icicle Summon Secondary Wind Elemental Summon Secondary Earth Elemental Summon Secondary Fire Elemental Control Stun Immobilization Reduce Resistance Small Spell Reversal Level 3 Summon Monster Oracle Phantom Blade Protection Acid Damage Protection Electric Damage Protection Normal Weapon Protection Shadow Door Spell Nullification Spell Shield Sunfire Level 6 Summon Scavenger Chain Lightning Summon Wind Elemental Summon Fire Elemental Summon Earth Elemental Accident Death Fog Death Disintegration Petrification Spell Nullification Barrier Advanced Haste Invisibility Spirit Mislead See Through Magic Law Order Silence Magic Energy Damage Protection Magic Weapon Spell Deflection Dispel Petrification Summon Neon Mist Tansin Polymorph True Sight Summon Pterosaur Level 7 From here on out, it's a high-level battle. Summon Undead Creature Manipulation Delay Explosive Fireball Finger of Death Kelbin Whip of Protection Limited Wish Golden Bell Shield Mass Invisibility Duncan Sword Order Prismatic Jet Projection Protect Elemental Damage Ruby Reversal Ray Spell Sequencing Confusion Barrier Summon Wind Jin Summon Fire Jin Summon Harkshaw Spell Reversal Level 8 Arbidaki Withering Spell Super Golden Bell Shield Burning Cloud Labyrinth C Through Shield Order Blind Mimicry Spell Activate Summon Demon Death Seal Fear Seal Shock Seal Protect Energy Damage Level 9 Ultimate Golden Bell Shield Annihilation Demon Sword Chain Mishap Energy Drain Freedom Gate Between Worlds Imprisonment Meteor Burst Order Death Transformation Alien Spell Trap Spell Heavy Strike Time Stop Banshee Howl Chapter 330 P.S. If you want to hear more of your voices and receive more of your suggestions, please search for Kdred on WeChat and follow it. Give more support to Lord of the Abyss. The morning sun shone down. Soren slowly woke up from his deep sleep. Maybe it was because he got a lot of satisfaction last night, or maybe it was because he hadn't had such a good rest in a long time. So he slept until almost noon before he woke up. The tip of his nose was still surrounded by a faint fragrance, and his fingertips seemed to still have the soft and delicate touch of last night. However, Gloria's figure was no longer here, and even the traces of last night's madness had been cleaned up. For a high-grade northern witch, this was no more than a matter of lifting a finger. A set of new clothes was neatly stacked on the cabinet next to the bed. It was not the adventurer's outfit that Soren was used to, but the kind of simple, loose, and comfortable clothes. The style seemed to be something that the northern nobles liked, because the northern nobles' men and women's clothes were a little bit tight. Soren stood up naked, stretched his muscles a little, and then put on the rather casual clothes. At this time, he realized that he had been so tense in the past that he had never prepared clothes for himself except for the adventurer's outfit, combat outfit. Yes, all of Soren's clothes were designed for combat, and he would never consider this kind of clothes that were a little tight. Basically, all the clothes he prepared were like the kind of training clothes that could be opened and closed, but in fact the clothes that people usually wear are a little similar to the clothes that we are wearing now. There is a danger that a roundhouse kick will turn into an open pants. If it was in the past, Soren would probably not wear such clothes, because he had to be ready for battle at any time. However, this was obviously prepared for him by Gloria, so he still put it on. Besides, this was Gloria's wizard tower. There was a sound in the room. Immediately, there was a dull sound of footsteps, and a clay golem came in with a breakfast box. It bowed slightly and said, "Your Excellency, this is what the master prepared for you. She is now in the lab, and the master said that you can go to her when you wake up." The clay golem consumed less energy. They were low-level golems that were always in the wizard tower. Basically, they were in a state of operation all day long. Usually, these golems were also responsible for cleaning the wizard tower. Many of them were injected with a higher level of intelligence. After receiving Soren's nod, the clay golem carried the breakfast box over like a servant and placed it firmly on the table. It weighed about 600 pounds and was much taller than an adult. It was suitable for a lot of heavy work. Breakfast was simple. Since this was the wizard tower, the food was very similar to the wizard style. Most wizards liked to drink morning tea. The tea bricks from the east were ground and finally made into something similar to milk tea. Soren didn't really like the taste, but he didn't reject it either. He ate a few pieces of bacon, a large piece of white bread, and finally drank the milk tea. In terms of food, other than the halflings, there is no other race in the world that can compete with the foodies of my great China. Soren quickly went to the lab. Gloria seemed to have released his authority in the wizard tower, because Soren could actually give simple orders to the puppet golems, such as leading the way and opening a room. In fact, the women who had power in this world were very strong. Soren never expected the other party to become obedient because of their closer relationship. He was a man who rose from the Underdark. In the Underdark, the drows could cut a man who had just been glued to each other into pieces of meat in the blink of an eye for their own interests. It was conceivable that a man who had stayed in the Underdark would not be too naive about the thoughts of any woman. Lab. When Soren came in, Gloria already knew. However, she didn't turn around to look at him. Instead, she focused on a small piece of silver-white metal in front of her. Gloria was wearing a pair of special black-rimmed gold-rimmed glasses. At this moment, the crystal lenses were faintly glowing. There were many tightly packed instrument parts around her, and there were also test tubes filled with an unknown liquid. At this moment, she was no longer as gentle and charming as she was last night. This was because she was wearing a thick wizard robe with many dense defensive runes. In case of any accident, the spells on the robe would collectively trigger and protect her from all kinds of unexpected situations. No experiment conducted by an adept was absolutely safe. It could be said that alchemy skills were improved little by little in an explosion. If a wizard didn't pay attention to protecting himself, he could easily die in his own experiments. "You're awake?" When Soren's footsteps approached, Gloria gently moved her finger and used the wizard's hand to put down the silver-white metal. Then she slowly took off her black-rimmed glasses and turned to look at Soren with a gentle smile. "You slept like a child last night. When I woke up, I saw that you were sleeping very soundly, so I didn't wake you up." Soren looked at the beautiful woman in front of him. Even though she was wearing a thick wizard robe, it still couldn't cover her exquisite body. He stretched out his arms and hugged Gloria in front of him. She didn't dodge at all. Instead, she very docilely leaned into his arms like a kitten and changed into a more comfortable position. A warm hug. Soren could smell the fragrance of her hair from the tip of his nose. His always sharp eyes seemed to have softened a lot at this moment. He slowly said, "Yes. I slept very soundly last night. But I didn't think that you would be able to recover so quickly after that." Hearing this, Gloria's charming face blushed. She lightly punched him and raised her head. She didn't want to admit defeat and said, "It's just that I'm not used to it for the first time. Don't forget that I'm a high-grade witch. A well-prepared spellcaster can face any situation calmly." Soren heard this and said, "Like the grease spell?" Gloria's face instantly turned red. She turned her back to him as if something was poked in her heart. As expected, Soren's face showed a trace of understanding. No wonder it felt so smooth last night. He thought that Gloria's body was special and had a higher flow rate. It turned out that she had secretly used some special grease spell. Spellcasters are really omnipotent. He opened his arms and hugged Gloria's slender waist from behind. He leaned over and kissed her earlobe. Then he hugged her soft body tightly in his arms. The two people's ears and noses rubbed against each other as they enjoyed this moment of intimacy. After a moment, Soren turned Gloria's body around. Then he looked at her beautiful face and leaned over to kiss her lips. Gloria couldn't help but close her eyes. Then she wrapped her hands around Soren's neck. Compared to last night's inexperience, she had learned some tricks from Soren. She could occasionally fight back when their lips and tongues were chasing each other. Her breath was a little short, and her charming face was blushing. "Do it again?" Soren was slightly panting. His hands were already holding her full breasts and gently kneading them through her clothes. Gloria's body trembled a little. She gently shook her head and said, "No, it still hurts a little." "Oh, how about you let me drink a bottle of healing potion first?" At first she obviously wanted to refuse, but when she felt Soren's heat and firmness, she couldn't help but gently bite her lips. Then she made a suggestion that made Soren laugh uncontrollably. Pfft, Soren rarely laughed. But when Gloria said that she wanted to drink a bottle of healing potion first, he seemed to have been poked at a certain laughing point. He suddenly didn't want to continue the exercise. Instead, he hugged her tightly and kissed her on the lips. The two hugged each other for a little while. Then Soren was kicked out by a blushing Gloria, because his fingers were not honest at all. In fact, no rogue's hands were honest. Gloria wanted to continue her experiment before they left for the outer islands. As a noble and powerful northern witch, she would never forget herself because of sexual pleasure. Although she enjoyed the pleasure brought to her by Soren, it was just an ornament in life. She still had a very important project to complete as soon as possible, because Gloria had a hunch that if she went to the outer islands, she might not have time to come back in a short time. P.S. Carvin, I've only written this much after a whole day. I don't know how it's going. I don't have any today. The novel Lord of the Abyss will have more fresh content on the official WeChat platform. At the same time, there's a 100% chance of a lucky draw for everyone. Open WeChat now. Click the plus sign on the top right to add friend. Search for the public account Kdred and follow it. Hurry up. Chapter 331. P.S. If you want to hear more of your voices and receive more of your suggestions, please search for the official WeChat account Kdred and follow it to give more support to Lord of the Abyss. Most of the northern witches had special prophecy and divination abilities. This often made them have quite amazing intuition, and they could vaguely feel some fragments of the future. For example, Soren had only stayed here for a day, and he found that the northern cities seemed to be preparing for war, and it seemed that they had been preparing for it for some time. The food, weapons, important materials, and so on here were now all under the unified management of the Council of Higher Witches. Compared to other places, the response of the north was quite fast. Soren was also calculating the time when the time of troubles would begin. At the latest, the first batch of gods and saints would appear around October this year. And now it was almost February. Who could better deal with the time of troubles in the future would depend on the preparations in the next 8 months. Because once the war between the gods began, all kinds of divine power would wreak havoc in the mortal world. And at that time, it would be difficult to produce. In addition, the abyss demons would invade the material plane, and the purgatory devils would sow discord everywhere. At that time, the resources of the entire material plane would be scarce. Soren had been hoarding food, and Snake Island had now become a big granary. It could be said that the price of food on the south coast had basically increased by more than 50% because of his large purchases, and the price of food continued to rise, and it was estimated that it would more than double around March. At noon the next day, Soren's pirates brought back a message. The fleet he ordered had arrived at the deepwater port, but because of the fear of Soren's power, the deepwater port refused to let Soren's fleet dock, and it also urgently reported to the Higher Witches' Council. If it weren't for Gloria's identity, the Higher Witches' Council would have directly expelled Soren's fleet. The stronger the power, the more attention it would attract. The fleet Soren ordered had the threat of capturing a port city, so in the end, even if Gloria was there, the fleet couldn't dock. Let them stop at the entrance of the sea. Soren took a look at the topographic map of the north, pointed at a location, and then said, "Send the first batch of things back first. I'm currently negotiating a deal with the Witch Council, so it may take 2 days." One-Eyed Dragon, who was standing in front of Soren, bowed and said, "Don't worry, sir. I'll bring the first batch of items onto the ship now." Soon, One-Eyed Dragon left with a group of people. Soren stood on the balcony of the Wizard Tower and watched the caravan leave. He then turned around and walked towards the direction of the laboratory. Gloria seemed to be very busy as she was in her research mode. They didn't spend much time together in the past 2 days, because Gloria was very busy and so was Soren. Soren had never been a pretentious person. Since he had such a close relationship with Gloria, it would be quite stupid if he did not use his relationship with her to seek cooperation from the Witch Council. The Witch Council was quite rich in resources, and they also had something that Soren was very short of. That was, a large number of rare-grade equipment. That's right. Any wizard alliance would carry out high-value arms trade, including alchemy weapons, rare-grade equipment, puppet golems, and so on. This kind of trade was difficult to buy without connections. The heavy footsteps of the clay golem sounded. Soren heard the dull voice of the clay golem behind him. It opened its mouth and said, "Sir, there is a wizard named Saruman who wants to see you." Saruman? When he heard the name, Soren was a little startled. Immediately, he remembered that he mentioned to Gloria in the letter that he needed a wizard who was proficient in alchemy and could refine large quantities of guano stones into high-quality fertilizers. Yesterday, Gloria mentioned to Soren that someone would come to see him today, but she didn't say his name. He didn't expect it to be Saruman. This name was not common in the north. It made him think that he had misheard. Soren heard the words and nodded gently. "I know. Bring him in." Soon, a clay golem walked in with a male wizard who was not young. He had a beard that was close to gray, and his face looked rather old. However, his wizard profession level was not high, probably only around level 10. This meant that his talent was not very good. Not all wizards could progress all the way. Many wizards were stuck at the threshold of grade 3 for their whole lives. Otherwise, Gloria could have become a member of the High Witch Council when she was only about grade 4. There were also many male wizards under the Northern Witch Council, and Saruman was one of them. He should not be young. Even if he did not use a special ceremony to prolong his life, his face was so old that he was nearly 60 or 70 years old. Soren was observing the old wizard in front of him, and the other wizard was also observing Soren. From any point of view, this was a wizard who would never be able to advance to the legendary level. Although he was dressed neatly, he looked a little messy. His eyes were tired and bloodshot, as if he had not had a good rest for a long time. A part of his staff could be seen, but it did not look like it was repaired. Just as Gloria had said, this was an adept who was in dire straits and was in dire straits. Wizards were very rich, but most of the time, they were short of money. Even Gloria's liquid funds were not as much as 1/3 of Soren's. Otherwise, this woman would not have taken more than 30,000 Kindler coins from Soren when they were intimate last night. She needed a lot of expensive alchemy materials. Anyone who had dealt with trade knew that the ratio of liquid funds was actually very tight. If Soren did not do business without capital, perhaps the capital chain would not be as abundant as it was now. This kind of wizard happened to be what Soren needed. Because wizards with too much potential were not easy to control, wizards with the potential to advance might not be willing to work under Soren. It just so happened that this kind of wizard's profession level was not high, and he was not young either. He might not have much ambition to advance to the legendary level, but at the same time, he had a lot of alchemy experience. This was the kind of person Soren needed. Before you came, they should have told you what happened, right? Soren looked at the old wizard named Saruman in front of him and slowly said, "Your job for the next 3 years is to serve me. I will pay you 12,000 Kindler coins every year. At the same time, you can also pay the price to exchange spells, knowledge, and materials from Gloria. She will give you a higher exchange authority." A wizard's debt was divided up layer by layer. The expensive cost of learning spells must be divided up among the low-grade wizards. Otherwise, the cost of training a high-grade wizard would be too high. Soren set the time limit for 3 years. For him, 3 years was enough. By then, if this wizard in front of him wanted to stay, he could stay. If not, he could leave. For a wizard like this who had no chance of advancing to the legendary level, it should not be a problem for him to work for him for a year or so. Okay. The old wizard named Saruman looked at Soren. He was a little confused because Soren looked like a wizard, but he obviously had the sharp senses of a rogue. He might be a part-time adventurer. He lowered his head slightly to show his respect. No matter how you looked at it, Soren could stand in the wizard tower and talk to him. There was no doubt that his status was higher. The low-grade wizards usually respected high-grade wizards. He nodded slowly and said, "According to the contract, I will go to the outer islands to work for you for 3 years. You will pay me 12,000 Kindler coins every year. After 3 years, I can decide whether to stay or leave." Soren looked at him and replied, "Yes. If there is no problem, let's sign the contract. You can prepare. We will leave in 3 days." The price of hiring a wizard was very expensive. Although Gloria also knew alchemy, there was no way she could turn guano stones into fertilizer. Saruman in front of him was also a wizard who knew alchemy. Gloria said that he had good alchemy skills, so this kind of thing should not be a problem for him. When the high-quality fertilizer was produced, Soren would have one more source of income. At the same time, the cultivation of the outer islands would rise. Basically, it would be easy to be self-sufficient. Because of Gloria's existence, Soren did not have to worry about the wizard in front of him playing any tricks. Therefore, he readily paid half a year's worth of remuneration. Anyway, after killing the adult white dragon, his value had increased by a lot. He had more money in his hands, and the goods from the east were easy to sell in the north. The witches simply could not refuse the fine silk and porcelain. No matter in which era, the spending potential of women was quite amazing. These rich witches could easily sell more than 100,000 Kindler coins. There were not many things that could be taken away from the wizard tower. Because although Gloria was in charge of the wizard tower, it was not her personal property. Hiring an alchemist wizard was only a part of Soren's plan. In addition, he also wanted a batch of extraordinary weapons to equip his elite guards. The limit of the military weapons that could be bought in the South Coast was the exquisitely crafted military weapons. These weapons were still far from being Grade 1 extraordinary equipment. Soren wanted to buy more than 100,000 Kindler coins worth of Grade 1 extraordinary weapons from the Witch Council to equip his pirate corps. This kind of +1 extraordinary weapon could only be equipped by the elite corps on land, so whether he could buy it or not depended on Gloria's authority. This kind of large arms trade must be approved by the Witch Council. According to the current market price, the price of a Grade 1 extraordinary weapon was about 200 Kindler coins. This time, Soren was ready to buy equipment to equip 500 elites. The elite troops in a small city might not be equipped with such a high level of equipment. The novel Lord of the Abyss will have more fresh content on the official WeChat platform. At the same time, there will be a 100% lucky draw gift for everyone. Open WeChat now, click the plus sign on the top right to add friend. Search for the public account Dread and follow. Hurry up. Chapter 332. P.S. If you want to hear more of your voices and receive more of your suggestions, search for the WeChat public account Dread and follow it. Give more support to Lord of the Abyss. Another day passed. Soren didn't know how Gloria's research was going, so he didn't disturb her. This time, Gloria's research was on the analysis of the special metal of the Githyanki's. The related research had been going on for decades, and she relied on her authority to get the corresponding information. Now what she had to do was to reanalyze it according to the information, and then master its characteristics. Whether she could make a breakthrough or not depended on whether she could find a new research direction. So now Gloria was like learning knowledge, not making an academic breakthrough. And the progress of her mastery was quite fast. Soren was also very curious about the Githyanki's memory transformation metal, because he felt that this thing was quite high-end. Even in the Star Age, the research on memory metal was not so supernatural, and it could even automatically transform. So for Gloria's research progress, Soren basically fully supported it. He would find ways to buy any expensive material she wanted. Even if this thing couldn't be used to make golems for the time being, it was quite amazing to be able to make Soren a weapon that could transform. The transformation of the Githyanki's weapon required psionic energy. Soren didn't have psionic energy, so he could use the silver sword of Githyanki's, but there was no way to transform it. So if Gloria's research progress had a breakthrough, maybe she could try to make it have the ability to transform through energy storage. For a top rogue like Soren, weapon transformation could definitely burst out extraordinary combat power. The third day, even with Gloria's status as a member of the Witch Council, Soren waited until the day after tomorrow to receive the news of the Council's approval. The Witch Council had quite strict control over the bulk food and weapons trade in the north. Not to mention such extraordinary weapons, even ordinary military weapons were quite strict. This was because the senior witches in the north were more confident. If it were in other places, such as some kingdoms in the south, it was estimated that even the bulk iron trade would be strictly controlled. Just like the salt and iron monopolies in the Central Plains, many kingdoms were worried that their weapons would fall into the hands of outsiders. For example, lizardmen, half-orcs, gnolls, and so on. It would be better if they fell into the hands of human rebels. Once they fell into the hands of these humanoid creatures who were born with extraordinary strength, their combat strength would be greatly improved with a large number of weapons and equipment. Your Excellency. A middle-aged man who looked like a clerk walked up to Soren and lowered his head slightly. The things you want have been delivered. This is the bill that needs to be paid. The council is waiting for me to report back. Behind him were 3 heavy steel golems, as well as several city guards dressed as guards. It was an arms deal worth nearly 100,000 Kindler coins. Even the Witch Council had sent out steel golems to protect them. Although the middle-aged man in front of him was dressed as a clerk, he was actually a grade 3 wizard. Relying on his relationship with Gloria, Soren finally managed to purchase a batch of rare grade 1 firearms from the Witch Council. At the same time, he also received the implicit support of the Witch Council. Since they were willing to sell him firearms, the Witch Council had obviously accepted Soren's identity. No problem. Soren gave a look to the second mate behind him, and then opened a box. Inside the box, there were swords and weapons neatly arranged. All he ordered were weapons. Half of the pirates' combat strength was supported by weapons. On the contrary, they didn't need much armor. Moreover, Soren had a dragon and a group of Quetzalcoatlus near his camp. If he needed armor, he could make a batch of high-quality leather armor himself. Pirates basically didn't wear heavy metal armor. Their combat style wasn't suitable for heavy armor. Asterisk clang. Asterisk Soren pulled out a long sword and then glanced at its attributes. Item type. Long sword +1, enchanted. Item grade. Grade 1 rare item. Item description. A weapon made of exquisite 100-fold forged steel. During the forging process, other special materials were mixed in. It was made using the northern folding forged steel process. After the completion, a simple alchemy enchantment was performed. The blade of this weapon has basic runes engraved on it. It can cause additional damage after hitting the enemy. Requirements: 8 points of strength. Effects: folding forged steel, +2 sharpness, +1 penetration, +1 energy damage. In terms of attributes, such a grade 1 weapon couldn't be compared to Soren's curved sword +1. After all, these were rare grade weapons that were mass-produced. However, as rare-grade weapons made in the north, they all had a rather obvious characteristic. That was, all of these weapons had undergone a simple enchantment process. Although it was only a 1-point increase in energy damage, it had a significant impact on the battle, especially when dealing with some enemies. Asterisk clang. Asterisk Soren swung his sword and slashed an ordinary short sword. The latter was directly cut in half, but the former didn't even have a scratch. After all, a rare-grade weapon was still a rare-grade weapon. Once compared with ordinary weapons, the gap was quite obvious. He nodded to his men next to him, and immediately 2 people carried a heavy box over. Basically, Soren's profits from this trip were all in it. Even the income from killing the white dragon was mostly used on this batch of weapons. It could be said that, with this batch of weapons, the pirates under his command would have the combat power equivalent to a city's standing army, whether it was dealing with the indigenous people or another pirate king. Even if they attacked the cities on the south coast in the future, the elite pirates under Soren's command would have the ability to fight against the regular army. Of course, Soren couldn't always stay overseas. When the time was right, he would eventually extend his hand back to the mainland. Time gradually approached February. Soren unexpectedly stayed here for 5 more days, and then waited for Gloria to complete her research on the Silver Sword of Gith. After that, they embarked on the journey back to the outer islands. Before leaving, Soren took another look at the port city in the north. He didn't know if it would be as peaceful as it was now the next time he came. Because there were powerful northern witches here, it wasn't very affected. He just received news that a kingdom in the south had fallen into war. Duke Pidner, a southern noble that Soren had never heard of. 3 days ago, he publicly announced his dissatisfaction with the cruel rule of the king and other nobles. Then, he led his loyal army to launch a rebellion. This was the news on the surface. From Gloria's mouth, Soren also learned another part, that was, the Witch Council investigated and found that there were demons active in it. This rebellious kingdom was embedded in Soren's territory. The novel Lord of the Abyss will have more fresh content on the official WeChat platform, and there will be a 100% lucky draw gift for everyone. Open WeChat now, click the plus sign on the upper right to add friend. Search for the public account Kdred and follow. Hurry up! Chapter 333. P.S. If you want to hear more of your voices and receive more of your suggestions, please search for Kdred on WeChat and follow it. Give more support to Lord of the Abyss. The cold sea breeze blew in his face. Perhaps because last winter was too cold, this year's snow melted much later than in previous years. It was almost February in the south, but the coastal areas were still quite cold. The journey back was basically quite peaceful. No one would be stupid enough to disturb a pirate king, and there was also a quasi-legendary northern witch in the fleet. So Soren had nothing to do along the way. His task was to catch up on his knowledge of spells, and try to learn all the level 1 spells at the same time. This was the foundation of all spells. Most of the later spell models were made up of level 1 spells as the foundation. Level 0 spells were only considered as tricks, and they were not popular among wizards. Learning spells naturally needed some spice, so Soren was always willing to explore Teacher Gloria's exquisite body in his spare time. There seemed to be endless life mysteries in the valley, and he could not help but indulge in the sea of knowledge. Although this research could easily evolve into a fierce confrontation in the end, both of them were undoubtedly powerful. Soren's combat power was naturally needless to say. Although Gloria's physique was not as good, she naturally had other ways as a high-grade witch. So in the end, they were evenly matched, and in the end, they had to shake hands and rest before fighting again. Life at sea was quite interesting, but even the patient Gloria felt a little bored after half a month of sailing. So Soren stopped at the shipwreck harbor, and then after a simple rest, he went to Port Tylon. Soren did not put too much energy into the rebellion of the kingdom in the south, because he did not have enough ability to intervene on land. If the rebellion lasted long enough and was not extinguished in a short time, it was worth Soren's investment. He was one of the 3 pirate kings on the south coast. Even if he wanted to intervene in this matter, It was basically impossible for Soren to help the kingdom's army. If he wanted to get more benefits, he would have to invest in the rebels in the end. So no matter what he thought now, it depended on whether the rebels had the strength. If they could not even hold on for 3 to 5 months, then Soren was not worth investing any resources in. This level of rebellion could not make any waves. The southern kingdom was seriously decadent. But no matter how decadent the kingdom was, it still had a strong foundation. Soren could still be domineering at sea, but it was not so easy on land. Moreover, there were many strange places, and there might be demons mixed in. Whether he wanted to get involved in this muddy water depended on whether the benefits were big enough, and how confident he was. Soren's plan was naturally not simple. Port Tylon. Soren's return made the people who had a trace of uncertainty suddenly calm down. At the same time, when they learned through various channels or bribed the pirate spies etc., that Soren had actually won over the powerful Northern Witch Council and reached a trade agreement with them, the others immediately set off a huge wave in their hearts. The value of trading with the Witch Council was not just to buy a batch of rare equipment to arm his men. There was a deeper meaning behind it. Even if there was not much meaning, in the eyes of others, it was not simple. Not to mention that this time, many core members of the pirates knew about Gloria's existence, and Soren did not deliberately hide his close relationship with Gloria from others. So basically, the pirate leaders under Soren knew about Gloria's identity, and they also knew that she might become everyone's mistress. The pirate's address for Soren was a bit similar to my lord, which could be understood as your excellency, or master. For Gloria, whether it was strength or status, she was enough to easily crush these rebellious pirate leaders. Perhaps in the past, some people thought that Soren's background was not enough, and they might have a little bit of ulterior motives. But after the appearance of Gloria, her identity had completely made everyone give up. If Soren married this noble northern witch, then it was tantamount to having a powerful ally. The identity of the pirate king and the members of the senior witch council were strong enough to suppress anyone who had other thoughts. Such a combination of strength was eventually enough to make anyone not dare to act rashly, and even make people with malicious intentions feel panic. In fact, some people had begun to pass the news back, and at the same time, it also caused many people to worry. Port area. Soren's fleet entered Port Tylon. Because of the supply of overseas trade, the protection fee flag set by Soren made the pirates live quite well, and no one was attacked by them in the near future. The world needed rules. Soren made a rule, and others felt that this rule was not bad and could bring them greater benefits, so they began to abide by it. While these people followed Soren's rules, they also developed a sense of awe in their hearts. The warship approached the port, and the other merchant ships made way for it. Soren stood on the deck in a black suit. He bowed his head slightly and made an inviting gesture. Then he took Gloria, who had a quiet and elegant smile on her face, and walked towards the city of Port Tylon. He was like a noble lord patrolling the territory with his wife, with a strong sense of confidence on his face, but not the slightest complacency. He was showing his strength. To be able to build such a foundation in just a few months, who would dare to say that he had no strength? There was a slight commotion ahead. When Soren took Gloria's white hand and walked down the warship, the figure of the temple guard appeared in the distance. Then he saw the crowd around him disperse, and he knew that the Naga Siren priest had appeared. This undoubtedly surprised Soren a little. And then there was a smile on his face. Because the Naga Siren priest greeted him in this situation, it was also a kind of affirmation of his strength. It was a very proud act. But before Soren could be happy, his face stiffened. Because the Naga Siren priest did not look at him at all, but went directly to Gloria, bowed slightly and smiled. "Welcome to Port Tylon, Your Excellency the Witch." Soren's face was livid. In order to let the Naga Siren priest come out to greet him, he forced her to bow her head. But even then, the Naga Siren priest did not greet him with such a low posture. But now that Gloria came to Port Tylon, the Naga Siren priest took the initiative to greet him, and her posture was so low. Comparing the experience of the two, Soren suddenly felt quite unhappy. Even if Gloria was already his woman, he was still quite unhappy. The difference in status was completely two extremes. The status of a high-grade mage was vividly displayed at this moment. Facing the low posture of the Naga Siren priest, Gloria nodded and smiled naturally, but she quickly noticed that Soren's face next to her was not very good. So this smart woman naturally turned slightly sideways, and then took the initiative to hold Soren's arm instead of her hand being held by him. This way. Suddenly, the atmosphere looked completely different. At first, they were walking hand in hand, but now it was Gloria gently holding Soren's arm and leaning on his shoulder. Soren, who was deliberately ignored by the Naga Siren priest, suddenly became the protagonist of the scene. Even the Naga Siren priest became a foil. At this moment, Soren's eyes were very soft. It was a tenderness that was rarely seen in his eyes. Gloria glanced at him, and a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Then she blinked inadvertently. If it wasn't for the fact that they were in public, Solen would have hugged her and kissed her. In the face of Gloria's initiative to let Soren become the protagonist, the Naga Siren priest's face was undoubtedly not very good. It seemed that all the rumors were true. In just a few days, Soren relied on his strong male charm and reproductive organs to completely conquer a noble northern witch. She was also a powerful high-grade witch with the status of a member of the Witch Council. Note: all the above are anecdotes of the tavern, and the more they spread, the more ridiculous they become. Especially the pirates under Soren's command like to brag about it. Tell everyone how awesome their leader is. Even the noble northern witches have been conquered by him. Those noble ladies and young ladies will all want him when they see him. Everyone knew the things that were spread in the tavern. However, some words would be said 100 times, and in the end people would believe it. Slowly the story became reliable. Please. The Naga Siren priest tested the relationship between the two. She could not help but squeeze out a stiff smile on her face and slowly said, "I have prepared a place for your excellency." Gloria's status was more noble than many city lords. In fact, she was the ruling class above the city lords in the north. Even if this ruling power belonged to the Witch Council, she was not inferior to the Naga Siren priest in terms of status. Therefore, the Naga Siren priest's attitude of greeting her was actually to show goodwill to the Witch Council. She took the initiative to invite her to arrange a place for her. It was also prepared according to the specifications of welcoming other city lords. No matter how close the relationship between Soren and Gloria was, and whether she could still control him in the future, these were all things in the future. The most important thing for the Naga Siren priest now was to find a way to get in touch with the Witch Council. If she could get in touch with the Witch Council, then she would have a powerful ally. Soren's growth had completely exceeded the Naga Siren priest's estimation. Especially now that he had the help of the northern witches, he had directly become the most powerful pirate king force on the south coast. It seemed that there would soon be a reshuffle here. P.S. Today's update. For the time being, quantity is not enough. We can only work on quality. The novel Lord of the Abyss will have more fresh content on the official WeChat platform. At the same time, there will be a 100% lucky draw gift for everyone. Open WeChat now, click the plus sign on the upper right to add friend. Search for the public account Kdred, and follow. Hurry up. Chapter 334. The arrival of Gloria had made Soren even more powerful. No one could ignore a powerful high-grade witch, not to mention that she was also a member of the Witch Council, and had her own territory. Information about Gloria could not be hidden from others. After all, she had ruled a city in the north for nearly 10 years. Gloria had reached the high grade 10 years ago, which level 15 or above, but she had only recently touched the threshold of a legendary witch, which level 18 or above. The higher the level of a wizard, the slower the speed of improvement. Soren was completely different. The lifespan of a legendary witch was quite long, far longer than any melee profession. Therefore, they also had many requirements when choosing a spouse. Otherwise, they would still be in their prime, but their spouse might already be old. In terms of lifespan, legendary melee professions were at a disadvantage. Perhaps it was because too much blood and injury was consumed before the advancement. The lifespan of a legendary melee profession was only 1/3 of that of a spellcaster profession. Sometimes, they might not even live for 200 years. Gloria chose Soren because she valued his potential. Legendary and non-legendary were people from two different worlds. The Sea Temple. After sending away Soren and Gloria, the Naga Siren priest's face suddenly became gloomy. Call the deep sea hunters. The sea priest stood in front of the statue of the goddess with a scepter in her hand, and ordered the servants around her. Immediately spread the news of Gloria. We must let Asfred know as soon as possible. In this way he will be afraid and panic. It is very likely that he will destroy Soren at all costs, or even let the Naga Siren royal family launch a conspiracy in advance. Otherwise he is doomed to be defeated in the end. As long as a war breaks out between them, Soren's strength will be weakened. He has already controlled most of the interests of the outer islands. I must weaken his strength, and then control the power of the sea. Only then can I be qualified to compete for the position of the High Priest. I have a hunch that the goddess will soon give a new oracle. Only the High Priest is the closest position to the goddess. A trace of ambition that was deeply hidden surfaced. The Naga Siren priest turned and entered the pool in front of the temple. A wave of divine power poured into her body, and then her blue skin gradually became transparent. Something like scales could be seen faintly falling off. This was the power of faith gathered by the Sea Temple. Since she was rewarded by the sea goddess with a trace of divinity, she could try to absorb this power. The divine power gathered in the Sea Temple was changing her little by little. Eventually, she would completely break away from the scope of ordinary things. She might become the chosen one of the saints, or she might have the opportunity to step into a higher realm. However, she had to first suppress those fellows with ill intentions within the Naga clan. Distorted shadows appeared in the seawater. A creature whose shape could not be seen clearly, but was filled with a terrifying presence appeared. It hid in the seawater beneath the temple, and used a strange voice to express its emotions. The Naga Siren priest took off her priest robe and looked at the blurred deep-sea hunter. She said slowly, "Pay attention to the restless Naga Siren royal family. If there is any movement, immediately open the door of the abyss. Let the pet of the goddess grant them release." Speaking of this, the Naga Siren priest showed a cruel smile on her bewitching face. The blurry shadow gradually disappeared into the distance. They could feel its body twisting in the water. Although they couldn't see its shape, they could feel the dangerous aura coming from it. It was the aura of a terrifying predator. Eastern Sea Route. On an island near the Eastern Trade Junction area, which was similar to Port Tylon, it was also the territory of the pirate King Ashrod. "What did you say?" A man with a cold face listened to the report of his subordinate in front of him, and said with an ugly face, "He actually roped in a high-grade witch? How is this possible? How could the proud northern witches take a fancy to a mere pirate king? Is this the Witch Council preparing to intervene in the South Coast? No. How can the Witch Council be interested in the interests of the South Coast? This is the territory of the Sea Temple. Damn it. I knew it. I had to kill the throat cutter at the beginning. I didn't expect him to grow so fast." "No. Immediately send someone to contact the Duchess of the Principality of Rossard. The last time she was attacked by the Sea Temple in the Outer Islands, the Duke of Red Dragon's wife suffered the greatest loss. She must also hate the throat cutter to the bone. She must not be willing to give up the interests of the Outer Islands so easily. Maybe we can try to form an alliance with her." Hearing his words, a half-Naga woman next to him who looked obviously not human hesitated and said slowly, "Your Excellency, the Duke of Red Dragon is now an enemy of the Sea Temple. If we contact her openly, it is tantamount to violating the orders of the Sea Temple. In that case, I am afraid the Sea Priest will take the opportunity to attack." The cold man frowned, looked up at her, and said slowly, "We can't care so much. If we don't fight for the help of the Duke of Red Dragon's wife, the Naga royal family will not be able to help us now. We may not be able to withstand the joint attack of the throat cutter and the high-grade witch. He already hated us when we dealt with the Swamp King. This time, with the help of the Northern Witch, he will definitely not let it go. Come. I want to write a letter to the Duke of Red Dragon's wife. The Outer Islands route. Soren did not stay in Port Tylon for too long. The Outer Islands were now his foundation. So after dealing with some things for a short time, he led the fleet back to the camp in the Outer Islands. However, this time he brought back quite a lot of people. There were 12 ocean-going ships alone. He had to thank the pirate King Ashrod. It was because Soren's men robbed his fleet that Soren was able to form such a large fleet. This time, there were quite a lot of goods transported, and more than 800 people were brought over. Half of them were slaves from the mainland. Many of these slaves used to work in the mines. For some reason, they had recently fallen into the hands of Soren. It had to be said that a group of bad guys were really efficient. Soren's current batch of slaves could easily dilute the proportion of indigenous slaves. The number of indigenous slaves could not exceed the control. Soren had to get a group of mainland slaves, and then slowly turn them into townspeople. Everything could not be given for no reason. Otherwise, they would not know how to cherish and be grateful. Soren had a lot of better plans. The voyage was quite boring. The half-month-long voyage forced Soren to turn his energy to learning spells again, and at the same time, to explore the secrets of Teacher Gloria. With a high-grade witch as his guide, Soren's speed of learning spells was obviously much faster. Not to mention, he also had the talents of encyclopedic knowledge and sage. After learning the most commonly used part of the first circle spells, Gloria suggested that Soren should not continue to learn them. Instead, he should familiarize himself with them and increase his casting speed. In other words, she wanted Soren to do in-depth research and rely on proficiency to master the combat ability, proficiency in spellcasting. Therefore, Soren's next days were to constantly memorize spells, and then continuously cast spells after memorizing them. After using up all the spell slots, he would continue to memorize them. In this way, he would obtain the ability proficiency in spellcasting. It was about the third day of the voyage. Soren's battle log showed a string of data belatedly. Astral battle, legendary battle. In the middle of January 1676 of the New Moon era, when you went to the north to invite the witches to the Outer Islands, you accidentally encountered the Githyanki's attacking the northern tower. In this legendary event, you chose to help the northern witches deal with the Githyanki's and finally killed an adult red dragon in the battle. This event greatly improved your relationship with the Witch Council, and at the same time, spread your reputation outside the material plane. However, because the Witch Council strictly blocked the news about the astral battle, your legend only spread among the Githyanki's in the astral realm. Legend level +3. It was so late. When Soren joined the Sea Battle of the Betrayers, it was delayed for many days before he got the legend level prompt, but it was not as long as this time. He didn't know if it was because the battle was over now or because of the interplanar battle. However, Soren obviously didn't have time to think so much now. He just glanced at it and put it aside, concentrating on learning how to cast spells skillfully. With the experience of this trip to the astral realm, Soren felt part of the mystery of instant casting in advance, and at the same time he also got a prompt of skillful casting. He was not far from success, and he could feel that he was about to master this spellcasting ability. Day by day, the days passed. When Soren led the fleet to the Outer Islands, someone in the camp immediately came to greet him. He didn't know when, but a lighthouse had been built near the port. At this time, it had been more than a month since Soren left, and it was already early February. According to the arrangement before Soren left, busy construction work was carried out in the camp. Even a relatively simple dock was built near the natural port. Then there was a 5-meter-wide paved road for transporting goods and passage, extending all the way to the east gate of the camp. The fleet began to be busy unloading, and a lot of materials needed to be moved down. Soren looked at the dock in front of him, and walked down holding Gloria's hand. Before they set foot on land, Vivian in a white princess dress appeared in front of them. "Brother!" The little girl shouted happily, and then directly jumped into Soren's arms. P.S. The outline has been sorted out. Starting tomorrow, 2 chapters will be resumed. The time is 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and it will be updated automatically. Try to stabilize it. It's inevitable that writing a book will have ups and downs. I hope everyone can bear with it. You're tuning in to the Lee May's Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.